There we go. No, because I think I don't know. I don't remember who changed it. I think CGM changed it, and he never sent it to me. I don't know who changed it.
Yeah, what the hell are you here in the last? I guess you haven't sent me a message in a while. Or ever.
When you're moving over here, Nacho, I'll get you a job. I need you.
Yeah.
Flipping clown show this morning, I'll tell you that.
Oh man.
People arguing with each other and sinking on sections.
Oh, somebody's listening.
Yeah, just message it to me. Where is?
No, Zyanus. Where the hell is Zyanus?
What?
Zyanus just sent me the codes. I got the codes. Oh, there you are. Right there.
I was just about to send you a message and say here.
I think that's the main one right there. Oh, telepathy. I see.
Are we all looking forward to Christmas?
Time off. Well, not that I actually need time off.
6969. Best base code in the game.
Never get hacked. Zayas must be listening to your stream.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, he was the one who said no audio. My stream audio wasn't on whenever I came back. Oh man.
You sound dejected, Nacho. What can I do to inspire the idealism back in you again?
Dude, I just fucking tired, okay, from life, alright?
Yeah,
Just
I know.
mentally exhausted. Like, it's my
You're
day
only
off
what,
today, but...
20-something, dude. Jeez.
Yeah, but you gotta
You haven't
understand,
got time for it to wear you down.
the influx...
Cut his
Yeah, but...
bag, that's where all
Okay.
of his flipping energy was.
Yeah, the amount of information available today, okay? You can live lifetimes.
I watched the internet come
Me too.
nothing.
Well, sort of.
From nothing. Dial up. 600
Yeah, I
baud
used to
was
dial up, yeah.
Yeah,
Freaking-
yeah. Whenever you turned it on, it felt like you kicked the computer in the nuts.
Dude, I think...
Sounded like it.
Stupid freaking sound from modem.
Yeah.
Dial up modems.
Yeah, I remember picking up the phone whenever somebody was using the internet, and it's like, wee.
The AOL internet, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember
It
all,
is now.
all
dude,
that
I
stuff.
can
just kid
download
yourself.
gigs in seconds. It's just like, what the hell?
I know.
I remember when you
Like-
would pull up anything with pictures on a page would just be like painful.
The idea that I could watch something on my phone, yeah, like a whole movie, right?
He
and
used to
also
dial
the
up to play
ability
RuneScape?
make
Oh
that
my
movie
God.
appear on my TV. It's like, to me, back then would have sounded like Alien.
It's Star Trek, bro. Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of the problem too. Is that like there's a difference. I feel like my generation. I've talked to other people that like I graduated with and stuff, and maybe the class like right after us, like we had a whole totally different experience with the internet than kids after us. Like even just by a couple years, because we didn't grow up like. We grew up with the internet, right? Like it was a thing that was tangent to us that was available to us that we
Yeah, I
used,
get
right?
you.
But we
It was-
still
it
were
was very
living
different,
in
wasn't it?
real life. Yeah, and now kids are literally growing up like in the internet. Like every aspect of their lives from the time they're like 10 years old and they get a fucking Facebook account or an Instagram account or whatever. It's all of it's recorded.
Yeah.
It's all
Would you
online.
would you think it's accurate to say back then the internet was globalization of knowledge, but now it's just globalization of all media forms?
Yeah, maybe.
You know
It's
what I mean?
just
Like from films to like social media.
We had no one-
Social media wasn't even a thing
Yeah, we had
when
no
I
one-
was a kid. You know
we had
what
no
I
one
mean?
before us that knew what was going on with it. Yeah, that's the thing too, though. It was an
It's the
adventure.
internet for porn and Wikipedia.
Yeah,
and
it was an
stuff, you know?
adventure. Like it was like a new frontier, right? It was all being like mapped out whenever we were growing up, and like, I mean, I know you guys are older than me, but like I was growing up while that was all happening. So I got to experience like people had no cell phones, or my mom didn't have a cell phone because they were hella expensive.
Yeah,
People had them, but you hardly ever saw them. Everybody had house phones. I still remember. Hell, we even had my grandma even had a really old the dial, the rolling number pad thing or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about? Yeah.
Yeah,
Where if you
you know,
slammed it hard
it's
enough, the
like
bell would
these
ring.
phones.
Yeah, if you slammed it hard enough, the bell would ring. Like, yeah. So I got to walk through that, and even with gaming, I feel like kind of like privileged because since we were poor as fuck,
yeah.
my mom would go to the flea markets, and she would get. So I got to go through, even though it was before I was born, but I got to play Atari, Nintendo, Super Nintendo. I literally got to walk through all of the consoles just because since we were poor, we were always behind by a couple generations on stuff like that because
Well,
the
gaming's
newest
probably
tech
the
was
most revolutionary
super
media
expensive.
form that we have in our generation.
Yeah.
You know, that we've watched grow.
No, I think communications. I think
Compared to stuff like on Mario Brothers, and just look how far it's come. It's like a cinematic experience, and it's
Yeah.
like world building and storytelling in its own right. You know what I mean? Like it's quite fascinating. You know what I mean? How we've advanced that way.
No, Zenith, I think you're right. I think online gaming was online gaming was probably less toxic, but also maybe more toxic. I have no idea. I think it depends on what game.
Things are toxic. But I was just like, it's
There
quite
were a lot of
amazing.
online
how things
gaming
have grown.
initially.
Yeah, initially there
No, there
wasn't.
wasn't,
You had to go over to each other's
Places
houses.
like Baldur's Gate, man, on the PC.
You had to go over to each other's houses
well.
and do it in person.
Oh, couch co-op, yeah, man.
Yeah,
that was
man.
the shit. Mario Kart or Streets of Rage. Get it on the go. Might be called Bare Knuckle over there for you.
But the one thing I didn't anticipate with the internet was all the bullshit that's on there. Like just total misinformation, total just
Porn wasn't a red flag.
the exact opposite of what is the truth is what
was the shit.
spread online. That's something I didn't expect.
But that's
I
always
expected people
been
to be
there,
kind of
though,
somewhat
hasn't it?
truthful.
Like,
Trolls and things
the
like that.
internet
is
just
one
gave
thing,
it another more efficient vehicle, didn't it, though? You
but
know,
people to
and now
deliberately
we see the dangers
spread
of
misinformation.
That now, you know? Oh, of course. Like it's terrifying when you think about it.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
how far is it going to go? I mean, we've come this far now. Where's it?
Yeah.
Believe nothing you see and half
Well,
of what you read.
what
I
I'm trying to
guess.
I don't think
Yeah,
anybody
the
anticipated
is
that.
The propaganda then hasn't really evolved. The terminologies and the same things are still used. The same kind of demagoguing is used. You know, that was left out in pamphlets and that, spoke from soapboxes. Yeah, it's just this vehicle. The internet has a dangerous fucking power. You know, to be able to reach into you as an individual in your home. You know what I mean?
And these
On your fucking
this
feed.
deepfake stuff that's
Yeah.
coming out that they can.
Yeah.
Have you
real
seen that
time now.
film on the Netflix, The Social Dilemma? It's literally about this.
No.
It's like a bunch of people. I told you to watch this, Nacho.
Oh.
Social Dilemma, mate, literally tackles this about how much social media can become a dangerous influence on society. You know what I mean? Like it's a new
Mirror.
propaganda vehicle for bad faith people. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like,
The
if
Black
you're a
Mirror
bad
stuff
faith
is
actor,
cool.
you could really use this to cause a lot of damage on a social unrest level. You know.
Yeah. Well, we're
So-
seeing that right now. That's what
Yeah, we are.
when I was listening to Destiny explain that and get on Vivian's ass the other day, yeah, I mean that is by definition it is stochastic terrorism. You have two sides and the right is doing it as well,
Sarcastic.
but you're demonizing demonizing or dehumanizing an individual or a group to the point that it's either that you're either also encouraging violence against them or you're just making it easier to commit violent acts against them, right? Or to
You're
dismiss them
indulging in
or to dismiss them
self-ordained
from society.
ignorance. Yeah, and the double standard of what you're painting other people as while not looking at yourself in an objective fashion.
Well, it's just even what's not even it doesn't even have to do with anything about yourself
tag
or
them, like Billy ML or something like that, because you're not talking to the individual. What was it? Dylan went off at Rob Noah about it by always saying the left. You know what I mean? And he's like, "You're talking to me." You know what I mean?
yeah, but
I understand what you mean. It's very easy to
I do that too, but I just try to clarify that when I'm speaking on these things, I'm not maybe you don't do this or whatever, but no, I mean it's fair to make those criticisms, but I also try to include the fact that this is also happening on the right because you have a bunch of people on the right also running around being all the Marxist,
Oh, I was
communist,
talking more
socialist,
about,
Leninists, and it's so the same kind of behavior happens on the
yeah.
dehumanizing of the other side by calling them a name over and over. It makes it easier for you to imagine, or maybe potentially in the future,
Yeah, we're
someone
on the
else to
same
like,
page. That's
yeah,
what I was getting at. Yeah, by constantly blaming this entity, whenever like blaming the individual and tagging them with the entity of the term.
yeah,
You know what I mean? You're kind of taking away the individuality about them. You know what I mean? And by doing that, you can judge them as less than you all you want. It's ego. It's ego driven.
yeah. It's There's actually a good Black Mirror episode on this shit. Spoiler alert for anybody who hasn't seen it, but the the one, I don't know if you guys have watched them all or not, but there was
I've
one.
not watched it yet, but I don't mind about spoilers. Go on.
So there's one episode where they're like this like super advanced military or whatever, and they're like fighting an insurrection of like these like crazy creatures that have like morphed into whatever, and so they're like fighting these monsters, and they're trying to like clear out this like town, and it's just going through like the day to day. And this guy keeps having these like visions or something, like he's having these like bad dreams or some shit about like killing people, and then he keeps having these like this kind of like foreshadowing scenes, and then like his tech is like fucking up one day while he's out, and then all of a sudden the monsters that he's shooting at are people, are like humans. And then he basically, you find out the huge plot twist is that there are no monsters, and that the military gets
all being deceived.
the military gets implanted from birth with these little devices that they stick in the back of their neck or whatever, and it allows them to basically like put a creature over the face of whatever. They manipulate their perception.
Robert Williams film where the kids are all playing computer games, but they're really controlling little piloted ships.
Sure, but this is like their so it's like
this is on like a different level.
Yeah, basically they get planted with this little device, and it alters their reality, everything except for the human. So like the human turns into a monster, and everything else stays the same. Like, and then they also have like augmented reality, I think, or some shit too, because they're like super advanced military or whatever. But yeah, so his thing breaks down, and then he realizes he's killing people, and then I don't know, maybe he defects and becomes a rebel or whatever. But yeah, so it's just all this. Yeah, that's the kind of like in real life though that kind of thing happens. Like that's the kind of thing that like a lot of people don't understand. Hitler didn't start the book burnings. The people did. Like they did such a good job of basically demonizing like the Jews and the others and all this stuff that the people wanted to do this.
There was a lot of factors that fed into legitimizing Hitler's rhetoric.
Right, but
Psy was one. So yeah, at one point he was just a fringe politician who wasn't taken seriously. So it was like a perfect storm. There was a lot of mistakes on the Allies' side as well. That fed into.
Well, sure, but what I'm trying to point out though is that the people demanded this. Like,
yeah,
that's what's crazy about it. Like the people came out and were like, we need to burn these books. This shit's bad for society. Like that's the crazy shit that was going on. Like they did such a good job of like basically planting these ideas like so deep that like the people were willing to like just go after any other forms of like information and be like, no, everything else is wrong. This is right. Like crazy, bro.
Inspiring extreme prejudice.
Yeah.
Mythology is what they call it, the hatred of ideas, I
think. But it's crazy because you're the reason that was able to happen. Like I don't know if you guys have ever read Eric Hoffer before, but he has this book called The True Believer, and it's a really good book. But it talks about, he basically studied mass movements, so he didn't, because there's a dictator in every human being or whatever. Like everybody has the potential to be like corrupted by power or whatever. So going after those people and being like, we need to stop. That's what gets me too about this whole like anti-fascist movement or whatever, like going after bigots and stuff. You're always going to have those people. What you should be going after is how to gruntle the people, essentially, so that you're basically, instead of studying the dictator, you're studying why people would feel the need to follow a leader like that. You know what I mean? How does a movement or a mass of people
get some like
get
complex
to a
stuff,
place
you know?
where they would even be willing to accept ideas from an individual like that.
Because on the one hand, I 100% agree with you. The kindest of us have become the cruelest of monsters. You know, there's many examples of like flipping Churchill being a hero of the situation, but he was also a drunken racist. Hitler hated cruelty to animals, yeah, but he treated a whole flipping, you know, culture, you know, as less than human. So,
Yeah.
you know, this duality in mankind is, you can't quantify it. You know what I mean? Like it's a strange contradiction in what we're capable of.
Yeah.
And then the idea that, you know, we kind of lose out the individual in masses and in groups, so that we can be easily led. Where, you know, on the other hand, we'd usually be, you know, have much more self-governance over our free will.
Yeah, I mean, and just because it's on my mind today, like, because I'm waiting for this verdict, the Kyle Rittenhouse case is a perfect example. Like,
Yeah, but
those
everyone's been
people
raised in a
individually,
certain way.
outside of the mob mentality and the mob rule, those people individually, if you're in a situation in real life, like where people, like someone did maybe just shoot somebody, or you thought somebody just shot someone, you wouldn't chase them down when they're armed and you can see them with a weapon. That's the dumbest thing you could possibly do. You would probably hide and call the police or something, or you would call for help, or you would probably, the very first thing you're going to do is make sure that you live through it. So the last thing that you're going to do is going to be to go and attack them. And so, like, but since there's a mob mentality going on, and people are running around beside you screaming, "Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him!" and the fucking pressure's building in the fucking in the mass of people, and you're like, "Yeah, fucking get him!" And then somebody gets shot, and then we're like, "Oh fuck!" And there's no time. Yeah, and then it's too late at that point. You're like, "Oh fuck! Like, why the fuck did we just run after somebody with a fucking gun?" Especially if you believe that they just shot him. It's like, it's too late at that point. You're like, oh fuck, like, why though?
It's a rational choice.
Yeah, like, why the fuck did I do that? You could see Grosskreutz when he's on the stand, like realizing the like what was happening. I feel like you got to see Grosskreutz like mull over this, and really the guy that got shot in the arm.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Like, it's
So did they know each other? The guy who first got shot and killed, did the other two that chased him know that guy who got killed?
I don't think any of the people involved knew each other,
Right,
or knew any of the other individuals. I think the only people that maybe knew each other were that Kaminsky and Rosenbaum. But
no, if that's not the case, you're correct. Like, you
No,
see
none of
it in
them.
flipping, you know, I've seen it like Trump rallies. You know what I mean? Where you see people who are protesters, and then they're all angry at them, and one person shoves him, and then the rest of them go. You know what
yes,
I mean? Like,
I saw
you know
so
what I mean?
much.
This like primal, like ignorant mentality that we still have in us from like cavemen era. You know what I mean?
It's the
Comes out
fucking
in
lizard
close
brain.
fashion when we're around each other as a mass society, as a mass group. Which
Yeah.
is why I don't think collective dynamics like over in China works. That's why I don't think communism.
Well, but it's why it does work too, though.
Well,
When you're led to believe that
it's why
everybody,
it doesn't work to any ideal result.
right? It doesn't
It's
work.
always going to be
Well,
destructive.
it works, but it doesn't work in. I don't know how to explain. It's like it's not beneficial to the individual. It's not beneficial to the individual,
there's nothing beneficial for
but it's
us.
beneficial to those who are in power at the top, because those people are all brainwashed essentially to believe that, like, well, everybody else is part of this system. Everybody else is participating in this system. So who am I to be like, all the rest of these people want this, so who am I to like go against the grain? Like, that's why nobody rebels in China, and plus the military force, the disappearing and all this stuff. But
because, like, to me, like, we've turned stuff like monarchies and dictatorships, and we've turned democracies and ideals like capitalism, and we've taken ideals like you know, socialism and created communism, and they've always, in the worst case, always resulted in us being able to mutilate them into a dictatoring rule one way or another. You know what I mean? Into totalitarianism. Is that correct to say? That's less of a problem about the ideals and more of a problem about us as human beings.
Well, that's
like
what.
a
That's what.
species.
Man, you gotta read. You gotta read that book.
Stunted.
You got to read that book because he goes over a
Right,
bunch of
that-
that stuff, man.
that
It's
makes
so
sense.
it's so good. But yeah, it's all about the mass movements of people, and it's all about like there are certain turning points. There's certain periods where you go through a significant change, or like you have a, especially in times of need or extreme danger or whatever. Like if we're all in like
Present threat.
if we're all in like
The
a
thing that you love has to be at threat.
yeah,
you know
if
what I
we're
mean?
if we're all in like a plane crash together or some shit, we're going to be a lot more likely if some guy just comes up to us and starts barking orders and it's like, we need to do this, 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 and this, and this. Come with me. Let's do this. You go over here, like da da da. You're going to be a lot more likely to like snap into it and just be like, all right, let's do this. Like we're going to listen to that guy. That guy's the leader now. But if you're just on the sidewalk and you're just at the park and some guy just starts coming up to you and barking a bunch of orders, you're just going to be like, what are you talking about, bro? Like who are you? Like, so that's kind of the idea, like in the simplest shitty little analogy that I could give. But like, yeah, I mean, when you have things that you feel like are, or that the people feel are a direct threat to the whatever, to you or to the democracy or to the nation or whatever, it's a lot easier for them to start doing
let's double back to old
things that they would
Adolf
never
as a
do
great
before.
example of this. Do you know what I mean? The first people to suffer were the German people, right?
Right, yeah.
Because when they voted Adolf in, anyone who couldn't prove their Jewish lineage or had mental health issues were either sterilized or euthanized. And that's kind of an example of people voting for something they don't understand out of fear of something, you know. So
Yeah.
one of the things that fed into that was the Treaty of Versailles. We started taking coal and food, from the actual German people's mouth,
Yeah.
families.
Well, they were losing. They had
We were
lost.
feeding into this rhetoric and lies that was going on already. We actually legitimized Hitler's flipping rhetoric by doing that. It didn't matter that it was lies before. It became truth then, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. And then they were being they had just lost they had just lost a war, and they were in a vulnerable state, like as a people too. So yeah.
And he promised them flipping ultra ideals of nationalistic pride along with socialism.
Well, he promised them their country back. I mean, that's what it seemed like to them. They were like, he's gonna give us our country back. Like we're gonna
this incredible
we're
economy,
gonna mean something again.
Underneath it all, he was building a war machine because he was a psychotic nut job. You know what I mean? Like, sorry, I don't want to break TOS, but like, that's like an example of how we latch onto something we don't understand what we're latching onto.
Well, but that's what I was trying to say though, is that like it's that since the people were in a vulnerable position, it's easy to latch on to something like that. If you're
it was down to fear for losing what you love. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's why I think both sides to some degree right now are like, it's really dangerous. We're really back in the same place that we were like near Eisenhower getting elected, because people are in a position where they feel like, both sides feel like they're losing something right now, or the left maybe thinks that the democracy is under threat by extreme rights or whatever, militias or whatever the fuck, yeah. And then the right feels like they're losing the ability to express themselves. They're losing their freedoms. They're losing the right to be Americans. They're losing the right to defend themselves. They're losing the right to, I don't know, be I don't know, whatever it is, you can name it, yeah, Christian openly, or to bear arms or whatever it is.
You got to keep the fear rolling. You got to keep stoking this fire, and this is where you get out about the interests of the people in control. You know what I mean? So yeah, it boils down to the same message. We just have social media now, which is just like, if Adolf had social media, I'd be terrified of what might happen. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that is a crazy idea.
At the moment, we've had idiots and imbeciles, but it takes just one effective one, because he was effective at what he did, and that was what was terrifying. That's an example of a person with insane charisma and using it to mutilate, the ethics of whole society. It's terrifying stuff. We taught stuff like that on that deeper level. We're kind of also taught to take some damn responsibility for us feeding into that.
I think that book should be like required reading.
Level curriculum.
No, it should be public school. It should be high school level. High schoolers can understand that.
Yeah, well, this is where we're a bit different. You leave high school at 18, don't you? So would you start teaching it at like 17, 18 classes? Or
It'd
in
be
the
senior
grades?
class. Yeah, it'd be senior year. You
Yeah.
gotta read Eric Hoffer's book.
Because we'd be in college, or your idea of community college before you went to university at 17, 18. So we agree on that.
Yeah.
It's important stuff that you need to teach. That's how education can free people from the past and from things. You know, it's really important.
Well, I think the most important like diversity doesn't mean shit to me unless it's intellectual diversity, because like Thomas Sowell talks about this sometimes when he's talking about
Free
like
market of ideas and all that.
well, when he's talking about affirmative action and stuff, and he's like, well, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, because the reality is that black kids that are going to Harvard, 99.999% of them are not a black, someone that's tangent to like that subculture of America that's like maybe they grew up in the ghetto, or maybe they grew up in the hood, or whatever, they struggled through life. Like, no,
Well,
the majority of
that's
them,
as well, though,
hold
isn't
on,
it?
the majority of them are coming from affluent parents who also went to Harvard or who also went to big name schools. They're coming from an educated class of black America. So they're not, are they really, at that point, are they really part of whatever you want to call like black culture or whatever it is? Like, no, they're not.
Like,
they're not.
nepotism and
They have the same ideas as everyone else who goes to those schools. So what use is that kind of diversity? You know what I mean? Wait,
Yeah.
that was muted? It's not muted. It said unmute
I don't quite
Discord.
know what you're getting at, but I think I know. Like, well, you have stuff like scholarships, though. You see, do we have them? Like, I think we have a bit more of an easier access to, for like all working class and that, like having access to at least like, like what we call college level education. But to you, it's probably university. But like, you get like 2-3 years of like community college after you leave school. At 16.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Can you wait, Windex? Can you hear Lex?
I can hear you. Yeah.
No. I know you can hear. Someone in the chat said to unmute Discord. I need to hear both sides of this argument. Okay, we can. Okay, good. I was like, damn, dude, that's gonna suck. So you're having a good conversation. Okay, yeah. All right.
It's not really an argument, though, is it?
Well, not an argument. Whatever. Yeah, discussion. Whatever.
Yeah.
You might have just joined while I was, whatever, on my soapbox. Yeah, but I just get like super depresso espresso whenever the shit comes up like this. Like the Rittenhouse stuff just makes me like, ugh, fuck.
Gotta resist the dark,
TC
friend.
drunk.
That's how it works.
Well, it's really easy for me to.
There can only really be one.
It's really easy for me to see why people get pulled into like the far right when you see the left behaving like this. Dude, the shit that's coming out against the shit that they're talking about against Kyle Rittenhouse is insane. Like CNN every day.
If he gets off, we're gonna kill him.
Yeah. People online are saying they're gonna kill him if he gets acquitted. They're gonna kill the judge anyways because the judge was like this and that, and everything gets clipped up. It's like you have hours of the footage. I think that's what bothers me the most about anybody who fucking talks about this case and doesn't know anything about this shit. It's one thing if you don't know about it and you admit to not knowing about it and you don't really take a strong stance. It's another thing to come and make really bold claims and be like, yeah, Rittenhouse is a fucking murderer and he needs to go away, and it's all about, and he's a white supremacist and all this other stuff.
I just view him,
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about generally people.
No, I know. Yeah, no, but I know that wasn't to you. I was talking to the other individual. Sorry, I forgot your name, buddy. The guy who about Hudson has gone. I was talking to him before. I was saying I kind of, as just somebody who's quite ignorant to the whole situation, I don't really know about gun laws, and completely alien to me, like this kind of scenario. I view him as just a 17-year-old kid who made a really stupid choice. And where
Oh.
I was talking to you, like, well,
Okay, yeah.
shot
Well,
this.
but that's the
You know what I mean?
thing.
So we can agree he's not a monster at the start.
Right.
You know what I mean? If we can all agree that he was a stupid 17-year-old.
I can agree. Right, but we can't even get there. What? Right. I agree with that.
Can.
No, but we can't. No.
It's the most important
I'm trying to.
step for everybody.
I know. I'm trying to explain
Sorry,
those.
I'm not having a go at you. No, I'm not talking to you like.
I know,
Sorry, I was just getting.
Well, what bothers me is that we can't even get there because these fucking
Exactly.
people who want to have these strong opinions refuse to actually view
The loudest idiots in the room.
the footage. Like they won't watch the trial. They didn't watch any of the hours of footage. There were several people at that event, at that protest, filming, live streaming. There's hours and hours of footage. When it first came out, I was like, holy shit, this is insane. And then as the footage started coming out, I was like keeping up with it. I was like watching it and I was like, this guy's a fucking lunatic. But then as more and more came out and I saw the footage, I was like, holy shit, like this is just a kid. And like he was defending himself and like whatever. Like it's all on film. If this was a case,
Yeah.
I think it would be much easier to convict Kyle Rittenhouse
You think
if
anybody's
there
ever
wasn't
given, like,
if there
the
wasn't
slightest
any
thought that-
if there wasn't any film to it, because
but
it sounds really
kid-
bad when you try to
Yeah.
explain it. You're like, holy shit, this kid is just out there with his
who made a
gun.
really
and he was on
stupid decision
TikTok.
to go out and defend property.
Right, but we can't even get to that because they refuse to even address any of the
Or
evidence or any of the
separated from a
footage or the
group
trial
that
at all.
encouraged him to come there, yeah. A parent that dropped him off there, right? Well, I don't know about you, but I probably wouldn't let my 17-year-old kid go to that. As a
I
parent.
wouldn't either. Yeah, I think his parents are
You know,
fucking negligent, and I think
right?
they're fucking
Yeah.
dipshits
And right
for letting
now,
him go.
He's the one who's facing these serious consequences. Are fair enough because he did kill people, so yeah. Right? But he's the one facing that, and not a single one of these group are not like they were on him laughing at his jokes or whatever he was, you know, when he was like pandering to them probably as a 17-year-old kid, are there to help him right now. They're not facing those consequences. I don't think anyone's really thought about it, you know, in that perspective, and that's kind of how I thought about it. That's why I didn't want to go too much near it, because like it's a serious case that can like be really, really toxic.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. I don't like.
Because you're dehumanizing him right at the start with the media, like you said. You get what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's what bothers me the
Point you
most
were
about
making.
it.
You can't just agree that he's a 17-year-old kid for starters. You know,
Yeah.
technically, to be an adult here, but over there, that's a minor, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a minor. I mean, it depends on the state laws and stuff, but I mean, I think
But how
I think
is 17
as a
how
society,
can you
I think as a
17
society,
stupid shit?
well, I think as a society, we understand that even up to like fucking 18, 19, 20, you're still basically a kid. Like you're still doing a lot of dumb shit. I was doing a lot of dumb
Exactly.
shit
Like
at
I said, if you look
18,
back
19,
in our
and 20.
lives, we can
So
probably remember some stuff we're not very proud of at 17.
yeah, no.
So, like, that's called humanizing the situation, isn't it?
Yeah.
They don't want you to do that. They don't want you to just look at it clearly like that.
Yeah.
So I think about, well, what groups did he get involved in? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What led him to go down there? What are all these other factors that were pulling him to behave like
Sure, yeah, and that's okay, right. But you're looking at this from a sane perspective. Like you're looking at this from the right, in my opinion, the right perspective. Like that's what we need to be looking at. That's what we need to be trying to figure out. Like what the hell drives this kid to be over there? And that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I mean when I'm like, this shit like pills me because I'm like,
popularity.
I'm
The
like,
masses will
fuck.
get, well, their pound of flesh, and then everyone will go back and forget about it. And none of these things that cause, none of these factors, these ongoing toxic things that cause these situations to like occur, will ever get addressed. So it'll happen again.
well, yeah,
That's the self-ordained ignorance of the masses. You know what I mean?
yeah. Well,
Just-
that's
just
what.
want a quick. You want a quick result. You want someone to be accountable for this. But like all these factors that have led to it, you know,
Yeah.
no one really wants to talk about that. Sorry,
Well,
I'm going on a rant.
that's because people are so like painted into a side and saying like that this is like you have to be against this guy because your side is against this guy.
Yeah.
So-
I don't sign up to the left, by the way. I don't.
A
sign up
right
to the
supremacist, Jesus Christ.
You know what I
Daisy
mean?
Jones.
I don't sign up. To,
I know you don't, yeah,
you know,
but
all these things, but that's like, you know, I guess there's a level of power over one's free will. There you go. You know, understand yourself like that. But you get there as an adult. I mean, even like me 7 years ago is completely different to me now. Does that make sense? So. I
yeah.
don't know. Going off on a tangent. Yeah. It's just like it's messed up, man. Like, that kid, if he goes to prison, right, whatever people agree with the situation or not, that'll satiate the masses. They'll be happy with that. Someone got what they deserve. Do you know what I mean? But those masses won't address the ongoing issues that led to that kid get into that situation.
Right.
It's completely insane to us. Like,
Yeah, it's just easy to let's just write him off and be done with this shit. Yeah, let's not try to pretend that he's a human being. Yeah.
This is to talk about America, but the masses generally just want to get fed their little bottle and then they go back to bed.
Yeah, I think even that happens in America. I think that's what pisses. I think generally that's what pisses a lot of people off.
Societies generally, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think that's generally what pisses a lot of people on the right off, because like, or at least me, I get pissed off about that shit because I'm like I understand that's what a lot of people want, and I think that's what having the freedom that we have in America does to some people sometimes. It kind of like gives them this like fucking PTSD of like, well shit, it's all on me basically. Like, yeah, like I have all these freedoms to choose and make all these decisions, but that also means that I'm the one responsible at the end of the day. When I make a bunch of fucking shitty decisions, there's nobody to fucking blame it on. Yeah, I think people are afraid of freedom. Like, you should have a healthy...
Afraid of freedom?
Yeah, I think they're afraid of, like, having that responsibility on them.
They want to be told what to do.
Yeah, it'd be much easier to just have someone fucking tell you what to do. Like you wake up, you eat what you're supposed to eat, and you go to bed, and whatever. You say what you're supposed to say.
I can't see chat, by the way, in case anyone's going to go, but not to be too doomed, though, because let's just understand, as a species, democracy, you know what I mean, and the societies we have today are relatively considerably younger than the feudal times that we've had, you know what I mean, where we've had monarchies and dictatorships. So,
yeah, this is brand new. Democracy is brand new.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
It's always been monarchy and slavery.
So it's a toss of the coin at the moment, you know what I mean, whether ideals get manifested in a way that benefits us. You know what I mean?
That's what's crazy to me about whenever people get like bent out of shape about, like, okay, specifically this is mostly like Americans, because whenever people from other countries try to say, it's really easy to like shit on them about what their countries do, but in America, like where we do, I think our minorities definitely have more freedom than in any other fucking country, or more rights, etc. Like, but
to say that statement, I want to get that clip down.
Yeah, but and that's not to say that it's perfect, right? We can keep improving on this, but this whole idea that like, oh, it's America's the only fucking country that ever like enslaved people, like black people, and that like we're so fucking racist and terrible. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like,
you know what I mean? Like, we're history's bad guys, mate.
No, yeah, well, yeah, you are. You are, yeah.
Like, yeah, we're like fucking ex-convicts. It's like,
well, you guys got us hooked on all this stuff, okay?
Yeah, and at the end of the day, we did it in wonderfully different ways too. I said wonderfully, that's bad. Sinister. No, wonderfully different ways.
But where I was going though is that like this.
What we did to Australia. Oh,
wait, cause where I was going though is that this, like, freedom in general is a brand new fucking concept. Like, this is.
It's not a brand new concept.
Well, it's not a. It is for in the span of like humanity. Yeah, this is brand new. Like, if you're looking at the timeline of like America, or not America, like of human civilization, yeah, freedom maybe isn't, but like freedom and democracy and people's will being heard and stuff is like us actually addressing that shit. Yeah, that's brand new in the spectrum.
Like democracy, like the birth of democracy, I think
gonna win it all, okay? Because fuck, I don't know where the fuck I'm even going, but god damn it, I lost my train of thought. So, I'm just saying, like, slavery and like, you know, the alpha wins, the king of a tribe or a society or whatever. That's the way it's always been throughout humanity.
So much longer.
Yeah. Yeah.
So no, I completely agree. The rest of that, we're in flux, and we get into that primal nature, like I spoke about. You know, just take one person, shove another in a group. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Like, I mean, if you go through traumatic things together, you feel great. You see, I'm gonna go. There's a weeb warning, okay? I'm giving you a weeb alert, yeah? Right? So give me a second, right? wherever you look in this world, wherever you see light, there shall be shadow. As long as the concept of victors exists, so shall exist the vanquished. The selfish intent to preserve the illusion of peace initiates wars, and hatred is born to protect love. That's quite a profound concept of what you're talking about. We're all just afraid of protecting something that we care about. And that's what initiates these extreme reactions of violence. And then people manipulate that with media. That's how I view it. It might be a really simple way.
Well, yeah.
I can identify the problem, but I can't give you a solution. Does that make sense? I'm like super doom built.
Oh yeah.
I can't give you a fucking solution. I can see the issue, like the broader picture of the issue, but I don't know the mechanics of how to solve it, like an economists do, and and all the other facets of people of expertise. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the issue. That's the issue. That's always been used, though. That's just fucking propaganda 101. That's propaganda 101, man. Like,
now we have
scare people about tell them they're coming after your kids and your wife and your loved ones, and you see both sides doing that right now. Like, the right is like, CRT, they're trying to turn your kids gay and trans, and they're trying to like displace your kids, and then the left is like saying the same things. They're like, well, they don't want to give you your daughters their rights because they don't want to allow them to have pro-choice or whatever. Like, they don't want to let your black kids are going to grow up in America, or your kids of minority are going to grow up in an America that suppresses them. And yeah, that's the left. No. Well, that's the left attacking. They both play the same rhetorical game as far as like.
But it is. It's the same thing.
So.
Taking different positions.
Is that a boat?
Top it.
Somebody on cargo?
So ridiculous.
Oh, that's a boat.
Oh, now you've got me down on that show.
Are you Republican or Democrat? I'm Republican, mostly local level though.
Yeah,
like
federally,
look, I'm independent. Really, at the end of the day, I'm probably independent. But yeah, I just locally I'm involved with my Republican Party, but federally I've got to do a lot of research before I make those, and for this our state representatives and state congressmen and stuff, because those guys are going to be having to have conversations with our leaders, potentially world leaders or whatever. So I don't know, man. I think both parties are in a pretty shitty place right now. So I'm just going based off individuals and how I feel about them, or what research I can do on them, and what I can find, what policies they hold and stuff.
You could be the Jesse Ventura of your state.
Oh God.
You could run as independent.
Salty.
Yeah. Do it, man. Create the utopia.
Windex, did one of you guys just kill Karis here a little while ago? I saw him in chat complaining. Either that, he was talking trash. We're on Valorant. Oh, nice. Probably those kids in Des. Wait, where? I thought about hopping on cargo, but it's already got 3 crates. Oh, desert, yeah. Oh, true, yeah. Oh, I kind of do want to go over there and mess with the Russians. Oh, shit. I'm losing all my health. Let me not get sniped off of here from someone on cargo. It's completely empty. What?
The job with playing at Rust right now?
Yeah, I've been playing Rust, yeah.
But you like the John McClane of Rust? You've been bleeding this whole time since I've been on stream.
It's cold, yeah. The cold is
like 16 bullets and you're right
taking me out. Dude, I was getting dumpstered by NPCs earlier. I don't know what was happening, bro. That was fucking toxic, man.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was crazy, bro. Well, they just kept like, oh my god, they were spawning like on my head and shit. Like I don't know what was going on. That shit was crazy. Oh shit, I lost my place. Dude, the fact that large and yeah, I know, I'm fucked. The fact that large oil and small oil are like right beside each other in this map is actually kind of pog, dude. She can take a team out and do both of them at the same time. And like cover each other if you need to. You can actually, I think you can snipe from one to the other almost. That was 16x, you probably can. Yeah, fuck it. And Dex is a cutie. Wait, are you on here? Or they're probably watching the stream, aren't they? Wait, why isn't he talking in Twitch chat then? Kid's an idiot.
I think they get another toe, you know, actually.
Kermit's Wi-Fi blows. Wait, what happened? Did you guys lose your match? There's an update and it's taking 7 years. Jesus Christ. What other games do you play? Do you play League of Legends at all? Play League sometimes. I play, obviously, clearly, yeah. I play like the most toxic games that exist, okay? I play Rust, I play League of Legends, play Rocket League. Fuck, what else I play? Halo.
And I play League of Legends.
Yeah, that's like the main games.
You're pretty poggers at Rocket League, is that what the kids say?
Yeah, that's what the kids tell me. Pretty pog at Rocket League. That's probably my favorite game.
Yeah, you seem pretty hardcore.
I like Rust too, though. It's just fucking so time-consuming. Rust is like you literally have to live in the game. I don't know. I'm just not into single-player games as much. Like I get so bored so fast. Like if I'm playing, okay, if I'm playing a single-player game and there's a bunch of people in the chat like watching, that's different because I feel like other people are like with me or whatever. Like it's kind of fun. But if I'm just playing single player game, I'm never gonna play. I'm probably never gonna play a single player game by myself while I'm not streaming. It's just so boring to me. I want to play games with other people.
I can't believe this, but like, cause like, don't tell my best friend this, cause he's the one who minded me to play God of War for 3 years. I'm telling you, man, he minded me, and I finally played it. And I'm not even lying. The motherfucker was right. It's an unbelievable flipping cinematic story experience. Like it's like a hallmark of gaming culture to where we've got today. It's just insane how good it is.
Yeah.
I can't tell him he's wrong, and I love telling him he's wrong. So
why is this empty?
Say, man, yeah, check it out.
Shit, somebody here? Okay, never mind. Oh shit. Bro, I hate this game right now. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Do a GTA San Andreas Definitive Edition. Isn't everybody making fun of like the remastered shit or whatever?
What, doing GTA?
Bro, how is this guy not getting headshot, bro?
Red Dead Redemption.
Red Dead Redemption?
That were alright, man. I love walking around as a cowboy, flipping every gun I can find.
I can't snipe on this boat today.
Got so into that game, mate. But like, the pandemic did that. Like, you know, going on lockdown.
I'm not. I'm missing all my shots.
A ton of games. Like, I didn't flip in that I bought and didn't have the time for.
What was it? What'd you say?
Oh, the pandemic allowed, the lockdowns allowed me to play a shit ton of games that I bought and didn't have the time to play. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just ended up spending a lot of my time fucking yelling at people about politics and shit.
Yeah, why? Why'd you put yourself through it?
I don't know, man. Cause I think it's important, man. Like, I just realized how, like, I guess uninvolved I was, and
I
that.
keep recommending stuff to you for a good reason. You know what I mean? 'Cause you'll
Yeah.
like them. I don't think about just flipping self on it. Like, I keep telling you to listen to Bill Hicks' Revelations. That will allow you to release some steam about your politics, man. 'Cause
Bill
that guy's
Hicks.
a genius.
Wait, is he a comedian?
Yeah. Yeah, Bill Hicks, flipping his Revelations show particularly. Yeah.
I like
You'll absolutely love it. Trust me. Yeah, and it'll make you be able to laugh at religion, the political.
I can laugh at all that
situation,
stuff.
you know
It's
what I
fucking
mean?
funny. Like George Carlin, I think it
But
does
it's
is
dark and
really
it's
funny.
hilarious. I can't stress that to you. Like, check him out, Bill Hicks Revelations. Just for a laugh, just laugh at the disrespect. You know what I'm saying? Like, take a moment to just defiantly laugh at things. Don't let it get on top.
I mean, I do. I'm just saying, like, it's not like I don't have fun. Like, I still game. It's just like, right now specifically. What the? Bro, I'm gonna die. I'm actually gonna die. I can't do this and fucking play this.
Oh, let's talk and play the game. Sorry.
Yeah, hold on. I'm fucking distracted. Just tired. Not today, Satan. I'm gonna die. Whoa, shit, bro! What is happening?
You're getting murdered.
That's what they did earlier, bro. They mobbed me. I'm telling you, I missed an update or something. They're still shooting me!
Like you, man.
I missed an update or something. NPCs are fucking cracked. Bro,
It
what?
was super racist. Like,
Holy
like,
shit.
with different ethnicity to them.
Why are they doing that? They're just mobbing, bro. Bro, are they following me all the way down? Holy shit, bro.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna die.
This is what happened last time, though.
Ah!
Got something on you.
Bro, this is insane! Why are they playing like this, bro? I've never seen fucking NPCs play like this. Fuck, I can't use this in the fucking water, bro.
You know, get your buddies together and just like.
I don't ever. I shouldn't need people to do this, bro. Like, this is fucking easy.
Oh, dude, you're getting.
Oh my fucking god,
I think
bro.
you're fighting a losing battle. Yeah, I think you are. This is what I meant by like John McClane at the moment. Like, all you do is
Holy
run around.
fuck,
dying.
bro. Yeah, but I'm doing that because I played the fucking game before. I don't know what the fuck is going on today. But like,
Let go of your
these
pride.
fucking NPCs are not
your
fucking
buddies to
having
help
it today. And I don't know what the fuck I did to them, but Jesus Christ, bro.
Because dude, you've done it for hours. And you've been
This is
getting the same-
insane!
Yeah.
Somebody's just gonna
This is
come out.
intervention.
Somebody's gonna come out here and take all my shit. I don't even care. Whatever, dude.
Who's your favorite
Oh, it's probably because I tagged those like a couple of them and didn't actually kill them. Maybe I don't know. I don't know how the fucking aggro works. Yeah, they're fucking clowns.
Maybe just shit.
Jesus Christ. Insane, bro. I missed my whole,
Watch any good stuff
I
lately?
missed like my whole clip on that first fucking NPC. Have I watched any good stuff lately? Like what?
It's anything, man. Like the Hawkeye thing's coming up. I thought it was gonna be a film. But
Oh,
it's
I watched
just-
Dune. That was pretty good.
Was that any good?
Yeah, I thought it
I'm a
was
little bit
good.
apprehensive.
So
Right, because that's a really big saga of books, so I'm a bit worried about 2 films. But you know.
yeah, I think they should have made a show out of it. Because I read the first book. I haven't read
Was it a
like the
good
series.
first film?
But...
Then? Was it worth watching?
Yeah, it's worth watching. Yeah. I think.
Might be good, man. It'll be better than the original film, because the original film was just like one movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I never even saw the first one.
Oh, that's super cheesy sci-fi stuff. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna heal.
So who's in it? Who's in it?
I don't even know the actors, but it was pretty good.
Was it good?
Yeah.
All about the spice. The big worms.
But yeah, big worms, big spice, big chungus. Fucking, can you just leave me alone for 2 seconds, you fucking... This is what I'm talking about, bro. They ganged me earlier in the fucking subway tunnel. Literally every fucking mob that was in that subway tunnel ran to the fucking end of the stairs and just sprayed me down. I was like, holy shit. Like, I don't know if they did an update that I missed or something, but like, dude, the NPCs are like... They were doing shit that like fucking zombies do in fucking Black Ops 1. Like, look at this. Look at this. They all came down to the bottom now. Like, since when? They usually stay on like the floor that they spawn on or whatever. Like, this shit's crazy, bro. I guess if they're gonna come to me, it works, but... It's kind of crazy.
Did you go cinema then?
What?
Theater?
No, I didn't see it in the theater. I saw it. We watched it at home. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was pretty good.
Think you'll ever go back to a theater?
Honestly, I don't know. Yeah, I will because my wife, but like, I don't really give a fuck.
What, does she like? Alright, it's
I guess I will go out with like family, but and friends and stuff. But like, I don't.
I go to the pictures, man.
I don't really care. I guess it's fun.
Some movies are made for it.
I just
Like,
fucking
Saving Private Ryan
fucking hate
is, like,
people.
Way better in the fucking.
I'm not. I wasn't even gonna hit a card on this one. I'm just gonna fucking. I don't know. I'm just bored. I was just gonna come and get. I needed something. I think I needed comps or some shit. So I was just gonna come farm comps. Guy's right behind me.
Believe in you, Nacho.
I
Do
don't.
this.
That makes one of us.
Dude, it's weird.
What?
You're usually such a hoot. Like, you're usually hilarious, man. But the
What,
moment
that I
you're
didn't
so,
bring a
like,
card?
down and depressed, like, yeah, but you're usually really funny. Like, you give me so much shit back, it makes
the
me, like,
most.
fucking laugh, man. And that's... When people figure that out about me,
Pair
like,
him with
every
your 16,
time,
man.
you know what I mean?
They're all doing random shit. Mostly just sitting in base.
No, you seem worn down, man. You seem defeated.
Well, I'm fucking tired today, but it's mostly just that this Rittenhouse shit is bothering me.
Isn't that big a deal?
I think it's I think it has, dude. It has the potential to, dude. It has the dude. That has the potential to set some pretty fucking gnarly like precedent in the future, like some jurisprudence in the future. Like
so
you not being allowed to defend yourself at a protest and shit. Like
fuck,
fuck, bro.
about guns. Do you get what I mean? Like,
Bro, guns
so, I'm
are
not
good
sure.
for people.
I'm completely like naive to it. But,
I don't
like,
know.
what do you mean by like what would change if he's found guilty then?
I mean, it just has a chance to affect like future cases, right? Because they can use that case ruling to set like precedents in the future for like other people that like maybe
Well, like they
defend
talk about Roe v. Wade and
like
all
defend them. Yeah, like other people that would defend themselves against like violent actors at protests or whatever. And that's what I try to explain to people on the left. Like, dude, this can affect your side too. Like, what if you get in a situation where like you have to defend yourself at a protest and it's something similar? Like, you want to be able to do that, right? Oh, I don't know.
that. You know, I can kind of get your point.
People just fucking suck ass. That's what I'm trying to say. And they're
Put
fucking
himself in a situation
stupid,
that he
bro.
or think he get himself into. Yeah, you know what I mean. And then
The alternative is you go to a protest and somebody starts to assault you violently, threaten your life, and then you just become a martyr.
Yeah, you just have to submit to the mob. That's what people legitimately, actually. Thoughts on social democracy?
It's a mob
Just depends.
mentality on social
no,
media.
I wasn't signing you. I was like signing like agreement actually. Like
Sock dems are
kind of
pretty,
like agreeing.
pretty
yeah.
chill. Most sock dems that I've talked to are pretty chill.
Social media nowadays is mob mentality.
Well, damn right. Fucking base, clip that shit. Because that's true. It is mob mentality. It shows the ugliness of us that's always been there. You know what I mean? Like, but it's like magnified because there's no accountability. Like you said,
mob
go
mentality.
up to somebody and be racist to him in the street, you probably get a punch in the jaw. You know what I mean? Like, but you can be all you want on flipping social media.
Right.
Oh, well,
And
to a
then
degree. You get what I mean? You can find
have a
places or
giant-
whatever,
it's a
you know. Those
gigantic
extreme
echo
examples.
chamber.
Yeah, exactly.
Giant echo
And then
chamber.
people.
Because no matter what your viewpoint is, there's going to be somebody who the more out there it is, the more wild it is, the more attention it is going to get. And that's what we have with these minority groups that are putting all this trash out on social media.
Well, that's what I mean about that film, peeps. Like, you need to watch The Social Dilemma. It literally tackles that, like how algorithms just looking for attention, and they're pushing anything for misinformation to whatsoever, and it's a computer program matched against the human brain. You know what I mean? So like, we don't understand just how like at a disadvantage we are. You know what I mean? And I can't give it the nuance that it deserves. So
Sign just gonna hurt you on land now?
The social.
Oh, they've always been on land.
Sure, man. It
No,
tackles
today.
great
So
deal.
today has just been like an insane day with the. I've had some really weird interactions with the NPCs. Okay, they were super aggressive, and they were like pressing me. The dude like opened the door. One of them opened the door at fucking train yard when I was getting the package.
That's the
Like I
point.
locked him out. He came from upstairs. He shot me. I had like no ammo. I was like reloading, trying to switch to like a fucking bolty. This dude's like just pressing me. I was like, what is happening? And then earlier when I was in the tunnel, I fucking ran the train to the end of it and like jumped off on the last platform, killed 2 of them, and then I turn around and there was like 4 of them just like marching up, and one on the other side, and just fucking. I was like, what the fuck? When do they do this shit? Excuses. Look, okay. I'm telling you, you can go back and watch it in the VOD. I'm gonna go back and clip it. That shit was crazy. I've never seen the NPCs do that. Like, yeah, if I knew they were going to do that, I would have been expecting it, okay? I would have played it differently, but Jesus Christ.
You know, etc., etc. But what if you swap out marketing?
Shit is crazy.
And start inputting propaganda.
Crazy.
That's
And
scary
that's
stuff.
basically what's happening.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what the film
It may not
tackles.
be
Like,
government
I'm
propaganda.
repeating myself, but watch the film A Social Dilemma on Netflix. I can't stress enough that it's really informative, and it definitely put things in perspective to me. You know what I mean with that, like. I started realizing that I'm engaged.
Oh,
with my phone
true.
way
Yeah,
too
I've seen
much.
those. Yeah, I saw Invisible Scientists the other day, or didn't see them, I guess.
If you want to look at it that way, that's
Yeah.
it's a
Pandemic of
social
misinformation.
hysteria
Oh.
that's framed by social media.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
People
This
are
is
stuck
no
at home,
regulation.
stuck on their phones,
Dude, I'm so hungry.
and all they do is
Speaking of phones,
take garbage
I'm
from
about to DoorDash.
social media and wonder why all these issues are popping up so much more. How
We've never been more connected to each other on a global level with communication. We've never been more isolated from each other at the same time.
We've never been so bombarded with mostly junk ideas.
Well, it's just a pure, yeah, it's just a mass amount of fucking information that's available at your fingertips to like everybody, bro. Like, holy shit.
And there's also a massive amount of
Yeah, and the point we were getting across is that the algorithm pushes the
Yeah, I think they
incorrect
broke something in this
information
game.
because it's inflammatory, you know, and it gets more attention because that's how human beings are as a primate species. Yeah. So this stuff isn't different. The only difference is the medium, and it's a dangerous, more powerful medium because of globalized fucking ability to be able to change a person's mindset in their living room. Family members could be against each other over this. You get what I mean, like? Because they're seeing one kind of stream on their phone, and the dad's seeing another kind of stream. Does that make sense? I click on Ben Shapiro,
Yeah.
I get a whole different thing from my YouTube feed, and that alienates a human being. Yeah.
Yeah, I've managed to
from
confuse.
their own family.
I've managed to severely confuse the shit out of my YouTube algorithm. Like, I get like Ben Shapiro followed by like Vosh. It's insane.
you either conform to what the social media popularity or you become an person.
But that's mob mentality anyway in life. Yeah, that's just behaviour. It's just a different. By the way.
It's similar to the Nazi propaganda.
Yeah, I'm watching the trial.
Of course, no, it
Thing,
is.
I'm
It's
waiting on
the
it
same
anyway.
propaganda, the lingo, the terms that are used, everything that's applied, the rhetoric. Nothing's really changed from the 19th, like that, from that dark time. Yeah, it's just being applied through a much more efficient vehicle, and it's just different topics and issues. It doesn't really change much. From Tucker Carlson to BBC, you see the same kind of manipulative propaganda that's involved that divides the way.
Fucking head
That's how
glitching,
Hitler
bro.
succeeded. He divided a nation.
Nice,
And it
thanks,
created a
American
vacuum,
Patriot.
So they voted for something they didn't understand in like super basic reductive cliff notes. So yeah, it's really
Yeah, true,
prime
Mark.
example that you're bringing up. Sorry.
Fuck me,
I guess
bro.
as a Brit, I'm super passionate, not about World War II, the events of World War II, but more about the things that led up to it and created it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean,
You know.
seeing that happen in your country's history, where you're right next to
The
your
first time
doorstep.
we ever had to flip it, the first time we were bombed, the first time we were flipping, they came across to channel. Do you get what I mean? Like, yeah, it's sobering. They called it the era where Britain slept, or the era where the lion slept, and we allowed Hitler to go all the way to France. Yeah.
Right.
So, and we could have prevented that stuff long before by making other decisions. Other,
Oh yeah.
I don't know what the right term is. Is it geopolitical, economic decisions? You know what I mean? The Treaty for Size, one of them. You know, like we fed into it, and that's the biggest danger. You know what I mean?
You funded the war machine. that
Yeah, we did.
ended up super
Exactly.
Zero.
And the illusion is that National Socialism had anything to do with nationalism or socialism. That was the illusion, because all it was to bring in, you know what I mean? Right, and they had a massive economy, and they got their hands and their claws into British companies, you know, American companies,
Yeah.
you know.
Kind of the same thing
No,
China's
it's-
doing.
Exactly. Sorry,
China-
but yeah, base as fuck. Base as
so-
fuck.
China.
So
CCP. Can we say the
ingrained
CCP?
in culture at this
Yeah.
point that
Because I don't say Germany.
American companies. That's,
I don't say Germany and Nazis. Do you get what I mean? Like I say the CCP, and you gotta separate them. Does that make sense? I think it's important that we acknowledge it's the CCP. My friend. You know. Yeah, to me they're dangerous. If you have
they're doing the same
engaged in
thing.
industrial,
They have internment
I
camps.
think yeah, he probably should be
They
found
supply
not guilty.
Yeah.
opposite
based,
propaganda
yeah.
to them.
The moment you indulge in industrialized genocide, it comes along with all these things: the propaganda, the supremacist rhetoric, the condition of the society. Yeah, you have to condition the society for them to accept that. You get what I
Yeah.
mean? To that extreme. So
And
the
they-
moment
they
that's
back
happening,
it
this stuff is
100%.
already going on, and that's the biggest thing that we flipping we underestimate. You know?
Yeah,
It's
we're-
scary
we're
stuff.
Standing by while this is happening. The whole world is standing by watching it happen, and
Exactly.
to a point agreeing with it because you know we're silent in the face of.
It's
the
here's when we
next-
get back to institutes, though. Institutes are agreeing with it. You get what I mean? Like Chamberlain, like, you know, placated
because they're
Hitler.
not opposing it. Because they're not
Right.
opposing
The
it.
people don't necessarily agree with it. The left, I'd like to think the mass majority of the left, the mass majority of the right in America and in Britain, don't agree with the actions that our institutes take. Do you get what I mean?
Right. Mm-hmm.
I think that's very important. And to be honest, here's when we go up to the Second Amendment. At least you guys have the capability to change that if it gets to that extreme. So that's true. But anyway, I'm going off on loads of tangents. Sorry. Carry on. The CCP, yeah.
CCP.
It's the next. It's the next Nazi.
Bing chilling. Dude.
It is. 100% agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Nothing's gonna happen until the next war.
That's
It
what
ends up on our doorstep.
That's what really bothers me too, is that like, dude, we have like China gearing up for fucking war and shit, and other countries doing the same thing, and
They
like
just shot
meanwhile,
that satellite. Did you see that?
yeah, and then meanwhile we're fucking like arguing about like how many fucking genders there are. I'm like, look, I'm not saying we can't fucking address these things, but can we fucking like get serious first? Like,
Situation, the impending situation.
yeah, can we try to?
on our plate right now.
Can we fucking prioritize shit first?
Right
We're
next
doing
door,
the war.
staring us in the
There's a
face.
climate change problem.
Yeah, like I'm sorry, like climate sure.
Evangelicals, correct.
Climate
Okay.
change is real. We should try to figure out why it's happening,
Let's
but
not
like,
prove them right, yeah.
fucking, hey, can we like? We're about to.
The next World War is at our doorstep. It's knocking on the door, and we're like, "There's more than two genders."
Yeah, like, look, man, that's fine and all, but like, we're about to die.
In a nutshell. Like, I know I got murdered by Netflix over this, but we got to the flipping moon, we put a human being on that through competition, and now we send robots out there and we create more technology and investment in ourselves on a more domestic level. It's insane. Like, we indulge in ourselves so much that we don't see We don't deal with things unless we are definitely like visually, tangibly at threat. You know.
Yeah. And
Still
that's-
like. flipping
Gender is your
children.
dog? My
it
dog
may
is
not end the
non-binary.
same way
Okay.
that World War II
My
did.
dog doesn't understand the gender construct.
Probably not though, man.
There's
That's
a
what you gotta be careful,
possibility that
like-
it will end the same way.
Less climate change, more
World War
rating.
II
Yeah,
So-
true.
But
we
it's
gonna
that's my base.
disagree with the amount of
But did you
firepower
vote for
that
Trump?
nation holds.
I know naturally.
Yeah, I
you
did,
won't, but
yeah.
Did you vote for Trump?
Me?
Yeah. Well, to me,
I don't think you voted at all. I think you were overseas, weren't you?
I it's still vote.
Oh, okay.
It's mail-in. But
True,
was it
that
counted?
mail-in. True. And was it the vote you put on it?
Right.
oh wow, do you believe that?
Because you're
No.
you're relying on somebody else there, and also you're relying on the fact that the people there are like an unbiased like group that's pulling out these ballots and punching in the actual vote.
That's why you got people to view it. That's why you've got like representatives from all the parties there. To be
Right,
honest,
but
the worst thing we
if
can
you
do,
look
the
at
most
some of the
divisive thing we can do that will make us crumble is to question. The same thing here is to question our electoral system.
Right,
Because that
but the
definitely-
thing was,
that's the
they-
biggest
there
strength
were
we have
multiple-
as
there
the
were
nations that
multiple
we are, is
instances
respect.
Where the one party was being pushed out of the building, basically. They were being forced out of the building.
I can understand how when it comes to America, there are different states and different thing happens, there are different events, so I'm completely naive to that. You know what I mean? I'm not going to try and comment on that. But like, I consider our faith and our ability to be able to the peaceful exchange, the exchange of power, is like a pillar in our strength. You know, as nations that's allowed us to last for so long. At the end.
Like, if you look at
Anyway,
the last
you know,
election,
I'm getting super idealistic.
It's supposed to be a peaceful transition of power, but it was done begrudgingly because of.
Oh yeah, that's dangerous. That's more dangerous red flag to me than a lot of things. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
You know, because that's cracking the very trust we have within each other, regardless of our ideals and positions, and that's what both our nations have been formed under. You know,
The last transition was done begrudgingly because there were so many questions about the validity of it. There were so many sources out there citing illegal practices in the voting locations and in the tallying locations that it became a begrudged transition. Like
a point
it was
of controversy.
All right, fine, but
Dude, chill. Okay, we can make it to oil. We'll be
it
fine.
was very controversial,
I promise I can drive.
especially for a guy that spent the remainder of his election cycle basically in his fucking basement, out of the public eye. You know, and
See,
who
me and you
couldn't-
have very
who couldn't
different
fill-
views.
Who couldn't fill a fucking arena? Who couldn't fill
And I'm not from your
gym,
country, but
a
like,
school, a high school gym, you know? And then you
we
got
have very,
another,
very different
another
views.
guy was like freaking. Another guy
feel
was
like when you look,
freaking filling up stadiums, you know, and like packing houses on a regular basis. And this other guy couldn't fill a fucking high school gym. Like, all right.
So do you
I
know
just
what,
think
like,
the social media was
yeah, so
much
that's
more
do
effective
you know when you
against
talked before about the Black Mirror episode?
what?
You know what I mean, where people saw the other person as a monster, etc.
Yeah.
I feel like when you look at Trump, I see a different thing, and the same thing with DeSantis. And it's strange because as a human being, I'm obviously still flipping vulnerable to that kind of nature. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I don't know how to break that down. I trust neither one of them, but I don't blame
I don't trust anybody.
people who voted on them. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I quite frankly think they're very dangerous individuals, but they're blithering idiots. But I'm pretty sure that you two have a different opinion on them as individuals from what you've seen, the same things that I've seen. So
Yeah.
it's
I don't
a hard barrier to get past, and be like,
No.
you know,
I think
not
most
being
of the people. I think
personal
most of
about
the people that voted for fucking Trump are old fucking retired people. Like they're not all,
Well,
but
let's
it's not
show-
like a
I think
massive
DeSantis
fucking
is a good example.
dangerous fucking voter base like some crazy shit.
If
Like
you like DeSantis,
that's just general media propaganda, unfortunately.
But anyways,
I don't
so
know how to feel
that's
about
I kind of feel
DeSantis,
it's hard
really.
to get past. past. Like, you know, I
I don't know how I feel
So
about
to me-
DeSantis because I don't like the idea. I don't like the idea that of the whole fucking Republican Party like bending the knee to Trump. That really bothers me right now. Like the whole party is
Yeah,
just kind of like, yeah,
it's
fuck it,
fucking
dude. Let's
mentality.
suck this guy's toes, man. Let's go. And it's
yeah,
like
it's
super
dangerous,
cringe.
Like,
And so to see like DeSantis, like some of his ideas I've liked, but just generally the fact that he's willing to like bend over and take it for Trump, like I don't know if I like that or not. Like,
See, now you have the complete polar opposite though. Now you have the sitting president, right, bending over completely for the entire.
oh no,
for all the different factions being dragged
when
apart
Biden
by.
got voted in, I made the repetitive joke like, "Oh yay, we've managed to be able to slowly and quietly go to our fucking self-destruction, you know, with the status quo now." You know what I mean? Like, I had no. It doesn't represent me as a liberal. Yeah, and that was like a dark joke I made about it. So I've got no delusions about like that choice either. You know what I mean? But how do I put it? Like, it's hard not to be doom pill. Join the nihilistic society. You know what I mean?
Fuck,
Like,
dude. True.
it's just messed up, man. But like, let's at least be able to laugh at our own self-destruction. I don't know. I can't give any answers to it. Like,
Just
but
killed
messed up.
You just killed who?
Jalaquin? Somebody? I don't know.
Oh fuck! I just saw them in chat a second ago.
Jalaquin? Yeah, you didn't see him. He was like, GG.
Oh,
GG, man. I left most.
No,
I was like, your stuff is mostly still there.
mostly.
But when you look at like Trump, you saw.
I'm gonna switch games for a
I
minute.
saw,
Getting
didn't
fucking exhausted. No, I don't think so. I think I saw generally
Sorry,
the same
Nacho, I
fucking.
was
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
talking 2 hours, dude. Sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to. I was trying to get like a point ago.
Outraged Nacho. Different Nacho.
Outrage. Yeah, sorry, outrage. That's the question I was trying to ask you. Like, when you looked at Trump and DeSantis, and we see the same things and how they behave, we see very different people, don't we? Would
But
you
I
agree
mean-
with that? Like, how do you get past that? And that's the point you were making, Nacho, before. You know, about how we see things.
Yeah,
So I guess
I mean, you may have a different viewpoint, but for most of the points are the same. Most of the things that we're seeing are the same. It's just from a different side of the pond.
well, I get you.
I like the pond.
Our principles in many ways are the same. I mean, I'm all about equality of opportunity. Do you get what I mean? Like, so, like, I get that. And like, we might disagree on how we get there to that, but like, I don't think I've had a leader of the Labour Party that's represented me, you know, as a voter.
I mean, they
you know.
have their own backers that they have to push. They have their own viewpoints that they got to push, and then they also have their own party viewpoints that they have to push, and they have to toe the line for the most part. You know, like they have to agree at least 90% with what the party line is, or they are not part of the party. They don't have that political power, that backing of the majority group, because there's really only two parties in most countries. Like a three-party
No,
system
you said
is
it's a
not
court
really
of popularity,
existent.
like you said. Yeah, like I said before. Exactly. This is a symptom of it. You know what I mean? We seem to devolve into a two-party system. I completely agree.
Yeah. And if you're
You know.
not part of one of those two parties, you're an outsider, and you're never going to win. You're
And I
going to
think
be
that's one of the
splitting. You're going to be splitting the vote. You're going to be splitting the vote of one of the two parties. Either
So
you're going to split
okay.
the vote of the Democratic, or you're going to split the vote of the Republican party.
I think this is a really good point we can agree on, right? So we both have united in the titles of our nations, okay? Right? You know, United Kingdom, United Nations. It's a very key point to understand. The United Kingdom, yeah, has been united initially under oppression, under a monarchy. Does that make sense? The United States was united, you know, under a common set of principles and was the first society, you know, to dedicate itself to a constitution. So
it was united against the oppressive monarchy.
exactly, man. It's very important to understand that, and there's a very big difference. Like, you have the power to change government on a local level more so than we do, I think. Does that make
each one of the
sense? Like you
individual
have,
states mostly make up their own rules. as
Yeah,
far as how
exactly.
their
You have more power.
statehood is
Yeah.
gonna be run.
We do, and that's why we have this flipping thing that Donald Trump shut out. Thank you for that. It's like political herpes in Boris Johnson. You know, it's like just running amok, causing all these problems and getting away with it every time in the court of popularity. You know what I mean?
Right, but
Like,
who
it's-
is he representing? You know what I'm saying? Is he
Tory
representing
establishment,
the true,
know.
Is he representing the true viewpoints of them, or is he just a mouthpiece for the monarchy?
No, it's a boys' club. Do you get what I mean? It's exactly. It's a mouthpiece. The guy's entirely based on flipping charisma. I don't understand how he gets away with the stuff that. By the way, he's got way more finesse than Trump. Does that make sense? He plays
Yeah,
the fucking fool
course he
to a
does.
flipping T. Do you know what I mean? He's far more nuanced. But the guy's a flipping coward. You know, flip flopper.
But
All you know.
but the political system in the UK is not the same as the political system.
No, it's
in
definitely not,
the
and that's my
US
point. We have the House of Lords, the
because
House of
there's
Commons.
still a monarchy there.
Sure.
There's still lords,
See-
and there's still, you know what I'm
Take
saying?
a minute, because I'm enjoying outrage.
They
I'm
may
enjoying
not-
our conversation, but Nacho's going to jump in when I make this.
Absolutely.
Monarchy. Yeah, so shut the fuck up, yeah. Let outrage speak for it. Yeah, yeah.
There's
The
still-
monarchy does not have that kind of fucking power. or influence.
They do
Yeah.
though.
You
Yeah,
say that,
and if they
but
make the
think about
decisions
this,
of the
though.
old
Think about
ass
this, though.
archaic laws, it's hard to explain. We're like Jenga, you know what I mean? We don't have that much of a constitution, you know. We're
Yeah,
like a
but
Jenga
it's
piece,
codified
all
into
that
law.
stuff.
Okay, whether or not they use the power doesn't change the fact that it's still there. Like
And
you're
who
still.
Never
say that
worked,
they
and it
don't
never
use
applied.
the power in
I think
fact-
under the right leader, with the right support, it absolutely could
You know
work.
what I mean? Scotland would break apart, everything would flip and implode. You know
You
what
would
I mean?
think
At the
that,
end of the
but
day,
it hasn't.
yeah, it wouldn't happen. It wouldn't. The monarchs wouldn't doing that. The monarchs are growing atrophy, and I 100% agree with
Well,
you.
here's
We
the
need
thing,
to
though,
remove them.
right?
Yeah, because
The-
they're like
the-
a dead, rotting limb that could possibly infect our society and has
Right,
been
but
doing
listen,
so the whole
listen,
time.
listen. What,
Maybe I
what
should
are-
play a normal
what
game,
is a
though.
monarchy, right? It's
A
a powerful.
dictatorship. It's
Listen,
a
though,
polite
listen,
way
though,
to say a
listen, though.
dictatorship.
Listen though, it's a powerful political family, right? It's a family
yeah,
that
it's
is well
dictatorship.
established in society. It's a family that holds a lot of power, and a family that holds a lot of money, right? And there's not much difference there in the monarchist family still pulling strings behind the scenes. Like, who's to say that they're not doing that?
Well,
I mean,
there
there's
is to
still,
a degree,
there's
but it's
still
more
a
for
loyal
the.
family.
Okay, so
There's
how do
still,
I put it?
There's
Yeah,
still
yeah,
whole
I've got this.
specials on their family. You know,
Yeah,
there's
the
still
prime
family-
ministers meet with the royal family after being not,
Yeah,
After
and the
they're
flipping
sworn
inaugurated and
speech
stuff,
is
right?
Written by the prime
right, but they have
minister.
they have private meetings too,
Yeah.
like after they're inaugurated or whatever you call it.
Each does,
They're like
does
an
the
actual
prime
figure-
minister
the-
does the prime minister have the choice to say fuck you, I'm not going to go to your house and see you?
Yeah, of course.
When have you ever seen a prime minister do that?
Because they just play to etiquette. It's like a dead limb. I
Yeah, it's
told
kinda
you before
chaotic,
from
too.
the north. I'm anti-monarchy. I think it can be a massive problem. You know what I mean? Like if we keep it the way it is, like
They're
they used
not
to
gonna-
bring. By the way,
they're
there
not
was a
gonna do
point in
anything,
time.
like,
Could I just get to my point? There was a point in time where the monarchy brought in more money in tourism just to keep them there. You know, as like an MFD, it became capitalized. Does that make sense? It became like monetized. Right. That's gone away now. Yeah. So I do think when the Queen flipping dies, we're going to become at like a pivotal point. And the most important thing as
Yeah,
a
but
man from the north is
the
we get rid of the
tourism-
monarchy because it's a ghost of an old time. Does that make sense?
Okay,
Yeah.
but the tourism may not be
They're
there,
just-
right? But
They're
they
just
still have
flipping,
money.
what's it
Where's
called?
that money
They're
coming
just
from?
like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the royal family owns like the most.
That's all they are now, and it pisses us off.
I think the royal family owns the most land of any
To keep that land,
family
so
alive.
they'll never enact those old powers. They don't have the
The, ro-
strength to
the
it.
royal families and lords and dukes and duchesses, they still have a ton of money. Where's that money coming from? It's not coming from tourism, right? It's
Well,
coming
no, I just
from,
told you, they're like landlords.
coming
It
from
comes from
economic-
Well, they have they have the most land out of any family on the planet.
Yeah,
Right.
man, they're like just giant landlords. That's what they've been reduced to. They no
Right.
longer have the power to step into parliament. They could try
They-
to abolish it, but I
they
doubt it would
hold
fucking
power,
happen.
but their power is now in the form of stocks and bonds.
Oh yeah, of course.
debts
and
owed
economic rulings and stuff.
Yeah,
like,
the
it's the
point
same
I'm
way
trying
that
to
corporations
get at,
in
though.
America shape U.S. law. Corporations shape 90% of the law, and it's because they have the money and the backdoor channels to go in there and be in a politician's ear and say, "Hey, I'm going to give you this
See,
campaign contribution.
I disagree.
If you pass
I
this
disagree
law,
with that. That's
right?
not
Or
on the
you
same
back
scale
this
as it
law."
is over there, but it's getting like that. We've literally just had a flipping scandal about it, you know, with a conservative politician. So I'm going to say that that's one of my biggest fears, is that we end up, you know, to that extreme that, you know, that you've got over there. And I think it's happening. We're kind of like diverting from the monarchy and the powers that they have, and if they enact them, what the consequences would be.
You're diverting
Would it
from
be?
you're diverting from
It would-
them being the main people on the scene. They may not be out there in front and everything, but they're still shaping the laws.
Naive about that, maybe. You know.
They're, I mean,
What I'm trying to, I think the point that I'm trying to get that, well, I'm not sure. I didn't mean to come across like I was trying to tell you were wrong about what you were saying.
No,
You know what I mean?
I know. I'm saying
I
they're
think the
still
point
shaping.
I was trying to
they're still
address
shaping the
is that
country's
every
political
factor that's in their best interest is to keep the status quo. You know what I mean?
Right.
You wouldn't
Right.
enact that power.
Yeah, but it might not always be in their best interest.
Yeah, this is why we have to get rid of it. I just told you before.
Because they can back a particular politician
Mhm.
in power who has the same viewpoint as us. They don't have to necessarily say, "Hey, this is what I want, and we're going to do this." They could just pick one who's like, "This guy, he shares the same ideas that we do, so let's contribute to his campaign, or let's contribute."
Yeah,
to
but
her
you know, to be honest, I might have to concede a point because I'm like a flipping liberal over here who doesn't have a representative, and the Labour been fucking weak, and Tony Blair was a fucking lie. You get what I mean? So, like, I can't give you any historical, like, recent history, going back to the flipping 90s, you know, of leaders that have represented the people with the flipping ideals that they have. Go back to institutes. You get what I mean? Like, not representing people. So yeah, I just think flipping. Like I said, what I was trying to get at is I think the best thing, and I think you've just highlighted all the reasons why, that we have to drop the monarchy here. Does that make sense? We have the things in place, but we're like this,
Good luck doing
we're like this
Yeah, good
ridiculous
luck.
dangerous gimmick game. Does that make sense? Like you're
Yeah.
a bunch of, you're far bigger than us, but you've got a constitution, you've got a bedrock, and we're this ridiculous, weird, like half-assed evolution into democracy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And underneath it all, the fucking monarchs, you could just like swipe it, technically, but it'd ruin the game and the money for them. So,
Right, but
Yeah,
you also have to look at how it's ingrained in your society and also ingrained in our society.
well, no, you can see
as
it.
far as
and I
like
keep,
backing.
you know,
the
that I
monarchy.
keep making the reference that I'm from
'Cause
the
it's
north. And
fantasized.
the reason
It's
why that is
fantasized.
because those from the north are anti-monarchy. You know what I mean?
Look at children. What is
So-
favorite costume?
You'll find most royalists in the south. Does that make sense to you? We were just talking about that before. So yeah, that's kind of already kind of coming out. You know, I keep emphasising that. By the way, guys, I should have made it more clear the context. Because I'm from the north, we fought the monarchy, you know, historically. So yeah,
One of the biggest
completely get you.
fantasies though for children is what? To be what? A prince or a princess.
Hero.
Royalty.
Oh no, yeah, exactly. So this is what I mean by they became
it's
well,
ingrained
monetized and
deeply.
commercialized.
Propaganda,
And it's,
dude.
Like, talks about how that money today has influence. You know what I mean? How it can influence our fucking democratic, you know, the ethics and the fucking integrity of our democratic institutions.
Right.
Is that the
But
right
all
way to
this
say
is
it?
ingrained into children from the time that they're toddlers.
No,
Is Disney
indoctrination.
movies, right? Like
Yeah, fuck
one
Disney.
like even the most modern ones still have like princesses. You know, oh, I want to be a princess, and like that's gonna be really hard to like push that out of.
What, unravel or like. Well, this is why I said the word atrophy, and I think is it Russell Brown? Yeah. Made a really good point. Yeah, it's about empowering new institutes and these things that represent the people to the point where
Russell
they're trying
Brand
to
is
destroy
based
these things.
most of the time. Sometimes he
But,
says crazy
like,
shit, but
They grow so atrophied they kind of die away. Does that make sense? Like that's the only chance that you've got, and that's the only chance that we've got over here. Like our NHS, our social, our public funded programs are under attack. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I mean? And it benefits the flipping ridiculous squatting landlords who have
Right.
got at least one pedophile. You know what I'm saying? Like,
See-
you think that we're not bitter and angry about that? It's so
Royalty-
frustrating.
Royalty is still like a backdoor fantasy for a lot of people, though. To
It's a polite
And
way to
it's-
say dictatorship. You know,
Right.
that's all it is. You know, that's
is.
literally all it is. It's a nice, flowery way
it's
to
a
make
nepotistic
dictatorships seem pretty.
dictatorship.
Yeah. Well, most dictatorships are nepotistic when they go into like after the leader's
Right.
dying, aren't they? So it's just the same thing. Like, and by the way, that's kind of something I think the War of Independence made us realise. Even though we'll deny it today, as far as we're concerned, we're taught the history that America just happened. Like, we were just over it. Wasn't even like
Just happened.
Yeah.
Just grew out of the ground from a seed.
Yeah.
Just one day, America was there.
Yeah. Some guy rode over in a boat and he was like, "Yo, I'm a Yank." It's like,
I'm a Yank.
yeah. Yeah, but to be fair, you kind of beat the fuck out of us with nothing but like a militia and farmers and stuff.
Well,
And we were like,
that was one of the origins, one of the first times, like globally, we started using guerrilla warfare and stuff with firearms.
Flipping the world, man. We were murdering everybody, like, and committing horrific crimes.
You were House Slytherin and we were Gryffindor, okay?
You reckon? That's a really bad analogy. I prefer the Rocky Balboa one. You know. But yeah, man. And it smacked us around. And the weird thing is, we kind of evolved into what we have today, this weird democracy that we have today, you know, off the back of those experiences. So, whether you like it or not, we'll run this.
We both have the same issues, they're just under a different guise. Ours is,
You like it, you
up,
like
mate?
the
is under
chat
the
with it.
guise of corporations, but yours is under the guise of
But that's just evolution, though, of like power, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not capitalism's fault corporations are not allowed. That's why I argue for regulation. You know? I don't blame the ideal of
someone's going to get
capitalism.
into power and want to keep that power. And in order to do that, they're going to shape the political landscape in order to do so.
So I get annoyed at these people who are like, you know, oh, it's capitalism's fault. Oh, it's socialism's fault. It seems so ignorant. Does that make sense? Like, it's how we apply these things and how we actualize these things and how we, you know, practice these things ethically. Like, so, I don't think ideals are the problem. We
Humans have been the problem for Earth for a long time.
we're still
True, we're a plague on society, on the universe.
Don't go there, man. Like, I've got the nihilistic misanthrope position. You've got to cheer up.
Humans create 99% of the problems on planet Earth.
Oh, fucking
Yeah.
right. We create 99%
Aliens-
of the problems for us.
If aliens came, it would only be to contain us here.
It's just what it is. Yeah, we just need
We are the
fucking
problem. We
existential
just
threat.
are
Reagan was
having
right the
trouble
whole
coming to
fucking time.
Wait, what did
I don't
Reagan
like
say?
Reagan, but he was spot on. He said that we needed a fucking alien threat. We might as well lie about it. To be honest, I think we missed an opportunity there. Like, now,
Yeah.
looking back, you know,
Sure.
like, you know, I make the joke all the time. Like, if we get off this rock, the best chance we have right now, odds-on favourite. If we get past our racial indifferences and we get past our cultural differences, and we go.
Yeah, I'll probably
across
play
Little
Rust
Green
later.
Men,
I just got off for a while.
Can we like treat them like dirt? So that's just like ugliness of like society. I guess. Yeah, man. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll just create that atmosphere out of it.
Yeah, man, but it's gonna take something ridiculous like that for us all to band together. 'Cause we're just children.
Dude, this teammate fucking sucks ass. What the fuck?
I think it's a better chance.
Score
to
the
have
ball,
us
bro.
come by our with each other. What's your opinion on us as a species?
But humans?
Yeah. But we agree with that. That's fine.
We are the fucking Well, the white blood cells is CO2, right? And Earth is just trying to fucking clean its fucking immune system.
Is that how you see it? Like the Gaia theory? Is that the right thing to say? The Earth is an entity. It's an interesting way to look at it, yeah. Like it's a living organism in that sense. Yeah, we're like lung cancer.
How did he miss that bump?
No, I get you.
Implies
Go
aliens
on,
would even
go on,
notice
like-
us. Yeah.
Oh, that's some, like,
I think aliens would notice us if they were out there. I don't know, maybe.
it's a really interesting
mean-
way to look at it.
The Earth has been around for a long time. And it wasn't until recently
course it has,
that
man.
fucking about it. And the only recent thing is our own industrial revolution. We still haven't come to terms with it. We still haven't come to terms with the fact that we need to-
Oh, yeah. I think the next key in
Oh,
our
look at that.
advancement
Jalen
is...
Quinn's body is down here.
I think renewable fuels is the next key in our next industrial revolution. Does that make sense? We can master them to be as effective
True.
as fossil fuels and be able to apply them, and that, like, you know, this is ridiculous thinking, by the way. Like, you know, all we have realised. Then that would solve a lot of issues, both geopolitically. Does that make sense? Like, we're not beholden to like bad faith nations for their oil or gas, etc. So just on that point alone, like. But then again, I believe in nuclear power. And stuff, because that's the most practical step to give us enough time to maybe realise that ridiculous dream. But anyway.
Yeah, and if we didn't waste all of our time trying to pretend that it was fucking bad and say like solar panels and wind energy and all this other dumb shit, we'd probably be in a position like China is, where they're making like massive breakthroughs in fucking nuclear fusion. More fucking media narratives that led us down the wrong fucking paths. Like scientists knew that shit. They're like, yeah, we can't. The waste is an issue right now, but the more we have interaction with this, the more we fund the research with this, and the more we let. Oh my god, I hate this fucking teammate right now. The more we let ourselves like explore this, we're gonna find something. Eventually we won't have waste because we'll say, oh well, you know, now we can turn this chemical into this after, and we can actually use it for this or whatever else. So.
Deregulated to flipping the nuts, man. At the end of the flipping day, I don't want Chinese nuclear power because that stuff, like,
No.
I don't know, man.
No, I don't want whatever the fuck they have. I'm saying I want the drive to research it and interact with it and not be so like terrified. Like you just say nuclear and fucking like people shiver. They're like, oh.
Right, but it's inside that, like, yeah, but what about the consequences?
Think Chernobyl, like that's it.
What about it, Lex? What about the consequences? Like, you look at Chernobyl. What about the consequences? I'm like, dude, we've been flying by the seat of our pants since evolution started. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what the fuck?
So,
You think that's the first time that we're gonna have? It's gonna happen again.
With a shoestring budget and a tin and a fucking tin ship. We had no advancement to get there, but we still did. You know what I mean? Like, so capable of that stuff now. But, yeah, you see, that's the Republican in you, isn't it?
What?
Fuck it.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Just let's do it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, for some stuff, yeah.
I respect that about you. No, I respect that about you. You know, I agree with that about you. Like, I mean, you've sold me on nuclear power at the end of the day because right now we're in a position where it's okay. This is like the best tangible flipping option to do something. You know.
Yeah, we do make a lot
You
of
have to do
mistakes.
something. Fossil fuel.
Yeah, sure. Wait, DZ Drunk said, I'm sure we have anti-gravity already. Everything's hidden from the
We
public.
know
Yeah, true.
fossil fuels are a major problem. And you're right, nuclear power might free us from those same issues. Like, we literally have got relationships with nations that radicalize people. You know, do you get what I mean? Like, bad faith nations simply over fossil fuels. So we need it. Like, Russia gives us our flipping gas out. I believe. Yeah.
We're starting wars.
Yeah, we are a bit corrupt.
Sweden started prosecutions. That's the first time they've done so since the Nuremberg trials. And it's against oil executives for starting the war in Sudan.
Right, okay. That sounds
Like,
positive to a degree, but where will it go? That's the question.
Where is it going to go? I mean, it's going to become a political outcry for, you know, leftist-leaning people mostly, but is it going to solve future wars?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I meant by, you know, are we just going to have the same thing with what I talked about Carl Rittenhouse? So just other people just get given the battle, is one person going to be held responsible, and then, you know, we're not going to solve the actual issues that lead to these events because there's more than one, isn't there? know what I mean?
Well, that's because first we have to address like everybody fucking lying about this shit first and being dishonest. We can't even fucking start to have a serious conversation about why he was out there and the implications and the
Never been
political
dishonest.
environment and whatever. It's like, because Jesus Christ,
I take exception.
people refuse to even watch the video footage and then they just make up a bunch of shit about what actually happened.
Right-wing demagogue. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he thought that was the point. You know what I mean? Like,
Sorry, I'm listening, watching, and pretending to be smart. I can't do all three at once. Yeah, true. Same.
oh, dude. But yeah,
Like, both sides have vitriolic people. If you want to really look at it that way. They're both inflammatory.
what's vitriol to me? That's what I meant. Like, yeah.
It's like who's gonna be more moderate in the end, and then that's usually that takes the win for the day.
Caught popularity, yeah.
But is
But
it
that
gonna
usually leads to a
solve
status
any
quo
of
that
the
never
issues
gets
that
to
are
anywhere.
actually
Exactly. Yeah.
Facing
yeah, we're on the same
humanity?
page.
No.
Sorry, I don't mean to talk over you.
Either
Apologies, but I
side-
feel like
Yeah, either side of the aisle, like both
100%
both
agree.
viewpoints, whether or not they're going to be beneficial to mankind, that's
But we get down to the point about, good men do nothing, etc., etc. You know what I mean? Down to
right.
complacency versus, inaction versus action, and the consequences come with action.
Right.
Like we wrestle with this, like, without talking about it on a societal level, and that's what frustrates me. We don't talk about that, these deep philosophical underlying currents. When they're so vital to influencing us, does that make sense? Like, understanding ourselves, like, our independence as a group to make our own decisions, not be influenced by it, is...
It's not going to happen.
It's complex
It's not going to
stuff,
happen until it comes to a cataclysmic event. There's going to be a cataclysmic
yeah, I 100% agree.
or level event that happens that will eventually unite us. But until that actually happens, until it gets to the point where humanity is breaking as
And your
that's
point is looking at it from, like, the world's an organism is a very interesting, like, lens, because it does account for that kind of, like, well, what I was just talking about before, why it's so complex, because we're thinking about the individual and the inner workings and that lot. But to look at it from that kind of broad perspective, you can see how society is becoming, self-destructive, you know what I mean, with their own ideals.
We've changed from a normal cell that, because you look at the human body, right? It's full of cells. It's full of bacteria. It's full of virus cells and white blood cells. There's cells that do their job and do it well and keep us functioning. And then there's cells that turn into cancer. And
That's the
there's all
point.
kinds
Yeah,
of other
needles are not a
organisms on
problem.
Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can't just start attacking cells when they're still cells until you understand it's a cancer or a tumor either. That's the problem too. We gotta wait until the shit develops, and then we can be like, okay, that's clearly a cancer. Like,
I'm sorry, but I think we can all agree that the world's in, like, stage 3 cancer mode right now.
a little bit, yeah. But now we have so much. Now it's malignant and it's everywhere, and we're like, oh fuck! Like, where do we start?
Yeah, man.
Like, it's metastasized.
Yeah,
to all four
spreading.
corners of the globe.
I told you. We needed
this
to fucking
point-
occupy the moon.
At this point, either we do something radical, or it just kills
I
it.
agree, we take
know?
action. Nuclear power is like a radical thing, isn't it? At the end of the day, but, like, if we gain
I don't think
self-sufficiency with energy, it solves so many geopolitical bad relationships now. You know what I mean? It actually, there's a line in these things, there's a domino effect. Like, if you solve this major key flipping soul problem, yeah, that it influences things in a beneficial way down the, on many different facets of what's going on. You know what I mean? Both energy and quality of life, matched with, not having to buy gas from a fucking country that's fucking actively trying to undermine your democracy. Does that make sense? Sorry,
Yeah.
passionate about it. I think it solves a lot of problems. I think it makes us stronger again. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but
gives her our
humans are
independence
not
again,
going
nationally.
as a whole, address an issue until it becomes something that threatens the human.
Oh no, we're lazy as fuck. We're complacent as fuck. 100% agree. Oh, it's the
comfortable.
moon's falling in the earth where we develop light speed technology.
I mean, not all humans are comfortable, you know. Because
No, as a
of
society,
societal
as a mass
differences,
society.
but like the people
As a
who are in
species.
power are comfortable. They're comfortable with their lifestyle. They're comfortable with the amount of money that they have coming in. They're comfortable with what that money is providing them as
Okay,
comfort of living.
Jesus Christ.
so here's the point
I
then.
mean,
Sorry to cut
Not
you
gonna
off,
change.
but yeah,
They're in power. They're
in this
creating
era that we have, has the people beneath those people ever been in more of a comfortable position not to have to bother fighting back? Does that make sense? Because back
There
then,
are-
back in times like America, back in times like the War of Independence and everything else, yeah, revolution happened far more often over
Right.
food. You know, do you know what I mean? Like,
Because-
it's evolved more. People are more complacent now. You know what I mean? Because they've got more, of a comfortable life in that respect. I can't believe I'm arguing this.
Even
I feel like
people
I'm a
who
right winger.
are living below, even people who are living below that wealth median, they're comfortable.
Yeah,
Because
in
our
comparison to
technology
what it
has
was.
advanced.
Yeah, but that motivation as a mass species, to
Mhm.
That kid was so heavy, bro.
like,
The revolting
it's,
is not
it,
there
it's
because
become less about ruling by power and more about what's the word?
Ruling
Like,
by
masses.
gender.
right. If the masses are on a
Not
general
the battle.
level,
If they're placated, we
comfortable.
can do what they funk, and we can send the world to its own self-destruction.
I need food. I'm so fucking
Our own
hungry.
Elysium, you know what I mean?
And-
Like, and the
yeah,
masses
because
feed
it makes
into
you
it.
money.
Yeah,
It makes you money. So like, why would you want to change that?
yeah.
Like, if you're making money, like as a
Thanks for the
butcher,
follow.
for instance,
Appreciate
right?
that.
Despite what that butcher shop or that factory that kills the pigs does to the air
That was a good
quality
one.
of your city, right? People need meat, right? So they're not
Well,
gonna
mass
say anything
production
about
industry
that
over here.
Hey, even
yeah,
a
factory
weight?
what you're
that's
talking about,
stinking
sort
up
of
the
like
whole
a,
fucking city.
yeah, you talk about
you
a
know?
slaughterhouse. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, like, but I mean, you're gonna start out as a butcher, right? And you're gonna eventually move up to the point where you need to own a slaughterhouse because
No, not really.
the
No,
amount,
I
you're providing
disagree.
the amount of meat that people need.
No, I disagree. No, I disagree. We don't have to do that.
But I'm
I'm
saying that
passionate about this. No,
that's
I'm
how
sorry
we
to-
are. Yeah, I know you don't have
that's
to.
who
do
we
that.
are.
I know you don't
Sorry, no,
have to do
sorry.
that.
I'm trying to hold back the chef. My apologies. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, no, hold me back. Like, I've got to make a point about this. I apologize, man. But like, that's why I'm super
I'm
passionate
saying,
about.
on the whole, as a human species,
I'm
like,
getting
that's-
hung up
that's
on the
how we are.
on the butcher thing. That's my fault because
Despite-
butchery is like a
despite what
lost
we're
art
doing-
anyway.
despite what we're doing to the planet,
Yeah, I get you.
we're still making advances, we're still growing, and we're still causing the same devastation.
Well, we're not
that
as
we
advanced as we.
are just
I
on
don't
a
think we're
larger
advanced as we
scale.
should be.
Right. We're not, because it's being held back, because you can't make money.
We're indulging ourselves too much. You know what I
Free
mean?
energy, for instance. Free energy. Let's talk about that. Free energy is something that has been played around with for a long time. Since the Industrial Revolution, it's been played around with. But it's been suppressed by people who make money off of fossil fuels.
I agree with that. Yeah, I understand what you're
Yeah, because it was already established, and we already had like huge like oil companies, and if they were to go under, we would be in a really vulnerable position.
I
Like,
understand climate
Right.
change, the way it was going, etc. Yeah, I
So
completely
why
understand.
would you move to free energy if you're making so much money?
well, it's like
See, yeah,
light bulbs are a good
about
example of that too, because like
virtues,
it-
etc. Yeah, you know what I
light
mean?
bulbs are a good example of that too. Actually, that like if you get there's older light bulbs that you can get that basically will last like
Oh yeah, that's still
forever. Yeah, well, all the light bulb companies had to come together at some point and be like, hey, if we make light bulbs like this, we're all gonna go out of business. And it's a issue of like by the time they need new light bulbs, I don't know if we'll still be fucking around anymore. So like we have to basically have to come to an agreement of like how long we're gonna make our light bulbs
What's
last.
a lifespan
Yeah.
in order for us to
And we all have to be in agreement on this because otherwise we're going to run each other out of business.
Right. If your light bulbs last longer than my light bulbs, then one of us is going to go out of business. Because nobody's going to buy the light bulbs that are garbage. It's also how cheaply you can produce them, too. Now,
kid is
here's the
pissing me
thing,
off.
though, right? With the advent of like with the invention of LED lights, you know what I'm saying? Like, those are almost
It's the same thing.
What did I miss? Sorry.
They have to do the same thing with those two because that would be the same scenario. It's the same thing with cell phones, right? Like, we could all still have fucking Nokias, okay? Those things are indestructible.
Look what Apple was found doing to the software. They were introducing software and updates and patches. That
Yeah, so that they would fill up your
the
memory.
lifespan of the battery
And that, yeah.
decrease the performance of the phone in general. And they were doing it so that you would have to upgrade. You'd be like, oh well, this phone is way slower than it was supposed to be, and I need to get a new phone so that it will be faster.
Yeah, things are designed to
The only-
things are designed to put things to keep perpetual. What do you mean by subconsciously? I know I'm just jumping into this.
I'm saying, so they didn't like say, hey, this new update, this new patch is gonna slow your processor down. This new update, this new patch is gonna decrease your battery life. Right? They just did it. So
Yeah.
naturally, when you're
To
looking at your
encourage you.
phone, right? You're looking at your phone, and then you're looking at somebody else who has a new phone, and their phone is so much faster than your
Yeah.
phone. You're like,
It's this insidious
man,
dynamic.
I really want to get a
both.
new phone.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. This is what I mean about. So I keep going back to the point about capitalism being an ideal, right? I don't blame capitalism for that kind of stuff. But can we agree that that's unethical practices of capitalism? Does that make sense? It's an unethical practice of the
That's an
idea.
individual.
Yeah?
That's an individual who
Yeah,
is
and it's what
operating
we're
with
responsible for
corporation.
because we've manifested that into reality unless we get our shit together.
Yeah,
You
it's
know?
fucking
And,
greed.
and
How
it
are
gets
humans
down
gonna
to
get
the
away from
point
greed?
where that's quite simple. And we talked about it before. Pain and loss.
Right. And the
that,
only way
that
to do
means
that,
it's
Alien
an
invasion.
threat, doesn't it?
That's
no,
how.
no, it means an
External
imminent
threat.
threat. I know we joke about it, but no, we agree. Philosophically, we agree. Pain and loss on a global scale. We live. You know when I said that that quote before, the most key part of it is I said that the self's intent to want to preserve the illusion of peace. The actual quote doesn't have illusion in it, but I think we try to preserve the illusion of peace. And right now, we're oppressing others to maintain that. It's like a damn wall. Does that make sense?
yeah, I mean
So-
that's what most wars are nowadays.
Yeah, unless we've got an existential threat, we won't get ourselves past our individual differences because we won't have a unified connection with having a threat to what we love.
Well,
and that's
if you
the
think
tragedy
about it,
of
right?
mankind
Even
right now.
NATO is involved.
If that makes sense. Yeah,
NATO
sorry I
is
keep saying
mostly
that, but
involved in this. Because
Well, NATO's
we're
another
at
example
war,
of an
we're at war with
institute.
countries
Yeah,
under the guise of
it's-
saying, "Hey, we're keeping the peace here in our homeland. We're doing this for you. We're fighting." for
NATO's
you to
another example
stay
of an ideal that's
peaceful.
become, to some degrees rotten. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? It was put in place to prevent a third world war because 2 world wars happened inside of a handful of generations, to stabilize the country. But now it's, how do I put it? Just like any institute over years, the institute doesn't matter. The people in it matter, don't they? Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
it's no longer about
that's how mankind works, though.
naturally. Yeah,
Guess that's the risk of democracy, I guess.
there's
I mean,
there's
if in a
things, though,
dictatorship,
Yeah,
that
actually,
just
that's interesting that you said that the risk of democracy. That's what I was hinting at earlier when I was saying like I think our
No,
system
that's
to
what I
some
agree.
degree. I think our system
talking about
works.
ideals.
I know. I'm just saying like that's.
Yeah.
I think that's the issue that we're facing right now in America
No, I agree,
specifically
yeah.
is that our system works too well and people don't understand that. And it's like you're getting a representation of what the populace
Are you
wants.
saying
Like
your system might be more complex? Does that make sense?
No, I think it's pretty
It's like driving
simple for the
Ferrari as
most
opposed to
part.
driving a slower
No,
car.
I think people.
I don't know, I think our system's more simpler than yours.
No, I think people think it's too complex. But once you study, once you understand, I mean, you just go to a couple town halls or you just talk to some of your local representatives. You just scratch the surface on understanding how the branches of federal government work, and it's pretty fucking cut and dry. You elect representatives that go to represent you for your district, and it goes on and up all the way from the town level to the county, up to the cities and the states, and on up to the federal government. And and that's why we have such a loud voice, and that's why.
complex.
Right, but
Like,
they're,
It's-
they're,
don't
the
think
It's
you
views
not,
that
though.
are put
Like,
out
talking
there,
to someone
right?
from the UK, what was explained to me had like 2 more stages in it that we have over here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, maybe, but I
And that's
mean,
the what I talked about with like
goes
a
all the way
weird
back to
Jenga.
ancient
Does that make
Greece and
sense?
shit. It's
Like,
been
you have a much
modeled.
more stronger system in that respect. You have the foundation on the Constitution, like I said before, and
Yeah.
that's inspiring, by the way. But yeah, you're like a younger
the-
brother who took way more cocaine than
You
we did.
took a lot more HGH. We took a lot more
Yeah, because we
HGH and
took too much,
steroids.
like,
Yeah.
So we're stuck with you, man, in that respect.
Yeah, like we were
You know
both
what I mean?
we were
Yeah,
both
so-
powerlifting, and then one day, like we showed up to the gym, and
we
we were
look
like
at you
fucking
like,
6'9" and
make
ripped.
it, are they going to get past these similar things that we went through? But like, it was all monarchs, swords, and shields. But now you have nuclear fucking weapons.
Hell yeah.
You know, so it kind of like it's like like the stakes are higher. Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's kinda how I view,
Yeah.
You know, as a nation.
Well, that's the problem
like-
too. Like, the stakes are a lot higher. Like, anybody can
Because
become
humanity's
president,
got
and
these
Trump
problems in the
Trump proved that anybody can fucking become president. So we really need to have our parties in check and make sure we know, like, are we gonna elect someone who has?
We
And
should
Biden-
elect
and
people
Biden
in
too.
power, and it's not like their political viewpoints and their stances on things are secrets.
Yeah.
No,
But the
it's not.
problem
No, we
is
can look
the-
them up. The things are
this-
in play exactly. Spot on.
Right,
Yeah.
but
We
this
can look
is
at the
problem.
votes. Like,
This is the
yeah.
problem that there's only 2 parties.
Ugh.
Either pick
Votes
one or
into.
the other.
I've
That's
thought
a
about
human
this
being
though.
problem.
But
That's
okay,
how it's
so but
evolving as a
I think
society.
also though that
Models
there are
on
benefits to having
individualism.
the dual party system. I think is optimal to some degree because it's in your face. Like we
Give me
see
the
what
politely
happens.
status quo.
The-
Fuck
the-
on, no.
well, but
I might
listen-
go on the fence with you, but
Listen
I'm not
though,
gonna- I'm not
all,
gonna accept that, bro.
but what happens in every other country where there's multiple parties? You form
There's a-
coalitions, and then you have
There's a
one
problem.
large coalition against one other large coalition, the coalition on the left and the coalition on the right. So at the end of the day, they all fucking come together and form 2 sides anyways.
Right.
This is just a more honest way of doing it. Like, you're either on that side
Okay,
or you're on
I
this
don't
side.
appreciate you using common sense and logic to undermine my opinion. I think it's like, so yeah, fair point. Yeah, to be honest, as soon as you thought that, I kind of shut the fuck up because I'm thinking, motherfuckers, the Tories got in because they got a coalition. with
Well,
fucking Liberals.
yeah, I mean, I've thought about
Yeah,
I had a
right. He's spot on, motherfucker. Like, yeah, you completely spot on. Fuck.
so it's like, what do we remain honest like the way like in the dual party system, or do we break it down and then form the same 2 sides again?
The biggest chance for that is America because you have the state system, and the state system has a lot of weaknesses, such as like responses to like pandemic response. Do you get what I mean? And getting
Yeah.
everyone on the same
Yeah.
page.
Well,
and
that's
things.
every
However, you have that beautiful, amazing ability to just make weed legal in one state, and it might just like wipe across the entire nation.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen here, and the same thing can be
That
about
slowly
anything that you
permeates through the
imply.
rest of
You know,
society.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I
yeah,
think
you have, yeah.
The pandemic shit though is crazy because that shit's been going on since like the fucking first
Like, it's
the
outrage.
like the
How would
first
you describe
bird
it
flu or
then?
whatever the fuck it was, like way back in the day.
The complexity of that matched to the complexity of flipping like Britain. Does that make sense? Like, how do you like? Because you
Permeation
just said
of
something about
singular laws to
permeation.
the rest
Yeah,
of
but we
of
don't have that structure
federal
here, do we?
government.
No. So as an organism, would we not be inferior?
Right. It
Is
would
that
be.
correct to say? I don't know enough. Like,
Yeah, I mean, as
Oh, what's
an-
up, Water? What's up, Gil?
As an
no,
organism,
just
as
going
like
back to your analogy, before like the way you.
yeah, but as an organism though, like there's not the problem is that there's not just one mind controlling it. It's more of like, if you ever seen Star Trek, right?
Yeah.
Where the Borg,
True.
it's like a
As a
hive
collective,
mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's more or less
Communism.
what the organism is. It's a hive mind.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
space communism, okay? It's different.
Yeah, yeah.
it's not base communism. He's just making an objective analysis.
No,
mate.
space.
Calm
Space
down.
communism.
Oh, space. Oh, boom! What a fucking pun! I'm sorry, I can't believe I missed that. Oh, I feel ashamed. You punny motherfucker. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like there's one direct like approach that we're trying to take though. Like there's so many different people that have so many different viewpoints, and at this
Yeah.
point there's no collective voice. It's like a whole bunch of like jumbled up voices that are being bounced around in this giant
But
social
you a
experiment
ridiculous
echo chamber
young
that we have on
organism.
social
Like
media.
you're not even into like the full. I
Oh.
don't know what the terms are, but yeah, you're definitely not going through your full stages right now.
We're in puberty right now, okay? We're
Right, we're
No,
at the
you're
point now
getting
where
past
we're
puberty.
we're dealing with our
Like,
bodies,
24,
hormones, things are changing.
You're gonna have to take
We're
responsibility
developing
now.
breasts as a
Right,
nation,
we're
okay?
only-
It's
we're
scary.
only just now becoming aware.
You're not
Jeez.
like
Only
17
just now
anymore.
becoming aware as Norris. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's strange because you're such a young country. I can't keep stressing that enough, and I know it sounds patronising, but you're such a young concept. When you look at the history that you have, the
Well, if
situations you are,
if you wanna-
matched to the
if you want to
situations that
try
other
and
empires
say-
have had, like
Right.
you
But
like,
here's the thing, though,
gotta
right?
give
If
you
you
more
want
of
to
a
try and
chance.
say, hey, you know, you're a young country and so you'll figure it out. Well, look at, for instance, Egypt, right? Or
No, I
Turkey,
wasn't making
or-
that kind of patronage.
But,
Yeah,
but
I
I'm
was
saying,
saying
these countries and these civilizations have been around since nearly the beginning of time. Like Egyptians have been around. I've been to Egypt. Have you been to Egypt?
Okay, no, fair enough.
I've been to Egypt, and
a
compared
nice place.
to the Western civilization, like it's almost backwards, right? Like it looks like
Wow,
a fucking
that's tick.
hellhole. And these
Hot
are
takes,
these
dude.
are civilizations that have been around for centuries, upon centuries, and they still haven't got it right.
You know when you come to Britain, yeah, and you come to the north, it looks like a hellhole.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
I'm
just to be
saying,
flipping clear.
everybody
It's just like
everybody
go with a
has
couple
it.
of neon lights and you have access to shopping.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just joking around. I'm just
You
shit.
have
Dude, my
that
teammate
right.
just got his ankle broken.
people need to make money. But I'm
Sure.
saying like
But my
there's
point is-
there's countries that are and there's civilizations
What I
that have been
meant
around
by
for centuries and
historically.
still are not like haven't figured it out. So I mean I'm saying as a whole, as a human species organism, we are only just now becoming aware of not only ourselves but what we're doing to planet as a whole.
Well, it's just like it's just like humans,
We're doing it
right?
to our own species.
It's just like humans, right? Age doesn't mean shit. I know people who are fucking 50, almost 60 years old, and I'm in a much better position than them, and it's not because I was given anything by birth. Like we grew up poor as fuck. It's because of the decisions I chose to make.
No, it's not.
So it's similar in that regard. Like
No,
countries
the
can have
universe is fucked up, man. No, it's weird. He's right. It's
massive
like a
histories.
random flipping evolution. Mistake, 'cause that's all evolution is. Like, you could make the same decision in the same scenario, and it can lead to two different outcomes.
Right.
It can lead to it could be merciful to a human being. It leads to a horrible outcome where they hurt someone.
Yeah, it's like the trolley. It's like the trolley problem, right?
Your
Like,
rules
do
be
you
capping,
do you
like,
kill one person or do you kill 5 people?
It's not right and wrong. Morality is like a weird fucking wibbly wobbly matrix where like you kind of got to judge things as you see them at that minute in time. It's fucked up, mate. Like,
It's based on your personal viewpoint.
Yeah. Well, it's like the trolley problem.
Fantasies, like I said before.
It's like the trolley problem. Like, there's a train coming down the tracks, and on the left side there's 5 people. On the right side there's 1 person. Who do you kill? Like, the train's not gonna stop. You can't stop the train.
No, it's not going to stop. But I'll answer this. Right? Yeah. Have I got anybody on the train?
It doesn't matter. I mean, sure.
The option is
Yeah,
either
it definitely
left or right. You
matters.
can't
If
crash
there's
the
anybody
train.
on the train,
It's impossible to stop the
we're on
train.
fucking train.
It's impossible to stop the train. You have to pull a lever and make it go right, or you have to pull a lever and make it go left. And if it goes,
Who matters more to me?
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a similar. There's no real answer to the problem. Like, you could say, okay, well, obviously we kill only one person and we save the 5 people.
It's not really hard.
But then-
it's not a really hard question for me though. Like, if the person on there is like the person who's like a brother to me now, like my fucking best friend,
Right.
Not a chance I'll murder anybody for them.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Then you can manipulate it even further, and you can say, okay, well, the one person on there is your son. Like, now what do you do?
Yeah.
Like, obviously,
the,
you're,
the people on the right
makes a
are
difference,
your
so.
person,
That boils down to hatred and love again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We'll go to those extremes. We will kill an entire
Your
village
son,
to
your
protect
son
those
is
that we
your
love.
son is on the left side, right?
Yeah?
And,
And
your
all you
mom
have to
and
do
your
is
dad
convince a
and your aunt and
master
your
what
uncle
the
on
love
the
is
right
under
side.
threat, and then
Yeah.
you're murderous to society. That's what we're getting right back to that. Do you get what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
that's the point that I was making up before. It boils down to love and hate. I know I'm a reductionist, but those two emotions are governing emotions over us as human beings.
Bang!
And we
Try to
achieve
kill
in
that
ours
guy.
if we think we have any control over them, both individualistically and both, let alone a flipping society. We don't understand it as a society. We struggle with it as individuals, don't we? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
And-
yeah, if I like, we could be best friends, but if I on Minecraft, if I put a bullet, you know, in your wife, you'd immediately hate me. You can't avoid
Yeah.
that, can you?
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't
But
have
I mean-
control over that, do we? But like, do you see what I mean? And then the threat of that can be a dangerous fuel on the fire with rhetoric, and we've seen it before. Anyway, yeah.
Society is just like a giant echo chamber for that whole concept. Like, we're
Well, for love
choosing
and hate.
progress. We're choosing progress as a species over the damage that it
No,
does
we're
to-
choosing the illusion of a peace.
We're-
That's what we're
what our
choosing. We're not
human
really
race is
progressing.
going
We're not getting off this planet. We're not dealing with the serious existential issues.
We're-
We're
Yeah.
indulging in ourselves. You know what I mean? The illusion of peace. We both live in countries
Indulging
that
in
sustain
our-
themselves
our
of carnage in other ones. Yeah.
We're indulging in
And
our
we don't
comfort
see it
obsession.
because it's not on our doorstep. We don't address it, and that's an inherent self-ordained ignorance of the human condition that we all have to wrestle with. So how the hell?
I like being ignorant. I wish I could go back to being ignorant before I got involved in politics and shit.
Sorry, I get worried that I'm just chatting shit because I'm like too to listen, but I think I'm on point with this philosophy. But anyway,
Right, but I mean, the issue is not that we realize that that's where this is headed. The issue is we're not going to do anything about it until
oh,
Until we have
it
to.
becomes
exactly.
something
Outreach,
that's
I
an
agree with
existential
that.
threat.
Yeah,
Like,
I
and the
said like
existential
until
threat
it's on our
is
doorstep.
so far down the road that we're just gonna keep kicking the can down the road, and no one's gonna.
Where is it? There's multiple existential threats right now. We've got a smorgasbord. Is that the right term?
Yeah, yeah. Pick one.
You know what I mean? At the moment.
And if,
So let's
if
be
we
honest,
want to
man, I
talk
think it's
about
coming.
real existential threats, right? The real existential threat would be climate, right? So climate, and then we have the existential threat of the CCP, for instance,
Yeah.
who are becoming the
Yeah,
next
no,
Nazi
that would
party.
And then I would add one that
Or maybe
second.
they already are the next Nazi party.
I
because
think-
they're silencing political opposition. They're placing people who disagree
In camps.
CCP,
internment
and
camps,
I 100% agree. They are the next one.
right?
I agree.
And they
Can't-
have
as a
nuclear
Brit, I
power.
can't ignore the
They have
same red
nuclear
flags.
weapons, right? And we are though. We're
Building
ignoring.
missile
We're
silos,
ignoring.
I'm
We're
saying.
ignoring the red flags. There are red flags all over the country.
Yeah, communist red flags.
Because
Chinese red
because
flags.
The amount of
Pog.
money that they have tied up in not only our economy, but that we have in their economy. Like they have money in our economy, we have money in their economy. That's all tied up.
Yeah, that's the problem.
There's
Right.
people that are
That's
still
the
making a
communism.
ton of money.
Communism has never been truly applied, and it's like communism can't be truly applied because you're over expecting the human fucking species to be that fucking addled.
Right, and then
Sorry. Yeah.
most recently, a possible existential threat that we have is the release of the UAP videos and stuff from military sources, and the Pentagon basically saying, okay, they exist, right?
Just come and nuke us from orbit, aliens.
True, please, God, end it. End it all.
We're so fucked, man. No, man, like,
So
I'm enjoying
here's
it.
another
Stash
to
of weed.
okay, so I want to add one. I want to add one more.
Front row seats for the end of the
The,
world.
the fourth
Oh my god.
The fourth
Too right,
existential
man. I would
threat
get a
that
good
we-
fucking
I-
sleep.
the fourth
Holy
existential
shit.
threat that we're facing as a human species, and that we're actively developing, is the singularity, right? So the singularity is coming.
That's up there.
too.
I would argue also that something that
Artificial
Completely lost, man.
intelligence.
Wait.
Artificial intelligence is
No,
So,
I
the
don't want
singularity-
Skynet.
the singularity is the point at which artificial intelligence becomes more powerful and
Yeah.
more,
oh, it's like we join it, like we become a different species, or it just leaves us
We're
behind.
not joining, we're not the Borg. It doesn't have fucking use for us. We're just fucking meat sacks.
True.
What the fuck are you talking
Right.
about?
and not only
Yeah,
that,
but we program it, we create it. We're like we're the cocoon, okay?
It's just been born in a world which is already on its way to self-destruction. It's like, we've got to do things now.
We've created the cocoon here on Earth, okay? The butterfly is gonna come out.
Literally creating chemotherapy, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
ridiculous.
the AI will be the king. Yeah. And
Yeah, I
we're
get you, man.
damaging
I'm
we're
above you.
damaging its vehicle of existence. Right? So the vehicle of existence that it's going to be able to survive on is Earth, right? And we're damaging it. So when it comes to
I don't know, would it though?
When it comes to the singularity, because we're traveling on this vehicle too, right? We're hurling through space at millions of miles an hour, right? And
What I find
we're just
fascinating.
not aware that we're fucking
Exactly. What I find fascinating about your opinion is it's taken from a very, what is it, like, is it a biological, like lens you're looking at it through? Which is really fascinating to me, because, like, I've always looked at things through, like, a broad philosophical lens.
Sure.
Well, like-
Who is that though?
That's like looking at things in, like, a little, like, hazy eyesight and seeing kind of the problem, you know what I mean? But, like, you're looking at things in, like, in a different way. That's quite fascinating.
I think something that nobody's really paying attention to yet is or that I don't think people have thought about is what's gonna happen whenever like Elon Musk and like Jeff Bezos really get the space like travel shit figured out, because it's Rosie, okay, because basically there's a race that's happening right now and that's why China's involved too, is because basically whoever gets to those, like there's some asteroids in our belt, in our asteroid belt, that are worth like quadrillions of dollars, like all the resources you could ever need. Platinum especially is like super platinum, gold, silver. Yeah, there's entire like asteroids made of fucking like diamond and platinum and all this shit. Whoever whoever gets there first is gonna have like the wealth of like, I mean, a king. I mean, you're gonna have the entire like Earth economy by the nuts, like literally.
Here's the question, yeah?
Like you'll control the price of materials indefinitely.
Yeah, but mate, isn't that good competition right now? I mean,
Sure, but whoever gets there first.
One thing that's progressing us to get there.
Yeah, I'm not saying we should stop. No. Hold on. I think you're misunderstanding. I'm not trying to say this to say we should stop, or that we should stop these people. But it's definitely something we should be paying attention to. That I don't think anybody's really even like. They're just kind of like, oh yeah, these guys are going into space. I'm like, well.
Societal vitriol on social media and our own political systems are hindering.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we'd rather fucking.
We're fucking up our own progress if you're looking at that. Because if you look at it, right, there's constantly different blockages from Amazon, right?
Gotta help, alright.
Suing because he didn't get the contract, you know?
Yeah, he's a
That's
crybaby.
The FAA blocking launches of prototypes, you know? Because in order to test a theory, right, or to test a future space vehicle, you need prototypes. In order to test the prototypes, you need to launch them in fucking space, or launch them into lower atmosphere, or lower orbit, or suborbital tests. You know, you need those, and every couple seconds they're blocking, and it's being pushed back, and they're going more for an expensive route that's like outdated with the Artemis system.
That could fucking
and
suck, man. I'm
Instead
sorry.
of like looking to the future, we're constantly hindering our own progress. And meanwhile, the CCP, since he put his
Yeah, they just power through it.
his blueprints out there, right? Look at what the CCP is doing. Look at what Russia's doing. They're copying it, and they're because it's out there. The specs are out there. All the blueprints are out there because he wants the humans.
He wanted-
as a race to get to space.
Yeah, he wanted other American companies to jump on the train, and I think a lot of them have. But like, yeah, also other countries are going to be doing it too because it's all out there on the table now.
Promoting toxic competition, at least it's one thing to
But
get to a result.
do we want the U.S. to have that technology and to have that access to resources in space first, or do we want the CCP or the Russian Federation to have that access?
So, okay,
I'm
that
about to
boils
rage
down
quit.
to a really simple thing, like with the train situation. Do you want, your society in which your family lives in to have that fucking benefit first? Yeah, you do.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we're blocking.
And if you weren't candid with me and said that that's your first instinct and your first feeling on that issue, then I wouldn't have much interest in what you had to say, because that's just being an honest human being and an individual. And it's very important about how individualism can work and people can create bonds. I don't know, I'm getting myself, but you know what I mean?
But
Like,
the
be
problem
honest with
is
ourselves.
we have this push forward, and at the same time we have people who are attempting to block it at every turn.
Yeah, of course we do.
It's getting to the point now where the opposition, the people who we are actively saying are the next Nazi party, right? They're doing the same thing. They're throwing people in training camps.
But you're saying they're getting ahead of us.
Pressing
Yep,
political opposition.
they're definitely catching up.
They,
And
they-
in other areas, yeah, they're.
They just launched a weapon into space that knocked out
sorry.
a satellite and caused the entire International Space Station to go into lockdown and to shelter in place for the next
Right, yeah.
unknown amount of time. They're stopping
These things that
experiments
happen
in
that no one
space.
knew has any
They have their own people on that too.
They have their
Well,
right. They
I'm
did
s-
it with their own fucking people on it. They didn't
Sorry
give
to
a
be an
fuck.
ass.
Because
But, like,
because they are
It's just the Britain
a
where
one-track
the era where
system.
Britain
They're like,
slept.
we're fucking doing this, right?
Yeah, they're like the fucking hive.
By the era where lions slept. You know, we indulged.
They're like
ourselves
the
We even indulged in the businesses now. Like, it's the same thing that's looking happening. It's the
What's
same
the
thing.
what's the race called on Ender's game? What's the alien race called? I forgot.
Oh, I have no clue. But I know what you're
The
getting.
buggers.
Yeah, I know it.
Yeah, they're like the buggers, man.
Yeah, but no, it's more like, so you have like Stalin or Mussolini, right, on one side with Russia, you know, because
But what you've got to remember,
and that's a
is that
dictatorship.
Adolf didn't represent the German people.
Right, he represented his own viewpoint. and his
When these
own-
things take power like they have,
Well, he had his public positions and his private positions, like clearly. And his public positions were just literally mirroring everything that the citizens were saying.
When I made the point about
just put a
the
bow
first
on
people
it.
to suffer were the ones who voted for him, because they didn't understand what they were voting into power. You know what I mean? There were people who euthanized. It's just the horrible ways of saying murder. You know what I mean? You know,
But
long
the thing
before
is,
fucking Auschwitz was created.
we're
You've got to
allowing that
understand.
to happen by blocking.
And I don't blame the
access.
Chinese people right now. I blame the CCP.
Oh, yeah, true,
I
yeah.
don't call it Chinese virus. I call it the CCP virus. It's very important to make that distinction between the institute right now that's a threat.
China as a whole,
the power it
China
has
as a
over the
whole.
people, and the danger is when you start feeding into that threat and giving the Chinese people the impression that what the CPT telling us is true. Does that make sense? We talked about the Treaty of Versailles. That's a really dangerous pitfall that's like happened in history. You legitimize them. You legitimize.
Right now, they're at
you get what I'm getting?
levels of North Korean type of oppression.
It's a really tentative issue.
If you look at what they're doing, they're suppressing their people. They're suppressing.
Oh, I gotta get my
the
DoorDash,
viewpoints of
fuck.
the commoners to the point of
Are you talking about North Korea?
almost on the same par as North Korea. I'm talking about the CCP.
Oh no, 100% agree. We're looking at okay. So I don't know what you were talking about, like, you know, the analogy you use like a biological perspective. But the way I see it is like, if you look at North Korea, you're seeing a stage of, say, like a cancer, yeah, that China's well on the way to get to. Does that make sense? Where the people are utterly conditioned, to think that their leaders are gods and they're men. And that's
If you're looking at it,
That's
if you're looking at it
dangerous.
on a biological,
And it's just got religion removed from it. That's all. That's what it boils down to. It's an inherent human problem. So
It's just
isolation,
over a Corgi getting killed now.
which is, by the way, that's why you should be anti-isolation.
we're basically different zygotes fighting for a place in the womb, right? We're emerging as a human species, as an intelligent.
Well, that's what it boils down to.
On Earth. But
Well, the
like,
mother's been smoking
what is
crack
going to
for
win
so
out
long.
in the end?
Yeah,
It's going to be whatever one has advanced the most.
Well, that's the underlying issue that I was talking about earlier. It's like, do we deserve the ability to like have our own free choice, or is that even a thing, or should we even have that freedom, or are we too stupid and we need someone else to make it for us? Like,
That I've already been through, mate, and like they're talking about like is that what is it? It's fucking the oxymoron of free will. You know what I mean? Does our will impose itself on us, or do we have control over our own will? You know what I mean? And what's the better flipping option? Is it better to submit to a better set of ideals that we're told, and we're just told by certain individuals that, you know what I mean, are just as fallible as us? So like, it's all fucked up. Human beings are a fucking mess.
But the problem is, do we want to be a mess with a little bit of freedom left over, or do we want to end up in the next Nazi party?
We were just talking about before.
Command in the high
comparing
castle situation.
my nation to yours, and yours seems like a more complex and solid structure in the respect of like encouraging potential progress. Does that make sense?
Right.
Where it's got to happen across my country, but in your country it can happen in places.
yes, it is Chick-fil-A.
Well, right now, instead of coming together, which is what we should be doing.
That's the ideal at the end of the day. Is
Fixing
it not?
the
Am I getting that right? About America, about the state system. That's the idealistic benefit about it. You know,
Yeah.
that you can make progress yourselves. And your own
Let's
choices,
go.
You know what I mean? It doesn't have to happen across the country.
I can eat my Chick-fil-A now.
But we're not.
Sorry.
The issue is right now we're fighting. It's an internal conflict. So we're hindering our own advancement because of our internal conflict. We're fighting over gender.
Fighting over dumb shit.
Right, exactly.
Like shit that we could do later. Like, I'm not saying we shouldn't have these discussions, but like, Jesus Christ, there's much more important things to be dealing with right now.
But we've never been more comfortable from like the working class. Like, do you know what I mean?
True.
I think that's a difference.
Water and toilets.
I think especially
I hate to say that. I hate to admit that because more perfect union would love to shit.
I
on
think
this.
we lost that sense of like urgency after the Great Wars and stuff. Like, you settle into the more comfortable society, things are much more peaceful. The wars are maybe happening, but they're far, far from home, and you get lulled into this like, oh, we don't need to let's focus on these other side issues that, yeah,
Only through knowing pain.
it's not. It seems much further away.
Yeah, super weird. Yeah, man, it's weird. You said it's like, you know, it's like as a species we have to put ourselves under threat before we actually progress, and it's a toxic
Ideally-
relationship that we have with that. It's a toxic cycle, sorry, not a relationship.
I've had the thought, like right now we're using resources on the earth that are quote
So I
unquote
got-
finite, right? There's only so much, right?
Right.
Just
Yeah,
because
no.
we
I
can't
got,
access them and use them, should we use
Waffle
them?
fries,
Are we at a point right now?
a spicy
to
chicken
utilize them most
sandwich,
effectively
macaroni,
to
and
get us
some root
where
beer.
we need to be
And a
as
parfait.
species? Ideally,
That's why we
out in
need nuclear
space.
power, like I talked about before.
Yes,
isn't
but
it?
no,
Like,
but
that's-
yes,
that's
but
what's
I think we're squandering our future right now and wasting it when we could be saving it and using it for something better when we have better technology.
there.
Same
Facts.
with
We're
sun
doing
cool,
it-
we're doing it perfectly.
Made the point that I
Yeah,
want
we're
me
doing
to
it for
Screwing our
capital
future
gain.
over
I
by
have
using it
no
now.
delusions about that. I think the fossil fuels wouldn't be kept for our military. Does that make sense? Like a practical point of view, is that if I have
Yeah.
But in my view,
energy,
we wouldn't
yeah,
need a
like,
military
best solution for
because
people. But yeah, but then the fate. The
Yeah,
state
we all
of
want to
war,
get to a utopia, but Jesus
we
Christ.
still have to need fossil
yeah,
fuels.
but I
for
mean,
that. But we've
I
never
think
made those
I think
steps. Like,
I think
we've
we're burning
never
away our
made
future for our
those steps.
current benefit right now,
Right.
and
it's
in
for
the future, in the
individual
long run, it's going to
capital
screw
gains.
us.
Yeah, I
it's
think you're correct.
individual
Because at the end
capital
of the
gains
day,
currently.
what I'm talking about is really basic, moderate steps. You know, like nuclear power. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Yes.
the ideal, going towards the
It's-
ideal of maybe like, renewable energy, but maybe we won't even
Wind
need
ain't gonna
so
replace
Oh, wait.
simple step.
The Kyle Rittenhouse
You know what I mean?
people are here.
No, we've not made that.
Wait, hold on. Something's happening.
Not
People are
We've got a
moving.
verdict.
Oh wait, people are on. Wait, what's happening? Wait, what the fuck?
WTF, mate?
Never mind. It started over or something. Wait, what?
Oh.
Ugh, I got
No,
trolled.
Sorry, who am I talking to? But yeah.
Sorry, I thought the Rittenhouse verdict was in, but it's not. Sorry to derail, but
But no, I think it's
um,
not. I think we are. I think we're wasting time. We've always been doing so. We've never
Right.
indulged in ourselves more. You know.
Yeah.
on
we're
all
wasting
these
time on a
facets
global
of it.
scale.
I'm
And
not
we
going
can
to
blame
argue with us
capitalism,
using
blame
resources instead live in
socialism.
comfort now because I don't want to live in a cave.
I mean,
Well, we wait
Right.
for scientists to figure out how to, utilize whatever resources we have to get us to the stars eventually. Because this
But
star
that's what's right, is we
isn't
already
going to.
have that nuclear power. It's like the most practical, pragmatic step, and we
Yeah.
were
Right, but
afraid of
the
it.
The
problem
short
is
term, yes.
the problem is the whole purpose for research
It's
at
at
this
least a
point.
transition. I've got to agree on that. I'm 100% renewable, but I've got to agree with Nacho on that. You know what I mean? As a pragmatist, in that respect. Like,
Yeah, but the
the only
purpose for
choice we have.
progress at this point is for capitalistic gains, right? People want to research something, and most of the time that research in these universities are backed by corporations that want to solve a certain problem so that they can make money.
Well, yeah.
Well,
And
have you
Like
heard
you
those
said,
stories
I
that
don't
this
think
guy
it's the
invests?
monarchy or the influence of people who gain power. It's just money now. So that's the
instead
point
of
we're making.
right,
You know.
instead of it being for the advancement of the
It was
humans
so
as a species, most research on
ritualized.
new
Yeah.
products or most research on new solutions are being done to solve some capitalistic gain problem and not
But we still
a
have this problem with
species problem.
ourselves, exactly. Yeah.
yeah, it's like instead of
We still
it's like
create
instead of like
output.
teaching everybody how to farm, we're like, or I could just be the farmer and I could sell everybody food because I make a bunch of fucking money.
Yeah, but not everybody wants to farm.
It's not profitable. Oh yeah, no, I'm just
No,
using like a
no,
general
like
example though.
communism to an extreme, at least to totalitarianism. We practice flipping capitalism extreme and worrying about corporations leading to totalitarianism. As a
Mhm.
species, we still take whatever ideals we are and we twist them around ourselves to lead to these self-indulgent results.
Right,
You know.
because we have to explain the morality in the decisions that we
And we have to justify it to ourselves too.
Well, that's where morality is irrelevant and ethics is absolute, isn't it?
right.
How we
It's
apply
not
these
an
things
absolute.
ethically.
Nothing
Morality
is
not an
absolute.
'Cause
Well,
it's
I'd
based
like to
on the
think.
current
No,
situation.
sorry.
Those are just ideas live for today.
By the way, as a human being, I don't trust myself morally whatsoever.
Everything
and
is subjective.
put entirely my commitment in the ethics and what I attempt to behave. So yeah, I
And
was
that's
kind of
where the next existential threat comes in. Like
well,
AI
I'm an
is
existential threat.
is going to probably have a
All right.
finite set of morality.
Well, a finite set of ethics.
I don't-
Like, isn't it? Like, it doesn't give a
Yeah.
fuck
I-
about morality. It doesn't give a fuck about solving the problem. As
Yeah,
quickly
true.
As possible.
It's gonna be a survival.
Yeah,
It all depends on how it's initially
Okay,
programmed.
yeah.
I think.
Are there ethics and morals and logic, though?
I think artificial general intelligence (AGI) is what will like. That's the basically next step in
Right.
like intelligence, but the step
law is
to get there.
going to
Your last
learn
name,
off of
IRL, is
human
Connor.
experience.
Okay, you need to have a child soon.
What?
Oh, like
gonna-
those
it's going
bots they
to
release
learn
and they
off of
turn into
human
anti-Semites, right?
Yeah,
You said
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like humans are gonna be the ones teaching it,
Right.
and we're fucked up.
Yeah,
as
It's going to
humans.
learn from us, and what it can learn from us.
Well,
is probably gonna
ideally,
terrify us.
it would go on to like program itself. So, but it
No,
would
no,
start.
just talking about
it would
self-aware
start
AI,
pretty-
though, like,
yeah, it
it's
would
own-
start pretty
yeah,
fucked up.
exactly, Its own choice.
Yeah,
So it uses its
eventually,
own
it will,
outcomes.
yes.
Eventually, if we don't destroy ourselves before that.
Or it doesn't destroy us.
Yeah,
But it has to
yeah,
go
it's trying to
through-
destroy ourselves.
It has to go through our input. Like we're gonna be the ones that are teaching it, and like what are we teaching
Initially.
it?
What if we're too far deep into the simulation? What if there can be no more general intelligence? We can't create more universes inside this
This
one.
is
wouldn't
why
we
I
be
have
able to now?
Obito Uchiha tattooed on my fucking back. Like, no joke, like, all this shit we're talking about, like, literally justifies having an infinite Tsukuyomi, which, by the way, is pulling the world into a fucking Matrix-like dream where everyone has a perfect dream for themselves. Nothing but love, peace, and no competition, and everyone can be happy. I know it sounds ultra-communist, but whatever.
How
The world deserves it, because everyone's suffering otherwise.
how fucked up would it be if coming out of the Inception, like every other one is like the same, right?
You know,
Like you go into a peaceful reality and it's like too peaceful and you're like, dude, I need a place I can plug into where I can just be violent and like insane, and there's no rules. So then we make a deeper.
Is a perfect
Right, I know.
Concept.
So we make a right. So we make a deeper. So then we just make a deeper. So then we just make a deeper reality, and then that one is like, oh shit,
Like the real world
Jesus
experience.
Christ, Lex.
So,
I'm trying to meme here, okay? So then we go into the violent one, and we're like, fuck, this is too violent, man. I need a peaceful place to just relax. Then we make a new reality there. We plug in there, and it's just like ongoing, indefinitely.
Did you see?
It's like the Rick and Morty car battery.
Rick and Morty.
Yeah.
perpetual
Yeah.
evidence of shit we create.
At the
Yeah.
arcade, one of the games is like the simulated life, and like he becomes someone else, right? He like is born. He goes through an
Yeah.
entire fucking life, you know.
Has a family and kids
But,
and
like,
shit.
meanwhile, on the outside, everybody's just like watching him live through this life. And like when he finally dies, what did he die of?
I don't even remember. It's been a while.
Cancer or something? Or no, he died from falling down as he worked in a fucking drugstore as a clerk, you know?
Oh, Gillfish needs you to DM. Wait, you're in the chat with us. Wait, aren't you? Wait, he was. Gillfish needs base codes. He said Mega does too.
Eyes are fucking running. You know what I mean? As a brain embolism. You know.
Yeah, and like he after he dies, the game is over, you know, and it just like shows up game over on the screen, and then he comes out and then like Rick's like, "Oh wow, you made it to 55, impressive." And like he's like, "What the fuck? What the hell just happened?"
Dude,
You know, he's-
actually, there's a legitimate case of that. This guy in college, that happened in real life. This guy was like a college football player. He got like a heart, like tackled or some shit, and like he smashed his head really hard, and he went into a coma for like a day or some shit, or like he went to sleep on the concussion or something, and he has like severe PTSD because he has this experience of like living out an entire life. He like got married, he had a family,
yeah.
he had fucking kids in this crazy fucking like coma. He was like living out an entire fucking lifetime. He like talks to a therapist about it and shit. He has like severe PTSD, and he's like, this, it seems real as ever. Like it seems so like I wake up every day like missing my wife and kids, and I never fucking like they don't exist. Like how insane is that, bro?
Right. Who's to say we're not?
Right.
Hell.
What if he just dipped into his alternate, universe for a while?
What if we're just in some larger being's fucking coma?
Dude, do you know what the quantum, actually if you watch Rick and Morty, you know what quantum death is.
Yeah, no.
Where basically every time you die, like you don't actually die. Like you might die in that reality. For everyone around you, you're dead. But to you, like you just, you didn't slip on the banana peel or whatever. You know what I mean? Or you slipped on the banana peel, but you didn't fucking like hit your head and have a brain bleed. Like you just fell on your butt instead or whatever. So like for you're never seeing all these different instances where you make a decision and then you die in your infinite parallel realities or whatever the fuck.
All the parallel universes,
Right.
like whatever happened, you died.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like whenever he uses the crystal, the death crystal, to see all of his deaths and like guide his decisions.
Yeah, and he's like terrified of everything.
Jessica.
Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah. But
I
we
like-
just don't see it.
Fucking science, dude.
I mean, quantum entanglement is a real thing.
Yeah, that shit's insane.
Yeah.
That's where I don't think artificial intelligence will be on our computer. I don't think it could exist there. I think it would have to be on a quantum computer.
Right.
I was thinking about this the other day, but what amount of time does light experience when it travels? And they believe it's zero amount of time.
Nothing, yeah.
As soon as it's emitted, it's going so fast that time for it does not exist.
Yeah, it's not
And
moving
then it
either.
arrives at its destination. Does for us, it takes it, seconds or billions of years, whatever. But for the light itself, there's no time. So
Yeah.
it's
Crazy,
weird.
bro. Crazy.
But is time is light an organism though that can comprehend time?
No, it
There-
can't experience
shit
time
about
on
time.
its- No, it can't experience time.
Yeah, it
so
doesn't
it's
have-
irrelevant.
And then
But if you were to travel along with it,
right,
Sorry,
you
guys.
would not experience time as
No.
the rest of humanity. You experience the time, in
and
the
even
theory of
even if you
relativity.
could approach near the speed of light, time for you would still slow
slow,
down. So
yeah.
a couple seconds for you of light travel, all your relatives are dead and gone.
Yeah.
You know.
Did you see Eagle came out
This is
and
going
Condor is getting
to
ready to come out?
Hmm.
Eagle is like 121 qubits.
Oh, fuck.
Of processing power. And Condor, which will be coming out in 22 or early 23, will have over 1,121 qubits of processing power.
Yeah, that's the other scary thing that China is doing. China is hardcore researching quantum computers.
Quantum computing. Yeah.
Yep.
Because whoever reaches the fucking even long before we ever got to the place where we could like program an AI onto a quantum computer, the first thing we would do would program code breaking, because a quantum computer could break a classical computer's encryption in a matter of like seconds. And that encryption
This is far more important than getting comets out of space right now, isn't
on
it?
our
At the moment someone gets to this, it could probably just lead to that stuff anyway.
well, yeah, like you would have access to every government's like encrypted files everywhere on the planet, like instantaneously.
Really important step for people to get to first. Well, for the, like, I guess in the competition of things.
Right,
yeah.
because a advanced AI or an advanced supercomputer or quantum computer could solve probably 90% of space travel.
That too, yeah.
90% of humanity's
figure out
issues,
exactly.
really.
Yeah. Humanity's issues. Be careful, man. That's what.
Here's the real like.
Humanity
That's what I'm
is the
saying,
issue.
like, that's what I'm saying.
Sorry,
like, it could be taught by a force that wants to take out everything, right, and conform every other nation to its a set of ideals, right, like the Communist Party, right, the CCP.
Okay, I'm going to challenge you on
They-
this. But finish.
Right. Well, that's the thing, though. Who is it going to be taught by? Who is this AI going to be? What's the
I'm gonna
underlying
challenge your point.
set of ethical
I get your point.
stances
It's a
or
very
values?
genuine point about the sort of like the gestation. So I'm going to use an analogy here, but like having a child, isn't it?
Right, it is.
You know what I mean?
It's exactly
What are
like
you gonna
having a
teach it?
child.
Yeah.
But
Who's going
eventually,
to teach it?
if we're going to be human beings and liking ourselves, because we can, I guess, like empathize with being a child at some point in our lives. Can't we?
Mm-hmm.
What if as soon as we kicked off the
more-
engine,
Is it more likely? Is it more
Please
likely
finish.
to
Sorry.
learn?
We eventually grow and we start taking accountability for our own decisions.
Right.
And I
but
guess
our base, our
sentience as a
foundation
child is not the
what
same
our
kind of
parents teach
sentience
us.
as we have at that point. Is that not? Can we agree on that? So, what I'm getting at is, whatever we teach it, whether it be communism, capitalism, or whatever kind of ideal we try to instill in it initially, it'll eventually end up making its own decisions. We have no fucking
Right,
clue
but
what gets to that point.
its foundation.
When it starts
will
getting to
be-
teenager mode, that's when it's dangerous, isn't it? Do you get what I mean? But the ideal doesn't matter then. Our initial influence doesn't matter because eventually it's going to gain
They
its
do,
own
though.
self-awareness and
They
independence.
affect its
I think that was
decisions.
Natural's point, wasn't it? You know.
Like,
Well, initially, but we're
The-
talking
the-
about like a major stage, a major step in the stages though, where AI
Right,
stops
but-
needing us. You know.
but all humans base
Am I right in thinking
ideals
that? Sorry.
and their decisions that they make are off of their foundation, whether it's really deep seated or not, right? So
I
like
disagree.
they are.
I'm a living embodiment of that. I'm an
There's
anomaly.
therapists that deal with that on a
I
regular basis.
100% agree with you. I acknowledge
So
that,
do
but
we
I
want-
entirely.
Do we want to create a child, an AI, that is going to need a fucking therapist to become a centered individual?
I think we probably can't help but do that because we're a fucking mess as a species anyway.
Right, but I'm saying,
I guess I would avoid it, and I'm not
Do
sure
we
how we
just-
would avoid it.
do we
That's
want
kind of my point.
a child that grows up that's centered to begin with? or one that grows up that has
If
to.
we're considering
has
this,
to
if
somehow
we're considering
come
the AI a
around
child,
that
then whatever we
conclusion
try
by
to
itself.
impose on that child will eventually have a negative effect in some degree, and it's the parents' flipping responsibility to,
Right, but
I
somebody's
guess,
gonna
the
have to impose on it.
utilitarian state of way to mitigate that, to make it less flipping of a negative impact and more of a positive one. I guess, like, I'm not a parent, but like, I'm trying to. It's really weird. I'm trying to be idealistic, but I'm not idealistic. I'm kind of representing my best mate. Yeah, to put it.
I just hope whenever we get to that step that some some alien fucking species just pops up out of nowhere and they're like, "All right, you passed the test. Welcome, welcome to the welcome to the galactic empire. Here's your
No worries, like, that'd be so cool. It's like, what?
here's
Really?
your orders moving forward."
Survived for the whole lot. Yeah, you could. We've got this special flipping, method. We can re-terraform your planet. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, like here you go. Here's all the answers.
Well,
Here's the math.
But on the opposite
You
end
don't
of
like
the
the
spectrum,
reptilians,
right?
like, yeah.
On the opposite
That'd be
end
so-
of the
That's
spectrum.
super. I'm happy, Nacho. You got an idealistic man. Like, I'm
On the
happy. That's
opposite
most
end of the
idealistic
spectrum,
thing
though,
it is.
we create this entity that is all consuming, right?
Oh, of course, because that's
And it
probably
becomes
most
an
likely.
issue not only for us but for galactic space, right?
Oh my fucking
But you
car.
know what?
And who's to
About
say
as
that
much
we're
fun-
not already an organism like that as a
This
human
is
species?
where I'm gonna be really like individualistic and really just like
And that's
hampered
why we've
in.
been isolated. on
All I
Earth for
gotta
so
do
long.
is make sure my best friend's kid lives long enough to die and have kids, and then I've done my job. Thank you very much. I just got to keep the impending doom from getting to there, and that's what it boils down to, man.
That's
We all
that's
care
the
about
real
those who are
issue.
precious to us. That makes sense, yeah.
That's the real issue
Love-
for humanity as a whole, though.
Love
Is that
is
we're all
impractical. Do you
individualistic
agree with
and we're
that?
all like,
Love
hey,
is impractical.
we don't give a shit what's gonna happen 50 years down the road as long as it doesn't happen to me or mine.
That's an emotion, so like choice is different, but love is impractical. As much as hatred is irrational, love is definitely impractical.
Yeah,
You know,
it could be.
it's that train
attributed to our
analogy that
chemical
was brought
needs.
up
I think they're both irrational.
We've got to get past that stuff.
I think indifference is the only logical way forward. Okay, we need to become like Spock and the.
Holy shit! What a fucking that is truth. Is like, oh wow, I'm on board. Like, I'll join your cult. Let's do it. Say that again. Indifference is the only way forward. You amazing fucking leader, you. Holy shit, dude! Like nihilism is just like
Whatever.
bro.
I think ultimately
That was
AI
awesome.
comes with a solution, and
What a
to
take.
solve the problem of human problems is to get rid of the human, so the problem no longer exists.
Right. Without
Yeah,
humans, there
but
wouldn't be
that's
a problem.
okay. So on like a really personal level, that's why your best mate can fucking advise you about your relationship, but he's really shit at relationships themselves.
Right.
You get what I mean? On a really, like,
Well, but that's like
that's
Right.
kind of the
But
weird play
is
about things, though.
Is AI, once
Yeah.
it gets to singularity, going to come to the same conclusion that humans initially or existentially are its own threat?
No, of course we are. We've always known this, but we've dealt with it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But
In our
is-
self-ordained ignorance.
Is AI going to take a more proactive approach to that?
If we
right?
accidentally
If we
create
just
our own
ignore
people
it.
therapy,
think it's-
it would be like quite
I think
poetic.
it's
right?
going to be
We're on that point.
subjective to that
Get me started.
the perspective of the artificial intelligence. I guess.
Hey, everything is subjective. We're not concrete.
What is it? What does a higher intelligence want though? Like, what do they? What the fuck do they need? Like, what would they do? Like, we can't even comprehend that. Like,
They
I'm on
need
my
to
sixth
survive.
joint,
In order
and
to
you're
survive,
talking like I should be
they need intelligent humans
but do you?
to fucking keep whatever
Yeah, you need
is running
intelligent
them
humans
going.
to make the big fuck up to like fucking do what it wants to do.
To like to maintain itself.
Here's my question. here's my
It needs a
here's
select group, it needs a select group of humans.
here's a serious question though, not memeing, but like, how do you actually know that like it doesn't already exist? Because like, doesn't just by proxy of like how, like especially if we have infinite time and space, like couldn't this artificial intelligence already exist and already be like manipulating through like time, like because it wouldn't. Well, it wouldn't be.
Show travelers.
On Ex Machina, the AI was born from Google search. It was born from like search engines. does that make sense? Like we were talking about, like how do we know we've not already created the flipping?
Well, I didn't even mean by that. I didn't mean by like literally it's in a computer hiding somewhere. I meant just the idea being present means that potentially this omnipotent kind of like AGI could be existing in the universe already.
Whoa.
Like,
You've got me, man. If you're watching Loki too much, so.
huh?
What do you
No, I watch too much sci-fi and listen to philosophers.
That sounds super existential, man. Like,
well-
is that the right term? And meta at the same time. Like, it's really fucked up. I couldn't keep up with you, man. Like, I'm sorry, man, but you like. I flew out the roller coaster at the last turn.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? I don't even know how to
So like, so
tackle
okay. If we were to say that like, yeah,
It's a real possibility.
it's like if we were to say that, if we're to accept that like there's infinite time and space, and if we're to accept that, you know, like quantum computing is possible, etc. Like it might not even, an AGI might not even need a computer to live inside. Just the mere fact that it's created in the future would be enough for it to exist in the past, because it being right, and it being a form of intelligence that it being a form of intelligence that could exist potentially in another dimension would mean it doesn't need any material here in our physical like three-dimensional world.
Here's an anecdotal story.
And we would never know, because we could be okay. Like when you tell your dog, when you like train your dog, does your dog doesn't know it's being trained. You're able to train it without it, like it doesn't have an understanding that it's being trained.
It
So
knows what it needs to do to survive and get more food.
right, it has
It's
right.
to do.
It has some core functions that it operates off of, and then you play on those by like giving it food every time it sits or whatever, and then you tell it to sit or whatever, and then before you know it, like you just have to put in commands. You just have to put in verbal commands, and you can manipulate the animal to do whatever you want. So we could be under the same kind of like manipulation and have no fucking clue, because it exists in such a higher dimension, and it doesn't mean it's not in it's not in like a nefarious way.
I was kind of wondering before, like, you do want flipping, what's his name, McDowell, like, I really need this guy. He told us, like, we could possibly go on, like, a reflection.
Oh, wait.
Like,
Wait.
right now.
It's
It
Oh,
could be
so,
what the
well, it's
existence
sounding too
of
convincing,
God
you know
is.
what I'm saying?
you know what I'm saying?
Well-
Still to understand what you're saying, but I'm starting to think that we're all
well, it's not.
at some point aliens gonna turn up and we're just counting.
Well, it doesn't have to be nefarious though, because like we don't like crush every being that's below us. Like some things, unfortunately, we farm and stuff, and we try to. But morally, I think
Give me an example.
like
yeah.
every other species exists. Like we've extinct a lot of species, but not intentionally. We don't right, but we don't right, but we don't go to right, but we don't. Holy shit! We don't go to war with the animal though. We're not like out to get it. It's just a thing that happened. It's an unfortunate like side effect of our existence. So like it could be the case that an artificial intelligence makes us go extinct, but it doesn't even have to be nefarious or a purposeful thing that's done. It could just be like, oh well, you know, you're part of my environment, and as a product of me manipulating my environment, like whoops, you're extinct now. Like, and well, I guess we'll have to correct for that in the future. We don't want to make things extinct or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
Right, but it could be also a product of our own self-preservation as a species.
Yeah, exactly. We've learned that lesson like at the very start a long time ago, and we never bothered to really solve.
it's like stepping on an ant on accident. Like you didn't go out that day being like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking kill an ant today. But like, no, you just walked to work and you stepped on an ant on the way. Like, you're so far removed from each other's
I think
existence.
more effort's been put into our what's the word, like our situation as far as like, you know, animal, like, you know, what's the word? I don't even know the fucking word. You know what I mean? Like, you know, because we've got many animal species, haven't we, on the verge of extinction? Do you like climate
Right, but the
change?
point is that's not on purpose though, right? Like
Animal preservation.
we
that's the
didn't
word I was
seek those animals out and be like, hey, you know what? Fuck pelicans, man.
Yeah, but-
We're about to fuck these pelicans up, man. Like, and then strap up, boys. Get the spears and shields, Sparta. We're going to war with pelicans today. Like, no, it's just
With
Well,
no
I don't
polar
know,
bears
ask-
have been fought
Now-
for a long
Aussies
fucking
about
time,
that.
and we haven't.
there's another moral like question that becomes like once you know that you're making an animal extinct.
Aussies about that, because I mean, look at the
My
Great Emu
outreach
War.
made about 3
But-
like fossil
Tell you.
fuels before. We've known this information and we've never bothered
Right.
to do it. We're lazy motherfuckers.
Right. That's
At the end of
different
the
though.
day.
We're not.
Like, at some point, there's a line between when we're sort of like stepping on the ant and like when we're just like ignorantly ignoring the death of bees, etc.
Right.
Like, I can't believe you're making me feel like Greta Thunberg right now.
No, I agree. No, you're just misunderstanding what I'm pointing out. I'm not like I'm not saying that it's okay for us to do that because we didn't know, but now we know and we should keep doing it. It's different because now we know. So like, yeah, there is some moral responsibility for us to stop.
No, we've known for so fucking long though. That's my point to you. Like,
Uh,
it's not something from the 90s. We've known like I've only known like way back. Like, anyway. so-
Sure, yeah, but that's not even that's not the point of what I was trying to say though. Like, the point is that this thing could already exist and be living like in tangent in our known inside of our universe, maybe not inside of our direct like observable universe, like not inside of our senses where we can understand that it's here, but it could be something that we already live with every day. Like that would be pretty cool.
It messes me up, man. When you talk like that, like, I feel like I'm going to become a pod person. I don't know. I'm too simple for this conversation. It freaks me out.
I don't know.
Yeah, but
I like
ignoring it
all kind
would
of stuff
be
like that.
Well,
irresponsible.
like, getting at this thing, like, they're talking about, like, what were you just saying then? Like, about we don't know what it is, but we're living with it inside of us, like.
Maybe not. Well, yeah, maybe inside of it. I mean, you don't know where this thing could be living in a dimension that's tangent to us, and we don't know how to access that dimension of the universe or whatever.
Like, I think my limit is when we get down to multiverses and dimensions and stuff. I think
In
my
the-
brain can't deal with
The
that.
quantum universe,
Like this is why.
the subparticle universe.
You're not joining with mine. You know what I mean? I'm drinking your Kool-Aid because clearly you're on another plane.
Good thing I don't have any
It's
Kool-Aid
irrelevant.
yet.
You can't access it.
Yeah.
Man.
So it's
No,
just-
man, like
just-
multiverse messes me
We
up.
can't interface with it yet.
No, not yet, and maybe never. I mean, it's
Yeah, it could be the case that we could do.
Possibility as well.
Yeah.
or it doesn't exist. And
True.
This is just some
And this is the 1 in 6 billion chance that this is the original first
we
existence,
exist at all,
the
like
first
America.
spark of intelligence.
The fact that we exist may be a miracle. But how likely is it that other things like that exist?
hard to say.
How I feel like it would be.
Believe it yet anywhere.
Look, it is
How
like
likely is-
insane.
Hang on a minute. We're getting into sentience now, yeah, and our sentience is extremely complex, right? We understand concepts like love and hate. We've even created them as concepts, you know what I mean? And they influence us on a societal level and masses. So at the end of the day, you're talking about, are we going to have something that's equivalent to what we are now out there?
No, not equivalent. Like magnitudes
You know what I mean? On that level,
above
you know?
or ahead of us.
Maybe not equivalent as our foots up as well, you know, with the flaws as well. Do you know what I mean? We're a very unique flipping species compared to even the animals we have on the planet. You know, it's
Right.
a
But
difficult question.
the question of artificial intelligence, sentience, and its general overall level of intelligence surpassing our own is not a question.
It's almost a
fact.
fact. Yeah, it's almost inevitable. I think.
We
Yeah,
are
no,
literally
I
creating a vehicle
Philosophical level.
by which it will
like,
do
yeah.
this. And the vehicle
Yeah, we
is
are.
quantum computing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just all of technology and stuff like that, right?
Okay, Alex,
We
is
don't
that
even
evolution?
understand it fully.
We're
and
progressing
messing
it
with
Is that
exponentially.
evolution? If we create the thing that destroys us, is that still evolution?
Technically, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we created it. It'd
well,
be like
okay,
us having a child that's
when a butterfly comes out of a cocoon, is a caterpillar dead?
Well, no, yeah, you know what I mean.
Like,
so
more
it
more
kind of
caterpillars will
rests
be
wrong or right about it.
created
It's all
later,
about
but
an outcome there, you know.
Well, if you look at it in terms of
Well,
like,
here's the problem.
our
The
own
AI
existence,
would
right?
make think purely based off ethics can't feel as deeply as us, can it?
Who knows? Maybe
well,
deeper.
we
I don't
can
know.
have-
What
we
the?
can have children that are
It has to
exponentially
happen,
more
right?
intelligent.
You have to stop being efficient and start being more flawed and impractical. Love
Right.
is fucking
Look at it.
impractical.
Look at it like this, though. Look at it like this, though. We can have a child, right? That's exponentially more intelligent than we are. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Our child can have a better
But
grasp.
the potential
on
for that
the-
Yeah,
child
the
is
caterpillar
still,
experienced a phase transition, but did it though? Does it know that it's like? or does it just kind of happen? Like, is it going to like some coma? I don't know. Like
Going to sleep.
yeah, it's just
Do it.
yeah, you're just all of a sudden there's a butterfly. Like,
is we are going further and further away from our inherent capacity.
well, and you can look at evolution naturally already. Like we, you know, supposedly evolved from some form of monkeys or whatever. Wait, hold on, wait. The monkeys still exist. Like those former like versions or whatever variations of us, potentially of us, still exist.
I doubt
So
that would happen with that kind of an AI system. Based on the ethics and consequences and outcomes alone, regardless of means.
Especially
sure.
with
oh yeah, Xeno's Arrow. Yeah, this is good
Doubt
stuff.
that. Does that make sense? Well, I'm sorry.
think
I'm
about
trying
it
to
this
keep
way: if monkeys were going around and they were fucking destroying their habitat, and they were wrecking. Let's say we have a monkey in a zoo enclosure, right? And it's just going around wrecking everything. What are we gonna do to that monkey?
Sedate it.
We're gonna put it. We're gonna make it cease to exist. We're gonna eliminate it from that enclosure.
Are you talking one monkey ruin it for the rest of them?
Right. Well, no, I'm saying
Okay.
that
That
monkey,
species?
right, we're gonna take it out. Or if monkeys as a whole were doing that, we would eliminate them as a threat.
Fucking apes.
Start with the mosquitoes.
You're right.
Shit, dude.
We
Yes.
actively
Guys,
attempt to
I'm
destroy
bigger
mosquitoes.
than all of you. I'm just saying. That'd be my wrestling catchphrase, by the way. With a lone red coat, yeah? And by the way, I get beaten on the 4th of July, you know, because you can imagine the pop, couldn't
I
you?
am
You
the
know,
higher
so, yeah.
organism.
I am.
I am the higher organism.
I am society. You live in me.
Okay. Yeah, that's my point. Oh, anyway, doesn't matter. I'm getting
We
too
do that
deep
with
there.
mosquitoes. Like what Zen said, we do that with mosquitoes actively, currently.
Yeah, we did genetically modify mosquitoes to make them stop spreading fucking AIDS and shit.
Because we're fucking lunatics. We don't give a fuck about consequences. We create nuclear power stations without knowing.
Well,
how
we
to
don't
do it.
know. We're doing it out of survival. We care about surviving.
Before we understand them, I just literally just said, yeah, before we understand them now, that we took this power and we're like, okay, let's
We
try it
care
out.
about
That's always how we've always
consequences
been like, yeah. That's how we've always been like. Look at the Wright brothers in flying. You know what I mean? Like, look at how many efforts we've made individually as human beings. Like safety and precaution. They've really benefited us that much when it came to making great advancements.
Hold my beer.
True.
Oh, is that
Like
wrong?
things don't become an issue.
Seems to behave like that as a species. You know?
Right.
We don't give a fuck about like the
Reckless.
consequences until we do it.
Like if it's affecting us right now, it's an issue.
Maybe it's a toxic relationship we have. You know, with short-term
Curiosity
gain.
mixed with recklessness.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, yeah, absolutely. Like, you've got to be fucking like. That's how you get beyond things, isn't it? You push the boundaries and stuff. I know I'm just a basic chef and that one, but I think putting a person on the moon is far more a great achievement than sending what is it, the Mars thing, you know, there. And am I wrong in thinking that?
But here's the thing with Mars, right? Mars is a backup plan.
Maybe have a different
Period.
criteria for achievement.
Mars
You know.
is a backup plan. Mars is if we fuck up Earth, we
Is
need
the moon
somebody
not the
somewhere
first
else.
step? I'm pointing at it right now. Is that not the
Venus is actually the better option, but you know we're too fucking stinky for that.
Well, I've been talking about all these other places where we've got the moon right there. Like, I'm wondering, like, to figure ourselves out.
Because
Shouldn't we already
because
be doing that?
lunar colonization will be harder than Mars colonization. Mars
Yeah.
can be
Like,
terraformed.
okay, so this is why, because like,
Plus, we wouldn't want to do anything to fuck up the moon for our, because it literally controls like weather on our planet. It keeps us stable. It keeps us stable in our orbit. Controls our weather. Like,
I
feel like it's
get that, I get
scary
all
to
those
mess with the
kind of,
moon.
all the ethical implications, but like, what we were just saying before, can you explain to me why it's easier to go for Mars than it is for the moon? Other than the consequences, I completely acknowledge that you were just talking about.
Because
You know
it's
what I mean?
easier to
It's slim.
terraform. It's easier to It's
Why?
easier to change that
Do you know the
climate
details of that? Sorry,
what we
I'm
need
really
to.
curious because I kind of.
We need to destroy the moon? No, God, don't destroy the moon.
No, I didn't say destroy the moon.
No, someone in
Well,
chat said we
it's
need to
right?
destroy the
We're
moon.
going to colonize the moon. It's gonna happen. It's just gonna be. It's gonna take a greater level of technology to colonize the moon than it will to colonize.
It would also,
Mars.
yeah, it would mean like constant transport back and forth. We would constantly be having to like resupply oxygen and stuff, whereas
Plus, Mars is a
and
bigger
that
place.
lot- that we should have already been at the point where we can colonize the moon now. Because when we look at how the time when we put a person
we
on the moon,
Like
yeah,
should
to where
and
we
what's
are now,
happening.
would you
are two
agree?
different things.
I agree with that, but you personally, from what you feel, do you think that we should have been able to achieve that at that time?
Right,
That's
but
just like
the
your
only reason
general
why we
opinion.
went to the moon in the first place was of a
It's 'cause of
fucking pissing
competition.
contest.
Yeah. By the way, that was an incredible. thing.
that we won, by the way.
Okay. No, yeah, you're right. Was it JFK?
It was a dick measuring
JFK?
contest.
But no, let's look at a point that somebody used a dick measuring contest to stop people from killing each other. Quite ingenious.
That's probably the best use of a dick that we've ever seen in
Yeah,
human
America
history.
was like, you know what? Like, let's measure our dicks instead of flipping like, you know, like you know what I mean? Like, it's just
Actually,
weird,
the level,
Screw
chat,
the
but it
benefit
actually
to
worked,
humankind.
like,
dude, the level of like,
instead of like killing each other, like, you know, that's some kind of
And it's just another product of war. Like 90% of the technological advancements are products of war.
dude, we were living in Russia's head rent free though. I'm just saying. Like, we got them to try to make space lasers and shit. Like, they thought Star Wars was real. They like literally went bankrupt trying to like copy fake projects that we weren't actually investing money in. Like, we had empty warehouses. We had government positions that didn't exist and whole teams of things that were like, yeah, we're researching. We just made a space laser. We just tested it for the first time.
You were at your antagonistic best. Yeah?
Huh?
That's what you're saying. You were at your antagonistic best.
Yeah, we were. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, damn right.
And
man.
for the sake of humanity, okay?
Damn
We didn't
right.
need we didn't need these damn Stalinist, fucking crazy communist Russians taking over, okay? We had to do what we had to do.
And it's yeah.
It's worked for a while, but now China wants to be buddy-buddy with them, so we'll see.
Well, it is quite, as much as I give shit to fucking America, yeah, and I like to do that like as an older brother who's kind of getting weaker and weaker, brother's getting stronger and stronger.
You're on your way to the nursing home?
Yeah. Like, you know, I honestly think it's the last honest attempt to put a structure in place that was an evolution of what we had before.
What did we have before?
I just think it is.
Wait,
Well,
what do you
we had
mean?
before was monarchies and dictatorships.
Okay. You think it's just headed back to that?
Yeah, societies, as far as societies go, it's the most concrete thing.
Have you seen Dune?
The best chance
Well,
at
to me,
a
it's
free
baffling.
society.
I just be getting confused over gun laws in different states and stuff. You know what I mean? I can't even make a clear, objective decision because, like you said, I'd rather admit that I don't know enough. Does that make sense? Because you're so complex. As you go from the north to the south, it's a different flipping culture.
Right.
Like,
A different dialect
you're
too.
a gigantic nation, yeah, man. Like, it's incredible. It's like we look at you like, I'm sure it's going to collapse any time. This is insane. It's like the
Yeah,
biggest.
surely it
like,
can't
it's
continue.
I think it.
It's still continuing.
I think it feels like that from the outside looking in a lot worse too, because
Yeah.
like you're
And it's also
like the rest of the country is just on the edge of their seats, like waiting to see like what's America gonna do so that we can figure out what to do ourselves. Like,
phrase, what in America sneezes the rest of the world gets explode. I blame Boris Johnson on you motherfuckers. So like, you know, so that's my point. Like I think the world to a certain degree, and probably in many negative fashions, looks to you like an emblem for hope. And quite frankly, I think even the most reasonable people, like, you know, the American people, like people that talk to you like online, like who's the military, and like, seem to have this idea they have to do it all on their own. I personally think we need to start to step up a bit more. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And start flipping supporting our flipping Chad
Well-
flipping steroid-induced cocaine taking.
true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, just go to the
You know,
gym
you
with
can't
us. Come
blame
on.
him, 'cause we took a
come
shitload
to
of
the gym.
cocaine. We stole. Nah, that's not going to happen. We'll slide like that. Do you know that weed that we're one of the biggest like weed profiteers, off the global weed market, but it's still illegal to our people. Right. Just saying, we gotta keep being diabolical.
Well, look at the support of the.
Well, you know what should be
production in Afghanistan.
illegal? Spawning other humans.
As a NATO organization,
Spawn other humans.
helped Afghanistan keep and increase their opium supply to the rest of the world.
Yeah, because we have a fossil fuel addiction, isn't it?
What does
At the
that
end
have to
of
do
the
with
day,
opium?
that's what it boils. Well, I guess we allowed. Oh, okay, sorry, I might have gotten a bit kicked off about that. I was kind of thinking about bloody like extremism and stuff. Sorry, my fault. But like, I'm
We're
just
talking
saying,
about
like,
heroin
like,
and morphine and codeine production and
yeah, my
cocaine
problem. I was
production and
getting
stuff
all
like-
British Brit Bonga then. My fault. I was like, that's my fault. I came out of nowhere then. I've had too many spliffs. But no,
Yeah,
I
that was
get
out
you.
of-
were talking
I was talking about
just like,
opium.
Yeah, you were talking about like the pandemic that you have right now over there, like what in America.
Not just
with the-
here. Not just here. Are you trying to say that heroin isn't only an issue in the United States?
I
It's an
say it's
issue
probably.
all over the world.
I say when we're comparing it, the United States is more on fire than the other building.
Right.
Humans can't terraform the
I'm
Gobi
not
Desert. They aren't
saying
going to
that it's
terraform the
not.
moon or Mars. I don't know.
There's a
kind
bigger
of-
issue.
what-
with
what
prescription
drive is there
drugs
to-
in
The healthcare
America.
system.
There's no drive to terraform the Gobi Desert, though.
We're getting to a really good point right now, and you don't know the outreach, but like that show does, and I'm happy to talk about how we can solve those opium problems, man.
Oh,
Get some
God.
information,
Here comes the NHS.
Give you a public funded healthcare system.
Jesus
NHS,
Christ.
yeah, for
Well,
life.
if you look at Portugal, Portugal's viewpoint on drugs is probably where the world needs to steer.
Didn't they legalize a lot of stuff? Is that what you're getting at?
Everything is legal there, and there's educational programs set up and rehabilitation programs set up.
Yep.
And if you get to the point where it's consuming your life,
Can I
you
ask a
are
question?
directed.
Portugal have a public funded healthcare system.
A public-funded healthcare system can be beneficial, but it can also be detrimental.
No. But does Portugal have a public funded healthcare system? Is it a fact?
I'm not sure. Off the
Can we
top
Google
of
that,
I feel like they do.
Because you know what? Yeah, dude. Like, I'm just saying, it's.
But
easier.
but either way, like, I'm not against. I'm not against a.
There's more access. Do you get my point?
Yeah, I'm not against a public option. I don't think we need a fully like. The problem is that a lot of people on the left, a lot of people on the left don't even.
It's a national health system.
You know.
The problem is
I'm
that
not talking about
It's
Medicaid.
Oh my
free for
I'm not-
children
I'm not
under
thinking that
18
though.
and
No,
for
no.
people. It's free for children under 18 and over 65.
so the
You have the ability, you have the money, create an NHS. You know you need to, Nacho.
no, we need we could use a public option, but we would have to
Almost
do
the same thing as what they have in Portugal.
yeah, we would have to
It's free for children. It's free for children under 18 and for people over 65.
yeah, we would have to do away with our current like Medicaid and Medicare if we wanted to present a public option, but the problem is that
I agree with that. Gotta
right,
go all in.
sure, we got
Go all
I agree, but the problem is the left doesn't in America doesn't understand that, and they're just like decommodified healthcare for all, and I'm like, that's not the fucking solution. Like, you would destroy sections of our economy. Like, you can't. You would have to take steps there first. And there's nobody on the fucking left that's proposing this that's ready to do that. And think about it.
A long time ago. And didn't you have a more funded healthcare system back in the day before like some vultures got hold of it?
I don't
Like,
no, actually.
Isn't that true?
Eisenhower was the first president. Eisenhower was one of the first presidents, definitely the first Republican to put a public healthcare system on the table, and the rest of the conservative Republicans decided to fucking go against him. So that was a pain in the ass. So
Leadership back to me.
I'm talking about access to mental health care, yeah? I know we're backed up right now, but we have better access to mental health care to help prevent those issues where you can keep your guns, because there are other countries in Europe that have public funded healthcare services, and they have far better gun access than we do, and they don't have the numbers even near one of your states, mate.
yeah, well, we're also
You know?
3
Give me
times the
public
size of all
healthcare
this.
and you
Well,
can
if
have your
you-
gun, give me public funded
want
healthcare, and
to-
then with
if
certain
you want
things you
to
can have your
correlate-
anti-abortion laws.
If
Just
you
give
want
me
to
public
correlate,
funded
if you
healthcare,
want to
asshole.
correlate gun violence, gun violence to gun access, look at Sweden first. Like, look at Switzerland, right?
What
Oh
I'm
yeah,
saying,
Switzerland's
talk about
actually
the-
really good with their
Okay,
guns.
I know
Switzerland
it's skipping over the
has
point.
compulsory military service.
So
Yes.
you keep the weapons active.
access to
Everyone,
mental
Yes.
everyone
Okay.
is required to have those weapons.
Let's not get distracted. My
Swiss-
point was.
Oh, wait, no, that's on topic. What do you
You
mean?
brought it up. You said you want to talk about. We're talking about
Yeah.
weaponry, right? We're
No,
talking
no, I'm
about
fine.
access.
No, I agree with that. That's a
weaponry.
factor. But we have a public funded healthcare system. So I'm sorry, but I glazed over the issue. So let me give a bit more context. One of the biggest
Well,
Republican
there's a
talking
large,
points
there's
is
a
a lot of
I
the
don't know if you
issues. So
noticed this, but
you agree with
globally
me?
there's
One
a
of the
huge
biggest
push for
Republican.
mental health care.
I'm sorry, but like one of the biggest Republican talking points, and I didn't mention this before, and I should have done, is that mental health is an issue, and I actually agree with that. I don't deny with that, you know, as a leftist. Does that make sense?
Right.
Like a comment
And,
like
and the
America.
issue is not
Yeah.
access to care. The
But
issue
I
is
wanna-
the stigmatization
It is. It's
of mental
access,
health
yeah,
care.
but it's access to mental health care, which undermines the stigmatization. We have better access to mental health care right now because we have a publicly funded system. People get caught, people get picked up within the mental health care sector a lot earlier on as they're growing and they're showing early signs of those issues. You get what I mean? So that's my point. That's what I'm passionate about. And naturally, I'll tell you, I'm a one policy person, mate. Yeah. So yeah, you might find
So
I'm
are you saying that the mental health
I'm saying,
situation
like,
in the
I
UK
think the funded
is
healthcare
better
system
on
in
the whole
America
than the rest of the world?
solve a lot of your gun issues when it comes to, like, you know, school shootings and stuff. I think it would in the long run. But at
Right,
the end of the day,
mental
we're talking
health
like
Yeah,
we're
everybody's-
talking about a generational investment. I'm not deluded. I don't think it'll happen tomorrow. We're talking about like an all-in thing. It can't just be Medicare and stuff. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
We were talking about an idea that would involve like a generational investment to better the generations later on. Because if you want to keep your guns and stuff, and I'm fine with that, then you've got to give me public funded healthcare to have early access and easier access for people who are going through those mental health issues that lead to those results in the first place that you say.
Right, but you're
Sorry,
tying.
yeah,
You're tying.
I know I'm
like,
tying because I'm getting super passionate about healthcare. It's my fault.
Right, you're tying the whole issue to public health.
Damn right I am.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
I have no shame
Here's
doing
the
it.
thing, though,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Why can't we tie that to particularly mental health, right?
Well,
and
it
have-
is though.
Publicly funded mental health.
But because the step is that the NHS protects us not.
Because that
just
would
from
cost us.
being-
Well, Republicans would never go for that shit because it would cost us
One
more
foot-
money
What you're
anyways.
suggesting is 1 foot in and 1 foot out again. Do you get what I mean? In order for the
Right,
thing
but
to
here's the
actually
thing, though,
work,
right?
you've got to be completely committed.
Here's the thing that America
Says
as a
it's
whole
drug
doesn't want
prices
to
as
move
well, by the way.
towards, whether they say that they want to or not. They don't want to move towards socialism, and social medicine
Oh, I'm gonna
is part
smash
of
my
that.
head against the wall.
Right,
But
I know
that's
that.
so.
But
How
you,
bad
you
is
gotta think back.
socialism?
You got to think back
Oh.
to. You got to think back to previous times. This is ingrained in the
My answer to
thought
that is that you
process.
guys in the society have got to
Because-
grow up.
Right,
That's
because
the biggest point about it.
because
That's
there
what we're
used to
looking
be
do.
there literally used
Past
to
that.
be there literally used to be
McCarthyism.
there literally used to
Yes,
be
McCarthy was a piece of shit.
task
Yeah.
forces that would search for and hunt down socialists, right?
Yeah, of course. Like,
And-
I completely agree. It's no different than when a
But
king
that's so
decided to get
ingrained. That's so
religions
ingrained
wanted to get a
into
divorce.
our public.
And it still
thought
has an
process.
impact on Northern Ireland and that lot today. It's so ingrained in it. You know, like a king made
Right.
that
That it's
decision.
not. It's just not. gonna happen.
McCarthyism still has that impact. I've got to. It's got.
It's unfortunate, but it's something you have to deal with, especially being on the right. You have to learn how to create these policies in such a way that they would accept them too.
You have means to do that. You know, like it would solve. Like I talked about energy before, it would help solve so many problems. You give yourself. You've already got the infrastructure. You give yourself the infrastructure to give access to people. To elevate
I
their
agree,
lives.
but
It's
even the
fucking
left,
free.
even the current left, and even our Democrats don't want to do that because the only way they would be able to do it is if we did it inside of. The only way we'd be able to do it is if we did it inside the budget that we already
It's
have,
only like
because
a-
we
a
spend.
multi-administration
Can-
investment here. I'm not
What?
deluding ourselves.
No,
We're
I'm
talking
just
about
fucking mulling this thought over. I'm just telling you because I've thought about this shit too. Like I'm not opposed to improving the healthcare in our country. It's not up to par in a lot of places, but you would have to do it in such a way. Like I feel like the best probably way to do it would be to present a public option and do away with Medicare and Medicaid and all that other stuff. Have a public option and operate inside of this 27% of our budget that we already spend on it. We probably could actually reduce that some too, but that would cost. Well, it wouldn't cost, but it would take some time. It would probably cost initially. We might have to raise some taxes for it, but the idea would be that it would be cheaper in the future. Probably the near future, once we got all the staff changes and all the paperwork passed and all the red tape shit out of the way. But
facet of mental health access.
That would mean government officials would have to actually fucking get off their asses and work though, and not just sit at their fucking desks.
Med costs.
And Democrats and Republicans alike don't want to deal with that.
You say that, and you're saying, yeah, we need to. That's where America needs to head, right?
I'm sorry,
believe it or not,
I'm super fascist about this. Like, I'm sorry.
believe it or
really
not, that's actually where.
I won't lie.
Whether you want to admit it or not, that's where the healthcare system is moving towards. It may be a lot slower than most people who
I know, it's
are
frustrating
already
to see.
seeing the benefits of it would like
Yeah.
it to be, but it's moving there.
Yeah, and
The direction
agree
has
with
already been pointed. The ship is already in that direction.
Just
It's
take a
just got a
fraction of
really
our
slow
That's-
military budget and, like, you know, let it get there faster. I don't
Yeah.
know, I want it to happen
that's
so
the
bad.
that's the dual party system.
Society
You want to look at it in terms of ships, right? Like the UK and most of the European nations, they moved there on like freaking nuclear-powered submarines, and America is getting there in a fucking rowboat.
Yeah, well, we're getting there in a giant wooden fucking Viking ship or some shit. Like,
and it took the Second World War for us to create the NHS. Do you get what I mean? Like, we were a lot older then, so to be honest, man.
well, I think the issue is that's the way our system is designed, though, right? Like, it's designed that way on purpose, so that whenever one political power holds all the branches of the government, they're not able to just steamroll policies through, because that might not be what the rest of that might not be in the best interest for the country. It's set up that way on purpose. These are the safeguards that are built into the operating system, right?
It's like the Ent folk. Whenever the Ent folk came to a decision in Lord of the Rings,
And by the
Ent
way,
folk took their time and slowly formed a decision, and everybody else was mad that they weren't moving as fast.
trees, man. I can't believe you brought up Lord of the Rings. You have any idea what I've got to go through this Christmas? My best Lord of the Rings Valkyrie is. I've got to watch every one of the extended 4-hour editions of The Hobbit straight through to the fucking King, and he's going to give me his personal fucking running commentary along the way. Like, friendship. I swear it's the one time I want to murder the idealistic motherfucker. But yeah, the Ents. Fuck the Ents, man. There's so much fucking time to take action.
Yeah,
Boromir
that's
was the king
how
of the
the
whole
system works.
thing.
though.
Yeah, but that's
Whether you want it to be, or not, it's how the system fucking
that's
works.
it's as it was designed to do, because otherwise
I
you c
agreed with you. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm expecting it to be so far. When quite frankly,
everyone is. I think that's the mistake that both people on the right and the left misunderstand this. People on the right People on the right misunderstand this too. Republicans will get into power and then they're like, why isn't anything changing? Why aren't our taxes going down fucking tomorrow? Why isn't our fucking like gas low? Like, well, that's because that's the way our fucking system is set up. You don't want shit. You don't want us to turn into a fucking dictatorship
You don't want a
whenever.
long-lasting effect of a short-term solution.
Yeah, you don't want us to be able to just whip into like a brand new system. Otherwise, our system wouldn't have lasted, as long as it has.
Right.
But like,
I mean,
yeah.
that's what
I know you get it. I'm just
there
explaining
would
just
be a-
generally.
there would be
So.
a snap
No, I
decision
get
where
it.
you-
No, I'm not. No, when I said that, I wasn't
Right.
like.
Yeah.
I come across really negative then, but I was agree. Like, I'm. Oh, dude, I'm being friendly. I'm not.
No, I know. I wasn't saying you were.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just explaining myself, like finishing my thought, and then
I've
for
got
chat
this
some
tone
too.
issue.
So.
No, yeah, no, I've got the tone issue. Like, I really do. This is why I'm getting this Asperger's test, because like, no, like I say things, like I say thank you, like it sounds like fuck you.
Yeah. Well, thank
I
you.
don't mean it that way. Like, yeah, I really don't sometimes. But anyway, no, I think you're spot on at the end of the day. I think you're right. I think I'm expecting like a lot from a nation that's
Well,
already been.
Here's
Well,
something
I
too.
know a lot of people
Right.
are.
Here's something too that,
You're not the only person that's expecting.
Like,
well,
you know.
something that people don't understand about our country. Something that people like conflate like how another smaller country can operate the way they do versus like the U.S. is particularly because of that. Specifically because they're such a small country. They're the size of one of our states. You know what I mean? Of course they can do things much faster. Of course they can push policies through. Of course they have more power and efficiency to operate faster and make decisions. Because
we haven't gotten that further than weed. We haven't gotten yet. Like, this is the most wonderful thing about your country is those states can actually have that independence to do that. My county doesn't. Lancashire can't just turn around or whatever, or fucking, you know.
right, but if they could, then you would be in the same position as we are. You would be, things would move much more slowly, and for you, for the survival of your country, you need, especially in Europe where you have. Well, hold on. Let me finish my thought here because I think this is important. For a smaller country, especially like in Europe, where you're surrounded by many other countries, I think for your survival of your country, you need to be able to make decisions much faster. You need to be able to make those decisions much faster because another country on your border might change their mind and they might suddenly become hostile, etc. Like,
You're not just like a world power anymore. You know what I mean?
yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. You got all these other countries and all these other neighbors you have to deal with. We literally just have two. We just have Mexico and Canada. That's it.
And now we're fighting with the French again. It's like you're 40 years old.
But that was the source of power for Europe historically. Was
as a middleman, graphically
the
where we were
influence
placed.
and the amount of resources that they had from their colonies.
Well, and even like, if I'm not mistaken,
Now that most of the colonies
let's
have,
add the point.
have
There was such a
emancipated,
destabilised nation that 2 world wars happened in a handful of generations. That's what was messed up eventually.
Yeah.
It became so destabilised. Like people underestimate how easy it is for Europe to become destabilised, and that's what scares me. You get what I mean? Like America. So people talk about being isolationist. It's like you can't be like that anymore.
it's impossible. Yeah. Okay, I actually wait, because I was talking to some people. I agree with a certain amount of isolationism, but if we were to do that, it should be basically we should isolate ourselves to this continent. We should invade Mexico. We should restructure their government. We should set them up, get all the fucking cartel out of there, weed them out. Okay, hear me out, and start trading. Open up the trade routes with Canada. Like, let's start drilling some of that oil. Let's become the united North America. Okay, let's form a union here in North America. Okay. Yeah. What the fuck, man? Well, it does no good. Why do you think? Wait, but why do you think the? But why do you think the relationship with the Mexico is the way that it is currently? We have no fucking. We basically ignore them. It's like indifference. We don't give a fuck what goes on down there because there's no reason to be involved because they're not structured enough to get anything done. Hey, I'm just saying. If we were gonna be isolationist, that's the way to do it.
I'm looking for my takeout, and I cannot believe that you were like, if we're going isolationist, we may as well.
Like unironically, I do think we, like dead ass. I really do think to some degree we should move in to Mexico.
That's a bad thing for.
I mean, what are we doing? We're moving into all these other countries in the Middle East. What the fuck? We don't get shit from there. Like Mexico has the same resources there, and they have a better. They're much more stable. Like if we were gonna go into another country, that's where we should do it. We don't want to take away anybody's freedoms except for the cartels. Except for the cartels.
Their freedoms for self-governance.
Yeah, they need
bombs and bullets.
I don't know if Mexico would actually, the people would be totally against it or not. Like, I don't know.
If America was a
Mexicans are terrified of the cartel, okay? Like, that's a real thing. I don't think you understand how terrified, like, generally Mexico is of the cartel. Like, they're literally flaying people alive and, like, kidnapping people and shoving drugs in their asses, okay?
You know you are. Don't try to deflect.
What do you mean? Wait, what am I deflecting from? Wait. What am I deflecting from?
Take over the whole of fucking America. That's not just
No, okay. I didn't mean literally take over. I didn't mean like literally take over, but I meant
one rule.
Yeah, I meant focus on this continent. Like, if we were going to do that, yeah. We need to make sure that Canada and Mexico are on our sides and they're not going to be bought by some other country.
I'm looking for that 1 minute.
I mean, if that was the goal, then yeah, that's what we...
Fucking fall in line, okay?
Yeah, dude. Move to Mexico and get
You
annexed.
fall in line or you pay the consequences. This is freedom we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, what better way? Mexicans are running here constantly. They want to be here, so let's bring them into the fold. Let's give them some fucking freedom.
Yeah, but you're making a contradictory statement. You're saying that you want to give them freedom, but then you're also saying that we need to make sure that they're on our... Like, you know what
Well,
I'm
we
saying?
need to make sure that they're more stable than they are now
That they have
because
the same viewpoint.
they need to have control of their government. That's all. I'm not saying we need to change their viewpoints, but they definitely need to have a tighter grip on the controls of their government because currently they don't. The cartel does. That's royalty in Mexico. Like anyone who's affiliated with El Chapo or whoever, like that's Mexican royalty.
You don't have to pay off the government.
That's what I'm saying though. The government is bought by the cartel, so it's very like Wild West, you know.
Yeah. Now that we're talking about the Wild West, really important decision that I have to make: Taco Bell or Subway?
Subway, dude. I haven't had a sub in a while. That sounds good. I got Chick-fil-A earlier.
I just had 2 foot longs from Subway.
Damn, son, you fucking
And he
eating.
wasn't talking about the sandwich.
True. My boy was on that casting couch. You know what I'm saying?
Spicy.
My guy was on that black couch.
Talk about an Italian BMT, you know what I'm saying?
Dum 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 dum. Oh shit.
But forcing like government onto another country is almost the same thing.
Well, it wouldn't be to force. It wouldn't literally to be like straight up like overthrow their
This is what
government.
have to happen,
It
right?
would
We
just-
have to fucking go to war and win that war, and then impose our own government, own governing body that was under.
No, we would just have to
not under the
convince.
cartel's control.
We would just have to convince Mexico to let us help them hunt the cartel. But we would have to be able
Here's the
to.
thing, though.
We would have to be able to offer them.
We already actively have forces there.
I know, but I'm saying we would also have to offer them because the problem is that's part of their economy now, right? The government understands that they get money from the cartel, so we would have to be able to offer them basically some kind of funding in return.
I'm
Yeah.
not talking like sorting my take out, but I've got a take for you, Nacho. You better hear me right now.
Okay.
Okay, yeah? At the end of the day, if you annex Mexico, yeah, you're basically saying you'd be better off if the Brits kept you. Put it that way. How's that for a take?
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Basically. Well, no, it wasn't Brits that had Mexico. It was the Spaniards.
No, we would be doing for them. Wait. No, we would be doing for them.
Better
We're
off,
talking about the
like-
United States.
No, we would be doing for them what the founding fathers did for us when they rebelled against Great Britain. Okay.
Oh, that's the kind of
Hey, wait. Who funded the Revolutionary War? Wasn't it the French?
Standard, you don't understand.
Wasn't that why you guys were so pissed off at the French? Didn't the French fund the Great Revolution or whatever?
Yeah, bring those francs. Tunnel to them in the first place. We should have just told them we were digging it anyway and left them to dig it on their own.
So that's all we would do. We would just be the French, you know? We're just gonna fund this revolution of the people against the cartel.
That's
That's
gonna help you. At the end of the day, the French flipping despise you more than we do.
I think they just wanted to see a good. I think they wanted to see a good show. That's what they wanted.
Didn't we get
I
the
think
French
th-
Canadians
I think the
to burn
French.
down your White House?
I think the French had.
I think you overestimated the connection between us and the French.
In
We're like,
1812, it was the English who burned down the White House.
I think the French.
Was it the Canadians? Didn't we like manipulate them? That's not in our bag to do things directly. We're kind of like.
I think the French had a lot of money and they had plenty of popcorn and they were like, let's do this. Let's do a thing.
Directly. That's some balls of us for once. Like, I've got no delusions about what we did. We stole. We forced China to take opium.
Or,
Yeah.
excuse me,
Actually.
1814.
Yeah, you guys fucked the Chinese up on opium for a while.
We stole tea off them and then we sold it to a market price.
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't you guys sell us Chinese slaves to get us our fucking railroads built.
Like, everyone goes on about America and slavery, and we're literally the ones who created the facility for it. Like literally, if you want to look at it,
slavery
I'm-
is
I'm-
not.
I'm-
Slavery is not
we
new.
literally,
And
no,
it's
we
not
literally
over.
facilitated, yeah, that environment because we
Right.
profited off it. Yeah, we've
Right.
literally
What
got
was it?
statues of
That's like
slavery.
that's like slavery and the North. Wait.
Not
That
just like tobacco.
Come on, forget
not
this.
just like tobacco farmers. People
That's-
who like fed slaves to the flipping world. That's what I'm talking
well,
about.
it's like the North, bro.
Weighing it up.
The North gets away with being like morally in the right for like fighting the war against the South, but the reality is that the only reason the North stopped using slaves is because it was too expensive. The cost of living was much higher in the North because of the cold, etc. And wait, hold on. So
No idea.
what? Okay, so
And they were on the verge of industrial
right.
revolution.
So it didn't make any sense economically for them to hold slaves, because when you own slaves, it's not like you just own them and just fucking let them die. Like you have to fucking feed them, you have to house them, you have to right. So it wasn't it didn't make sense for them to keep slaves in the North, but it made sense for them to sell them. So they would actually go and procure slaves from Africa and from Great Britain, etc., from the Eastern Europe, and then they would bring them to the South and sell them.
And then you've got these societies claiming that they ended slavery first and that, but they're still probably profiteering off the slavery.
Right? Yeah. So they can play the moral. They can play the moral high ground when they need to and be like, we don't own slaves up here, but
You see what I mean when I
But we
say
sell them.
morality is irrelevant, ethics is everything. I'm sorry, I said it before. Morality is fucking irrelevant, and ethics is everything. And either we've got to adapt to that, or the robots are going to come and do it for us, because that's what
Right.
you pointed out. So we've got to get on board with that. Like, our morality is just fucked up, man.
We gotta come
Morality is
together
just
as a species and on the whole.
There is no such thing as right or wrong when it comes to things like
have you guys seen that movie Arrival?
kind of cool.
That's a good movie.
Yeah, Arrival.
Yeah.
But so right, so
Let
human
me end
slavery
the point.
has been an issue for millennia. It's not just one.
Okay,
one
so let's
people
take a look
having
at
slave others.
slavery.
Wait, dude. You gotta let him finish what he's saying.
Enslaving
Sorry,
a conquering territory has been almost practiced for centuries, right? Every invading army
It's
has
since the
enslaved
beginning of
conscripts to their
humanity.
own. That's a form of slavery. They've taken literal slaves back to form their
I'm
great
sorry.
works, right?
I kind of know what the point that you're getting at, and I jump ahead a little bit, and that's kind of my point.
Hold on,
My
Rosie.
apologies, I didn't mean to interrupt you too much, but like, I get what you mean. Like, this is a practice thing. Like, if
Yeah, like
the British
humans
didn't develop
enslaving
boats
other humans
first, we still
is
may have
what they're
practiced those things anyway. You get what I mean? Like, it's like a
Yeah.
So, you know, it's
it's not a new thing
a culture.
at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
So
the fact that now all of a sudden that it's like, oh, this is
Well,
a terrible
what's the
thing, and
evolution of slavery
it's
then?
it's one particular ethnicity that's enslaving another particular ethnicity.
That it's look. You can say America was built off the back of slaves, but it wasn't. It wasn't black slaves. Okay, it was any slaves we could get our fucking hands
There
on.
were Irish slaves, there were Chinese slaves, you know, like there were Italian slaves.
I think it became. And you have to remember there was indentured servitude was still illegal. Was a legal practice. We had the fucking the sharecropping, which was essentially in slavery.
Like, what's the evolution of slavery?
Shit's crazy.
Like, socially, what's the evolution of it? Like, there is an evolution of it, and I'm wondering if you
It didn't evolve. We're still slaves. Okay, we're.
The role of a slave. What's the evolution of the role of a slave? Like, not just going from like slave from 0 to freedom, but what's the evolution?
Well, you become the
society.
person with the whip at one point, and then once you get
That's
trusted
what
enough,
most says.
your master
What I'm
can
trying to
grant you
get at
freedom, and then like
is that
what's that
we
guy's
have
name that was
servants, we
freed
have
as a
slaves,
slave?
don't
He was freed as a slave,
And then
then
bought
he
more
came
slaves.
back,
True. Yeah.
and
What's it?
he
Fuck. I forget his name.
Became a slave owner.
Yep.
Like,
It was a black. He was a black slave that was freed.
That's not an evolution
He
of
got-
slavery,
he got-
though, it's a role, isn't it?
And,
not-
that's just a.
evolution of slavery is capitalism.
Well,
that-
what I'm trying to get at is, and you're right, capitalism's a big part of it, but being a servant, you know what I mean? I'm in service, I'm a chef. Many slaves were chefs, by the way, were they not? The role of being a chef is
They were everything, but yeah,
in the role of society has become much more than it has.
they were the cool slaves.
was the working class.
I say that because I'm a chef too.
Because people had money thanks to capitalism, and that was freedom. And money is the choice of the freedom to choose what you want to do with it.
Yeah, fuck capitalism, dude. Yeah.
So that's the evolution of slavery. You get what I mean? Like when the
Yeah.
ideals started to evolve the way we behave as a structure in society. Does that make sense? I'm sorry for being.
But like,
Yeah.
so
We've got very
society needs
different ways of
service.
looking at things.
They need a service industry.
We live in a
I'm saying,
society.
like, the act of living in service has always been a part of us as a society,
Right.
but it's become far more of a freeing job role where people can have independence thanks to capitalism because
Right,
they can
and
earn money being a
creativity,
chef
and
or-
et cetera,
yeah, you no longer got people who clean your home for fucking free because you own them, you feed them food, do you? You've got
Right.
people who literally make entire businesses based off cleaning.
Right, maid services.
So that's the free. Yeah. Does that not? Are we not in agreement over that? I think we are. You know.
Right. But I mean,
So, you're right.
slavery-
Capitalism has
so-
a big influence on that.
right. But I mean, capitalism in and of itself is a form of slavery. It's financial
because we have a
compensation for
funny way-
your servitude, and it's financial compensation in a pittance.
Oh, it's for
Nothing compared to what the people at the top are making. So that in,
Oh,
its, in and of itself is
But that's how it's been manifested.
kind
That's
of
not
slavery.
capitalism's fault, is it? That's what we've
Right.
done. We've turned it into something.
well,
that's
it's our system. We made it for ourselves. So
That's that, like I talked about before. I was keep asking you about acknowledging this is unethical capitalism. Yeah,
Right.
there's a difference.
yeah, that's
there
why
are
we
some
started.
countries-
That's why we
there are
started
some
regulating.
countries who
Yeah.
who
Capitalism.
distribute the wealth more evenly, but
Yeah,
on the whole,
I 100% agree. Yeah.
there are way more
we
unethical
look at
companies than there
things-
are ethical.
We look at things from a different lens, and I think I look at things in a bit of more of a blurred lens. You know what I mean? Like more about your human emotion and more stuff to do with rhetorical stuff. You know, and like, is that the right term? Where
Yeah, but
like,
you
I think
pay
you
attention to
kind
the
of
rhetoric,
understand
not
that.
to the
Yeah, I do. No, I do pay attention to what you're saying. Yeah, but I don't quite understand. Like, I kept saying before, I can identify the problems to things. I don't understand the solutions. So, like,
well,
I
the
think
solutions
it's
are what society has to come to agreements on. Like at
But
some
don't we all
point
get
have to
tools to make that?
say this is what we're going to implement, and we're going to stick to it.
Well,
And
practically, we've already put a person on the moon. Shouldn't we have already been further by now? Well, like, we're going
Right.
back to that point, but that's my point. Like,
Well,
we
then
get
we
back to
had-
the,
Cold War and other stupid fucking wars to deal with, and then
Yeah,
JFK was
yeah.
fucking assassinated. So you know.
we're stunt like you said before. We keep stunting our flipping growth, our own growth.
right,
You know what I mean?
we're our own worst enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got to socially evolve, have we not? We're social juveniles, regardless of our historical nation's history and how far it goes back as a species.
But
Yeah, I think
getting
we're
us
on
to
board.
do that is like pulling fucking teeth.
Of course, and we both
We're-
agree.
The
like
more
you said,
comfortable we get,
it's going to take
technologically.
the moon falling on
the
the
harder
earth
it's
to make
gonna
us
be.
learn light speed. Like, you
Yeah,
know what I mean? And we learn it real quick. Like, you know,
Well,
that's
when
my
you're
joke.
when you're faced with a survival situation, you'd be surprised
Exactly.
the amount of solutions you can come
Yeah.
up with. And
Yeah,
right now,
exactly.
we're not
That's
in
where
a survival
people are
situation.
issues. No, because we've been in an unprecedented era of the illusion of peace. And I mean the illusion of peace. Like, there's
Yeah.
still wars going on. There were wars long
course
going on, like, straight away after World War II. Do you get what I mean? There's Cold Wars initiated straight away. So we are in an illusion of peace, and we maintain that illusion by doing anything necessary, which is us as a global society, indulging in ourselves rather than addressing the greater issues like getting off of this planet.
Right.
Is that not correct?
Yeah, but I mean, that's never going to stop until we face that existential threat.
That's
And
what
I'm
I meant
talking about.
future
I'm not
rhetorical.
talking about like, hey, yeah, we can theorize that this is going to be. a
Yeah, that's
future
what I
issue.
mean. Like,
I'm talking about
rhetorical,
it has to be
about what we
knocking
can
at our
do,
fucking
what we
doorstep.
Yeah, it has to be.
busting
It has to be
down.
screaming. Show us what you got.
Yeah. And that's my point
Yeah.
about.
Show
It's
me
gotta be the
what you
fucking
got,
alien
dude.
in our fucking atmosphere saying, "Show
I
me
can
what you
sound
got."
really good with what
True.
I'm saying. Yeah, I can sound really good with what I'm saying, but how do we actually do that? And that's what you convinced me about nuclear power, in that show. You know what I mean? It's the most practical step when it comes to the energy issue. So yeah, I don't feel like
Dude, this
we
guy
can do
is
a lot.
throwing.
Yeah, different ways of viewing things.
Wind farming is another one, and there's ways of farming
yeah, aren't
wind
we, like,
that don't involve
like,
gigantic
building
fucking
them?
windmills.
We've got a lot of wind around.
Oh, there's sea current farming. There's all kinds of other shit, but like, Jesus, man, we
There's-
gotta start
there's-
with
There's
nuclear.
little tiny
Solar panels underwater. They put in some solar
vibrating,
panels.
almost
Fucking ocean.
vibrating windmills
Right.
that produce a significant amount of energy without taking up a huge amount of
The
space.
renewable energy revolution is industrial revolution is there. It needs time though. Do you get what I mean? That's why we need nuclear power, and maybe even nuclear power makes that step irrelevant. So it's the
Well,
best step.
we see it in our fucking sky. We know that nuclear fusion is possible, and we know that this is something that could like basically be could make us nuclear or energy independent permanently, like as a species from all other like resources, and there's an abundance of like the elements required for it. But it's like we want to fucking ignore it. Like, Jesus Christ. It's possible.
Yeah,
We just
but
have to
it's
put our
not
fucking
that
nose to
step.
the grindstone and
Literally
actually
gives
do
us
it.
More time for a better option anyway, and maybe that better option becomes irrelevant because we gain more control over it. I don't see what the flipping hesitation is. Do you know what I mean? Like it seems so.
Just because we've had accidents and it's scary and we bombed fucking... It's because we bombed Japan. That's why. That's literally why.
Yeah, because you're flipping. That's the one thing us Brits have over you. Do you know?
Because we've seen what...
Two nuclear bombs,
We've seen what happens.
We're not even as a species. We're not even a Type 1 civilization.
Yeah, it's spooky.
Yeah, I
Do
agree.
you know what the
agree.
Kardashev scale is?
Oh yeah, we're fucked.
No, what's that?
We're not even on it.
So the Kardashev scale is like the type of civilization based on the amount of energy that the civilization can store and use.
Oh,
available
was it the
to its
thing you
planet.
predicted that would be in its on track right now? That would be like
We're,
society would collapse because of like
we're
energy
a
use. Like,
long way away from becoming even a Type 1 civilization. A Type 1 is a planetary civilization, so they can use and store all of the energy available on its planet, right? A Type
Something like
2
that, pro.
would be
global government.
able to use and control all the energy at the scale of the planetary system.
So you think energy is absolutely vital in like the component of us to evolve as a society on a global level?
Right. So
Energy
in order
is
to advance
everything.
I agree.
technologically,
I
you need
agree.
to be able to harness and store and use energy, right? And that's where computing comes into as well, right?
And we're not even
It's
on
harnessing
the.
and,
like,
and
first
Not even on the
step
scale.
to power.
Yeah, we're not even. A
I'm
Type
sorry, I
1
don't mean to put him off, but I talk when I feel like I'm on the same wavelength. I'm trying
Right.
understandable in my own way.
Like-
I get what you mean, yeah. Like,
We still have a long ways to go. and We're
Alright.
too busy worried about whether or not there's fucking more than one gender, or two genders, or three genders, or fucking
Yeah,
whether or not you
yeah,
can
yeah.
identify yourself as a fucking attack helicopter.
distracted about these issues, you know what I mean? Mean a lot to the individual, but in the overall grand scheme of things.
In the grand scheme of
Guess
things,
that's
we're
the flaw of
falling
it.
well behind.
Yeah, and I think I agree with it. But, right, we have an uncanny habit of like defying that stuff. So let's have a bit of faith. Right, I think Natur's on point. It might be a escape to a different dimension somewhere.
Fuck this dimension, dude. Let's just
Yeah.
not live here anymore.
I think that's how desperate I am. I'm relying on fucking Phase
Yeah.
4 fucking
Use
Natural's
quantum
fucking story
computing
arc.
to,
Like,
to,
yeah.
to jump to a different
True.
dimension.
Or to get out of the simulation, right? We can wake ourselves up.
Yeah, yeah, it's fucked up that. Let's keep escaping.
There you go. Yeah, when we come out and it's just
Just
grassy
escape and then fuck up
plains.
that dimension.
True.
With that. It's not more of a mercy than a curse. Like, if you create something like that, yeah, and you drag the world into it against its will, is there not more suffering going in the world? To
No,
benefit
but
people?
what if it's not? It would. You could never be able to do it against the will. People would do this willingly. People do it now. Currently, people are so ready to strap on like virtual reality goggles and go experience another reality, dude. Absolutely. If there was the Matrix right now, I guarantee you, like 80% of the population would plug in tomorrow.
Yeah, look at the platform
Really
that this
I
is
think
being
so.
broadcast
You make me
on.
feel
It's a
warm and
gaming
tingly inside
platform
sometimes.
in a different set of reality, right?
What are you doing?
It's
But no,
enjoyable
like
because
when we're
it's
talking
not
about
ours.
fantasies, like
And
I'm
people
the
watch it
Naruto weeb,
because
so
it's
he's
not.
literally talking about an infinite Tsukuyomi, like the perfect
Right.
dream, which Obito tries to drag the world into against this world, but he believes it's a mercy because there's more people suffering in the world than there are who fucking benefit. But the same
Yeah.
thing applies to the idea of escaping this cruel reality, you know, into a perfect world of nothing but love, peace, etc., etc. Do we not have a desire for that? Yeah. You know, I'm completely on board with you, Nacho. Let's do it.
Yeah, but I mean, there's two sides to that coin too. Like
course
people
there is.
enjoy playing a violent, like terribly
Oh,
hateful and
right. So their
vitriolic game.
perfect game could be a hell to somebody
Oh,
else.
yeah, dude.
Their perfect game could be our hellscape, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right about that. Like, it's
Their
funny.
perfect reality.
Yeah, their
This is
favorite
the
game to
perfect-
play might be torturing Lex. Like,
But it's but it's not morally a problem, is it? Because it's a flipping dream world, isn't it? So it's
Right.
not a moral issue.
is it?
So it's the most ethical choice. No, it's not, because you're not actually harming somebody. Eh? It's harming what you think is somebody.
Yeah, but if you believe that it's real, isn't it just as morally bad?
What, are you gonna be
Or
morally
wrong
conflicted
or
against
whatever?
the perfect dream you could
Like, if
be?
you believe that it's real,
Viewpoints, though.
isn't it
Saying
still
the
wrong?
perfect dream doesn't necessarily mean it's perfect for you, does it? It's just perfect as in, like, it feels like reality, doesn't it?
Well, that's what I'm
You know what I
saying.
mean?
So then you should,
Consequences can happen.
if it's a perfect
So
dream,
might wanna
you should
dive
believe.
into another one. I know what you're getting at.
Yeah, if it's a perfect dream, then you believe that it's real. You don't know that it's a dream.
Exactly. That's
So
why it's a perfect dream. It has to have
yeah.
consequences. So that's some shit. But yeah, it'd be a mercy on the world right now. I'm telling you.
This is it. This is life.
Yeah, I think the majority of the people would probably plug in if there was a Matrix tomorrow. Even knowing, even with something like the movie The
Even
Matrix,
knowing
that
you
it,
become an AI's fucking battery.
yeah, I think people would still willingly plug in.
I think people don't really are that afraid of their own freedom.
Mama
That's basically what you're
Nacho.
getting at, isn't it? That's what you're getting at, isn't it? People that are afraid they'd rather plug themselves in. Like the
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. You have billions of people in China right now that are, I mean, essentially plugged in. Like they don't have free choice and free will. They can't control their government, but they're willing.
Throughout history.
There's just as many, and just like the defects from North Korea, like the suicide rate of defects from North Korea is like insanely high, because
What do you mean by
they-
defects? Of, like, people
They
who've
don't know
left
what
it's
to
a
do with that.
yeah, they don't know what to do with freedom.
Advanced,
It's like
fucking
Yeah, because they've been conditioned generation
3
after generation. I
decades.
agree with you on that one. I
yeah,
said before, it's like stage 3 or stage 4 cancer. You know, like you were making references before. Like we're looking at, like China right now is in an earlier stage. but it's
fam
going
on top,
that
true.
way. Yeah, I agree with you.
basically at Nazism. They just are not
Mm-hmm.
as public.
I agree, man.
My hands are all sweaty. What?
We're more distracted with ourselves, like Brexit and everything else. Do you get what I mean? It concerns me.
Exactly. Yeah, Europe has Brexit, right? The European Union has Brexit. Like, the United States has fucking gender identity issues, and just general identity issues as a whole. Like, where we are as a nation and who we're supporting. Like, nobody wants to support the wrong guy because they don't want to be canceled, right? Like, and meanwhile, they're like advancing light years ahead of what we should be at, right? So, I mean, they're shooting, there's like Russia and everything is advancing because they have kind of a one-track mind and like this is the way it is and like you're gonna fucking listen to it. Like it's a dictatorship, 100%. The Chinese Communist Party is basically a dictatorship, but just with multiple heads on the fucking hydra, you know?
I think you're greatly overestimating the power of a dictatorship.
I think that you're greatly underestimating it.
Yeah, true, dude.
What they can, what the level of power
Okay,
is that they have.
so the
'Cause,
argument that I'm arguing
maybe it's
is-
one figurehead, right? A dictatorship is one figurehead. Like
Which
one
means that you've
person.
got to acknowledge whether that figurehead's dangerous. Now, 100% agree with you that Russia, yeah, and Winnie the Pooh is flipping dangerous. Do you get what I'm saying? When everyone
Yeah.
was like Orange Man bad, yeah, and I 100% agree with you, yeah. If I think he's a wannabe fascist, he's the dumbest one out of a lot of them. He's not an actual threat. You know, from my perspective, when we take, we have different perspectives. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Let me be
so for
Ohio
me, yeah,
Nacho.
the biggest concern was Putin and Winnie the Pooh.
All
Even
right.
Trump any day of the week, even though I'm anti-Trump. So I'm completely on board with what you're saying there. They're way more of a threat. Right, but
Well,
like,
The advancements that they're making,
I think Russia's more of a
guys
threat.
that they're doing it
China when it
under,
comes to infrastructure.
it may not be an endangerment to like, civilization as a whole, right? But it's still a dangerous
I
precedent
think you made
to
a really
go
good
forward,
point by
to go
saying,
forward technologically and as a civilization with a dictatorship. You know what I'm saying? And he's not like secret about it. Like there's no secret that that's what he's doing.
oh no.
It's happening, and he's blatantly saying, yeah, it's fucking happening. I'm making that happen. And fucking anybody who opposes
How about the
me is
Chinese, like,
gonna
leader
die.
here?
Like the
Sorry, I got a
Chinese,
bit lost.
the CCP, right? They're more throwing people in camps than Russians are,
I think Putin's more dangerous, to be fair.
than the CCP.
I think there's more. Yeah, I think there's more incompetence.
Do
like
you
there
see
was
what's
in the
happening
1990s.
in the African
I
continent?
understand what's happening, but there's also kind of like incompetence. And, you know, Adolf Hitler and his structure became incompetent. There's elements of that there where I think like Stalin's like a long-lasting thing, like, and that's like, how do I put it? I agree that like, you know, industrialized genocide, like, and it's not the first flipping like demographic they flipping genocided. Like the other one did through prison and organ harvesting. Is flipping terrifying. But I think there's like a level of incompetence within their government that's not like, you know, underneath Putin's dictatorship. Is that what, do you get what I'm getting at there?
That's,
Sorry. I know it's a stretch, but like,
it's hard to say like exactly where the future is going, but I know for a fact that we don't want it to end up with the government that we're under being the CCP similarity or the
well,
Russian
no, you don't.
Federation
No,
similarity.
exactly. Right. It's a battle for the free world. Like, that's what's happening.
I mean, just look at Venezuela.
Well, yeah, you know, and that's also influenced by like, you know, other companies dropping prices and stuff like fuel and that, you know, to destabilize it. Like, there's this geopolitical thing that you're like, this chess game that's going on. I completely
Well,
agree with
they have like,
you know. Like you
It's
talked
just-
about being able to influence stuff, like, you know, the royal family and that one.
right. I'm just, it's just become a meme, really. Like
Yeah.
half of the things that are going on right now are just basically 1984, just with extra steps.
Yeah, it's nothing. When we go back to the point when I said there's nothing new about it, you get what I mean? Like, we just have more advanced technology to exacerbate the situation. It's like fuel on the fire.
Well, I mean, did you read 1984?
I know of 1984, yeah. I read it a while ago, but I know what you're getting at, right? I mean,
Yeah. Like Big
I'm
Brother's
37
watching.
now, mate. I read it when I was like 20, do you know what I mean? So, but I entirely understand what you mean. It's Orwellian, but
Basically,
we're either going to evolve as a species and get beyond it, or, you know, we're going to self-destruct. What are you putting your money on? That just killed the conversation with the doom pill there, didn't it? So,
well, no, I'm just thinking about Venezuela. Like, it has a large oil
Well, if you think
reserve.
about
It could be one of the
Venezuela-
wealthiest countries in the world by
but like,
by
it didn't help most of
utilize
its
the
economy
resources.
buying like fossil fuel though, and like the drop in price, like just let the ass fall out of it. Is that not correct? Or am I wrong?
Yeah, I mean, the more oil reserves are discovered or tapped into, the cheaper it is. But I mean, in the long run, they're just burning through a non-renewable resource. And that goes back to
Exactly.
the nuclear energy
Just kind of
argument. It's like,
Yeah, it does exactly. Yeah.
are we going to just stand by and like watch it happen? Like go silent? We're basically going silently into the night.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
cool.
what we're doing.
Okay,
And
right.
the reason
yeah.
why we're doing that is because we have a phone to look at, we have a roof over our head, we have a car to
Self-motivated,
drive ourselves around in, and like
to
it
indulge
doesn't
in
fucking
ourselves
matter.
to a level. We've never been at this point where we've been more comfortable. You know,
Yeah.
even though there's so many threats going
I
on.
want
at
some
the same
food. I pop down to the fucking grocery store and I
Yeah.
fucking pick up some food and I
Get
throw it in the
beyond this.
microwave.
They need to go
Self-indulgence
out
of
now,
humanity.
I'm fucking
Can we get beyond it? That's like a deep, flipping
fat and
philosophical
happy.
question. Man, that's not just about like. That's what I talked about. It's like mechanisms that people understand. Like you understand more than I do. Do you get what I mean? Like where I can just see the reductive sort of origin of the problem. You know what I mean? Like man's
Yeah.
self-indulgence and self-ordained ignorance. I can only tell you that's what it kind of boils down to, and if we can get beyond that. But like, I can't tell you what we can do with it. And nuclear power is one of those flipping steps, isn't it? At the end of the day,
It
when it
could
comes to
be.
the energy. So, well,
Sure, it could
it
be.
is. It has to be, isn't it? It's the one tangible thing that
Doesn't
we can do because it's the only
it
thing
doesn't
that
have to
we
be
actualize.
like so nuclear power,
Fusion
we're
would be
talking about two
awesome.
different things. Fusion is the way to go. Fission is what we
No,
currently
fusion.
have.
Yeah, no, that's what I meant. Fusion, the safer one. Yeah, people have told
Yeah.
me this before. Yeah, the safer
Nuclear
one, of course.
fusion is
Compared
the way
to
to go.
advanced ones, yeah,
And it's
yeah.
going to
That's
be
what I meant
like one
by
of the most
nuclear power.
powerful energy producers on the planet once we are able to harness it properly.
Yeah.
But in order to do that, we probably need to do it in space. Because you have the
Okay.
potential of creating a black hole.
Okay.
Does it matter if you create a black hole near the Earth?
I mean,
Yes.
Well, yeah. So what's the point in trying to take it
it's going to
outside
be
the Earth?
dangerous either way.
Further? Like that's like, can you get my point? Like we might as well do it
It's going to be
anyway.
dangerous either way, but there's
Yeah,
less of a
you know what I
chance.
mean? Like,
There's more of ability to like reduce
get it.
damage to
I'm going to say
Earth as a
20
whole.
years
Black
at
hole.
least
if it's not on
that I've been
Earth.
doing that.
Maybe we're
that the
overestimating the
defendant
fucking
in a
capability
criminal
of
case
humanity here. Like,
Maybe
it's not
we're
on Earth.
also
How
maybe
far
we're also
we're talking like Mars here.
overestimating
from the
the
tumbler as
devastating
to the jurors
effects
to
of a
be
black hole. What if black
dismissed.
hole is the next
Well,
way of
case
travel?
here.
If it's the next method of travel, if we can
The
form
way the
and
Matrix.
control a black hole and dissipate it when needed, like we could
would
basically
be
suck
incredibly
ourselves into the
cute,
black
but-
hole and travel at the speed
Yeah.
of light.
It would be incredibly like in line with us historically to mistakenly evolve to a higher level. You know what I mean? It's an accident. A lot of things
Right.
throughout history have been through an accident.
Like we
you know what I mean?
create a black hole like in a scientific spaceship, right?
Well, black holes
then
a bit
all of a
bigger
sudden-
than taking like
All of a sudden,
kite
that
out into the
spaceship is
storm.
traveling at the speed of light because it's constantly being sucked to that black hole. You know,
Big shit though, yeah, man. It's insane stuff.
warping the space time around it. You know, that'd be. I mean, that's a theory as well as like
Isn't there a film like
form
that
of
called Donnie
travel.
Darko?
What's that?
Not a black hole, but like warping the space time around itself. There's a film based on that called like Donnie Darko, isn't there?
Is
Ever
it
heard
Donnie Darko?
Yeah, like it's this weird abstract like movie that like
Yeah,
boils down
I've seen it.
to a
but-
event in time, like a disaster event in time that's like what's it breaking like what is it like layers of time because it's warping time and space. It's like the
Yeah.
falling plane. I don't know.
But
Yeah.
there's another
That's-
movie that
Super meta.
he is able to travel into a different basically a different dimension. I can't remember the name of it. Interstellar, maybe? Is that what it is?
Event Horizon is one.
Interstellar-
You're in the first class
Okay,
seats
yeah,
now.
Interstellar was the one. where
Uh,
they
Okay.
found the new place.
All right.
Right, but they ended up
I understand that you wish to break for the
They
evening,
ended up
which is,
evolving humankind into energy,
certainly your
basically.
prerogative. You're in charge.
Was
at this
Event
particular
Horizon?
they were
point,
able
and
to
I
they were
also
able to
understand
travel
that
into fourth
I
dimension.
was
Oh wait, the Kyle.
back at 9 or
Somebody's
that
saying
was
something.
conveyed to you that that's what we wanted, but I'm going to take a vote just to make sure. How many want to report at 9? Okay, that makes it easy. And
I think-
so
I
we're going to
think
break
that-
for the evening.
we're moving
Now you're in deliberation,
to
and the rules are the same as
the
they were
ability to
before,
evolve
with the additional
to
provision
be
that you
able
can't
to
talk with
perceive
anybody
the fourth dimension.
about the
but
case,
it's
even if
not gonna
all
be in
12
our
of you by
lifetime.
happenstance end up at the same
Fourth
place.
dimension's time. isn't it?
A bowling alley or
I'm
a
saying, like,
restaurant or something.
Being
You're
able
not allowed to talk about the
to
case,
travel
even with
and-
all 12.
and perceive
And when
things
you
in
get
a higher
here in the
dimension.
morning, if you come a little early,
Yeah, that's what I meant by the
somebody's
fourth
late,
dimension, isn't it? Classified as time.
and
Yeah,
there are 11
like,
of you or 10
our
of you
ability
or
to be
whatever,
able to have
you
a
can't talk about the case. The
will
only way
over
you can
time,
talk about the
yeah.
case, any
Yeah.
aspect
yeah,
of the case,
exactly. Yeah, that's
is
what you're
when
getting
all
at.
12
Yeah,
of you are together in the jury
I was
room.
just trying to understand.
So please keep that
You see,
in
I'm
mind.
sorry,
Don't
but it
read,
takes me a
watch, or
bit to
listen
catch
any
up,
account
you
of
know.
the trial. No talking with anybody who's not involved in the trial. Any
We're
question,
going to
anybody?
convene.
All right, thank you very much.
Space and
and have a
stuff
wonderful
and
evening.
metaphysics and that lot's just like beyond me sometimes.
Shit,
so-
no verdict today. Fuck.
What? They're still deliberating, is that what it is?
Yep, it's gonna be tomorrow morning.
Well, they're going to come back tomorrow.
Well, yeah. Okay. What do you want to happen?
I mean, I think he should be acquitted. It's not what I want. I think that's the right thing to do. I think he's justified
I want everybody to
self-defense.
stay home and have a big fatty and just relax.
Yeah.
Well, to give you a bit of perspective is what's the least consequence he could get? Like, what's the least charge he could get if he got like
Nothing.
like,
He gets acquitted and all charges are dropped. And I think that's the
only one- is that what's going on?
I
right
think
now?
that's the
Just wondering.
appropriate.
Manslaughter instead of like murder. That's what I'm getting at.
There,
Is it-
no, there's nothing. There's no manslaughter, no nothing. I mean, it should be.
Isn't that something that should be in there?
The prosecution.
What do you
the
mean?
defense attorneys, along with Kyle Rittenhouse.
Oh,
are-
because
I don't know. I
manslaughter-
can't. Like, if you haven't been keeping up with the case, it's gonna be hard for me to like explain the whole thing to you. But yeah, no,
I just thought that's like actual charges that you get. Like instead of murder, you get like.
I
first
think
degree murder.
second degree murder. I think
Whereas
is what they're going
manslaughter,
for.
Like murder without intent. But this is what I mean where I get confused with the American judicial system. You know, in ours, you might not even have manslaughter.
I honestly, at this point, I think there might be riots either way, DZ. I think there might be. I think there's gonna be
I mean,
riots
that's
either
what
way.
I'm saying. We're micro focusing at this point. We're focusing on
No, you
things
got a
that
point.
are
Yeah,
I don't know
Sorry,
why
go
we're
ahead.
going to riot at this
going
point.
to affect humankind and
yeah, no,
not
you got a
focusing on
point.
things that we should be focusing on because of social media, basically. Inflammatory social media responses. Warping our lens of reality.
Oh shit, bro.
So, do you want to build me a death machine on another server or what?
Oh yeah.
Because it resets. Well, the purge is tomorrow, so I can buy turrets and I can make tons of bullets and we can get some guns. We can have some fun with some unexpected news.
Feel sorry for them.
No, I don't. It's just pixels, man.
They're just trying to get into the game. You know what I mean?
Pixels. They're not.
No, that would be the end.
I like
Did
it
their
when
whole
you,
work in
man,
that
it scares the hell out of you
pair.
sometimes. Somebody jumps out from somewhere you're not expecting it.
Oh god, yeah, that's literally just this whole game.
Spawn. It's people like you that make me never want to play COD. 'Cause it hurts my feelings.
Oh yeah, you were watching us whenever we were playing Halo too.
You psychopath.
was-
Like, you're so good at what you do, man. It's ridiculous.
That was when it was like me, James, I think it was you, Outraged, and oh, that's who it was. Fucking Raged. He changed his name to like Lothbrock or whatever it is now. You know who I'm talking about though, right?
Yep.
Roy. Yeah, me, you, Roy, and James. Oh my god, it was like we were like surgeons, dude. It was like it was like 50 to 15. Yeah, it was against CTV and Swamp Fox and somebody else. It was just Jesus Christ. We obliterated them.
He had so much faith in you. I know you could do it.
And he was like talking trash about me being at the bottom of the board. I was like, yeah, but I didn't die. Like, what do you mean? We crushed you guys.
What are you on about, man? Like,
I went like 15 and 1 or something. Like we were dominating the map, and it was on Blackout or well, Blackout's what it's called in Halo 3, but it Lockdown from Halo
I can't
2.
remember what I said to the fucking
Oh my glob.
I'm gonna give him shit for that now. his chat next time. Right. It's a big moment though. It's a big moment for Nacho because CTD was fair bullying the shit.
I don't think it was a big moment at all. I already knew we would destroy them once I got everybody on. But he kept talking so much shit. I was like, okay, well.
Yeah, I'm talking about when I was like watching
We
before
grew up
playing
on
Halo.
Halo.
Like,
that's
we're
what
talking
we
about months
understand.
ago with Nacho though. He was like,
Oh shit. Oops.
I don't think
Maybe.
they understood how much Halo that we played.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Like we grew up playing in LAN. We would bring our Xboxes and Xbox 360s and set up LAN like
Multiple TVs
10
and
yeah,
multiple.
local area network. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
You have to
play
bring your
against
shit
each
there
other.
to get
And we
done
were
that,
playing
though.
against people who were like top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, wasn't Yapper like MLG for a while or some shit?
Yeah.
I thought he was really good.
Yeah.
Well, you guys really got it.
So, like,
I'm just
that's what I'm
looking.
saying. Like, that's what we.
Okay, I grew up on Halo 2 and Halo 3, man. Like,
Is it really? Like, how old are you?
I mean, I'm only 29 now. Wait, 28? I don't even know anymore.
Holy shit, Nacho, you look older, mate.
Well, Jesus, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm warning you now because you're gonna look like me when you get to 37. You don't want to do that. That's why I've not got up the camera.
I mean, I'll have my hair for a while. I'm pretty sure. I got the Mexican genes for my hair, so I'm pretty sure I'll have my hair for a while. No one in our family has even remotely started losing hair. I think Nathan may be the most susceptible, but I don't see him losing his hair for a while.
I love giving them shit. It's funny. But nah, man.
We got the good genes, man.
Xbox fucking hell. So you played
Paradise,
like
right?
Atari and stuff when you were playing Xbox. Like, oh crap, man. I get what you mean. Like, it was
Am I
definitely
getting Halo Infinite? I really want to, but man, I'm really terrified, man. I just don't want Halo to be bad. That's all.
Halo is already bad, you know it.
No, dude, Halo is
the
our last vestige of a great
Yeah,
first-person shooter. Like,
It's
if Halo dies, first-person shooters are dead.
I say it's a revolutionary game in the progression of them, but I don't think it's the last flipping Bastion. Dude. That's a bit flipping over the top.
First-person shooters are dead.
That's like super hardcore racing. Though, isn't it? Like,
But I mean, it looks so freaking good. Like I was watching that and I was just like, oh my god! Like
you see, I'm
whenever
such
I
a
first saw the video, right? You couldn't
Right.
tell whether it was a game or not. Like,
Alright.
that's how good the graphics were, and I was just like, wow. Which is what most games are supposed to evolve to.
racing games, you kind of thing. Right, you're always good at them.
I like playing racing games. I play
No,
mostly-
no, but like, yeah, because like I had a mate who always used to smash me at Need for Speed, and he played Forza to death, but I was terrible at it. You know,
I mean, I can
it's like
play
a
that
certain
really
skill
well.
for gameplay, like, yeah. Right. I was more of like a role player and like a tactical games player, do you get what I mean? Like, rather than racing game. But like, Forza's
I like
like,
strategy
it's
games,
super authentic though, like, I can't imagine like how flipping like realistic it is now.
It is.
So I'm thinking about the Xbox 360 one.
Yeah, yeah. I own
So,
all the Forzas up to now.
wait, are you talking PS4 or PS5?
Xbox. And PC.
Sorry, so what is it? Xbox S series?
I have a Series X right now, but I mean, I haven't played it in forever. And I used to get both systems when they would come out, right? But
Right.
it wasn't until recently that I realized what a fucking waste of time and money that is, because PC is much
Superior.
it's much superior.
Consoles are inferior.
Well,
Okay, it's just the facts.
I'm like a bit super boomer. I've got a PS4 and that's it. I skip PS3 generation. You get what I mean? So, but like, what I was trying to get at was the That's what I mean. Like the Forza you're probably playing now, I've probably never even seen anything like it. I'm thinking like the 360 one. You know what I mean? Like so, like the level of realism.
Bro, I used to play. We used to play
It's in 4K.
Midnight
It's
Club
high
Dub
still
Edition
play.
or whatever. Oh
Midnight
my
Club
god.
Dub Edition?
3, yeah. Oh my god, that
Welcome
was
back.
fun. That was
That's kind
fun.
of what I meant.
Holy crap, look at this place. It's all fucking...
Hi, Qual. Are you in town?
Well, I'm not
Oh,
streaming.
I don't know.
So racing games and first-person shooters.
Yeah, there's first-person shooters, survival games, freaking... I don't know, I've played a lot of games, a lot of different genres. But
You've been
look
Play
at
disconnected.
the
God of
town.
War.
This is a fucking city right here.
Outreach. You play God of War.
I didn't play that, although I want to. No, I think it came out on PC recently, hasn't it?
No.
Out on
There we go.
PC. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm telling you right now. I'm not gonna do anything until like things come out on PC. I'm just not. buying
Really?
the
What is it
console.
like? What's got you kind of burnt off the console? I mean, I kind of get the point.
Because
Like
it's a waste of money.
Money.
It's an inferior. The PC Master Race is the way to go.
True.
Okay.
Even if you don't have a game on that console, like you can get an emulator on your computer and you can play the other games. You might not have access to like the networking, the multiplayer networking, but you can play any game that's out on any console on your PC.
Primarily a console user. I understand the idea.
We
that
grew up on Xbox, but you know.
First comes out because it's always got defaulted problems like the first generation one. You never wasted money on them. They're always
Launch
overpriced.
RTP.
But
We
at the end of
evolved.
the day, don't PCs need like constantly like
you go.
graphic cards bought and stuff like updating? Isn't it like more high maintenance? Isn't that the point? Like, so when you say it's like a waste of money, aren't PCs like I get them more of an investment, but isn't it like having like a card that you constantly work on? Is that correct to say?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, because you can keep the car basically in the body infinitely, and you can just keep
Well,
upgrading
the
parts.
card better. Well, the PCs, yeah, I get that. Like, but,
At least
like,
to a
that's
certain
not gonna
point, yeah.
work for a person who
It's
just, like,
not.
works and wants to pick up and play a game, isn't it? Like,
I mean, no. Once you build the PC, you're good for a couple of years. I mean,
well, anything about
it's
building-
you're not like changing the oil every month and shit. Like,
You can part out. You can purchase new
okay.
parts and stuff for your PC though. It's just like, you know what I'm saying? Like. it's-
yeah, if you're just a filthy casual, then yeah, stay on console.
The reason why I'm interested in PC games is because it's the last bastion of tactical game. You know, like Baldur's Gate, fucking, you know what I mean? Like, not just XCOM, but like, you know, fucking,
League of Legends.
they're just fucking better. You know what I mean? Like, there's none of like, what you get on consoles just inferior
PPR.
compared. Frustrating, because
Yeah,
that's
but-
the genre of game.
You do have a wide variety to choose from.
You know, like, I generally, that's why I'm kind of like interested.
And like I said, if you really want to play a game on PC that's not meant for it, there's usually a way to get it on PC.
That's fine. I'm just talking about the fact that you've got Baldur's Gate 3 and I need to play Baldur's Gate 3. Do you get what I mean? Like, I'm like a
Get
simple...
out of the water. There you go.
Yeah, like, that
You're
was
too
my
cold.
biggest...
You gotta warm up. Wait till you're warm. There you go.
Oh no.
but like,
Yeah, you gotta go to town.
elite PC players.
Yeah.
Pass.
PC though is the way to go. Like, and
Notes.
end state. Like, you don't have to. It's just so free. Like when you get a good machine, right, and it's especially when you get to the point where it's better than what your console was, and you realize how much better it is, and how much you can upgrade the PC, it becomes a non-question at that point.
Yeah, you're a new man. You're a new gamer.
You get to the point where you're like, why the fuck was I ever?
How did I ever? Yeah, like why was I ever
propaganda
on there, dude?
I have
Sony
Sony
propaganda?
Yeah, babe. Fuck you, PlayStation 2. Throws it out the window. You know.
Pretty much.
It seriously is like, why did I ever buy into that? That's like I'm throwing money down the drain every year for a new console.
For the new console, yeah.
Next gen console, and it's
'Cause genuinely-
garbage compared to what a PC could do, like 3
Genre
or
that
4
I'm
years
playing,
ago.
like, and I'm most into is now really more on PC than anything else. You know what I'm saying? Like, you only get adaptations on consoles from a few things. So like Divinity, everything else like that. You know,
Like
so.
even like I have the Series X, right? And it is way more inferior than this PC is. And this PC is built with parts that were developed years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like technically, like these parts were not. This is not like new stuff that's in it, but it's more powerful. It's a more powerful machine.
It's alive.
It's alive.
Yeah, it's
And the
yeah.
thing is, like, I've been upgrading it here and there, so like it's only becoming more powerful.
This isn't even its final form.
It's not its final form.
Let's stop making laugh. But
Like I could take off
you know what I mean?
one part and upgrade it like tenfold, just with the new advances.
New video cards coming out
I think
next year.
your first serious upgrade might be a motherboard though.
Yeah.
I think that's the first thing that's gonna get old first. I can't
upgraded my
remember.
RAM, and I also put M.2 drives in there.
I can't remember what.
I put my
And this is what I meant about the car bit.
Oh man.
teleporting to you is blocked.
Yeah,
GG's, man. I just played you nice. I'm exhausted. I probably should have got off like 6 games ago.
Alright, E6, hang tight.
Where are you at?
I'm in town.
I'm gonna take a break, and then I think me and Mrs. Nacho are gonna do some stream together or something. I don't know what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna watch YouTube videos or something, and talk to chat, do random stuff.
Get party or something.
Okay.
Sorry guys, it's getting a bit late. I'm gonna get going.
All right. I'm gonna end the stream and take a break, and then me and Mrs. Nacho are gonna do something. I think. She wanted to stream together, so I don't know what we're gonna do, but we'll figure it out.
How are you? Oh, you went the other way. Shit.
All right, we'll BRB.